The ancient god's skin was rough and was covered in cracks. However, the hand formed by the violet light was extremely smooth. Although it was huge, it seemed to be formed by a spell. It made a gesture calling Wang Lin like an elder relative calling a child. The action was slow, but it repeated over and over. There was no dangerous aura coming from the huge arm. It felt very ordinary. It only beckoned Wang Lin as if it was going to take him through this giant door. However, Wang Lin was completely on guard and all the hair on his body was standing up. The scene before him was simply too strange. He never would have thought that such a strange thing would occur when the heaven-defying bead was complete. Wang Lin remained motionless as he stared at the hand beckoning him, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. The movement of the arm remained the same, still beckoning Wang Lin silently. However, as time went by, the door behind it gradually turned more illusionary, as if it could dissipate at any time. It was as if he would never have a chance to enter again if he didn't hurry over. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and stepped forward. His right hand reached out to the only thing that still hadn't collapsed, the moongazer bone. Although the moongazer bone had lost the metal element, it was still as hard as before. After all, this was something that belonged to the moongazer serpent. After grabbing the giant moongazer bone, Wang Lin let out a roar and celestial spiritual energy surged through his body as he mercilessly threw the moongazer bone into the sky. The giant bone whistled through the air as it headed straight for the door. Just as the moongazer bone was about to hit the door, the hand-arm beckoning Wang Lin easily caught the bone. Wang Lin gasped and his eyes were filled with horror as the arm casually squeezed. A powerful aura immediately appeared, and the entire moongazer bone collapsed into dust. The squeeze caused the entire world to tremble. Countless cracks immediately appeared even on the planet Wang Lin was on. Loud rumbles came from the asteroid field as a large number of asteroids shattered. It created a vacuum within the area, and even the asteroids outside the range of the purple light were affected and continued to collapse. It was as if the squeeze contained unimaginable power. It was as if the entire world could be shattered by that squeeze. That arm slowly loosened and beckoned Wang Lin once more. Wang Lin's scalp went numb and his face was pale as he stared at the arm. He had no idea how strong that squeeze was, but he knew that it wasn't any weaker than the ancient god finger from the moongazer serpent. This arm gave Wang Lin the feeling that nothing in the world could resist that squeeze. The squeeze didn't use strength but something similar to the law Wang Lin displayed with the heavenly chop. However, compared to the heavenly chop, this was much more powerful. After a long time, the giant arm gradually dissipated. However, it maintained its beckoning gesture until the end. The giant door behind it disappeared along with the arm. The violet light surrounding the area condensed once more. In the blink of an eye, all of the violet light gathered and slowly disappeared, reverting back to the heaven-defying bead. As if it had released all its power, the bead fell from the air. Wang Lin hesitated for a bit before his right hand reached out. The bead immediately flew over and landed in his palm. It was completely ordinary, as if it was a normal stone. However, at this moment, there was no trace of the 5 elemental energies from it. It was even more thoroughly depleted than when Wang Lin first found it. Wang Lin's divine sense went inside the bead. Li Muin's, Wang Ping's, and Qing Yi's souls were still inside. Compared to before, they seemed even more lively, especially Li Muin's soul, which seemed more stable now. What exactly is the power of the heaven-defying bead? Where does that huge door lead to? And that arm outside the door? Wang Lin pondered. It wasn't hard to guess that he wasn't the first person to obtain the heaven-defying bead, considering how long it had existed for. There must have been someone else who was able to complete the 5 elements for the heaven-defying bead. However, after seeing the gate, those people must have chosen to enter, whether it was the first or one of the subsequent times the door appeared. Were these seniors crushed by the arm, or did they really enter the door? Wang Lin frowned. Before the heaven-defying bead was complete, Wang Lin was really puzzled by it. However, after the 5 elements were completed, not only did nothing change, he was even more puzzled. Could this door lead to the ancient celestial realm? But if that is the case, why is that arm there? Although it looks like it is beckoning, In reality, it is there to crush. What exactly is the heaven-defying bead? Wang Lin frowned and stared at the heaven-defying bead. After a long time, he placed it against his forehead and it disappeared into his origin soul. Since he couldn't understand right now, Wang Lin decided to stop thinking about it for now. It was obvious that the key was the door, but he just didn't know what was behind the door. The heaven-defying bead's 5 elemental energies are now gone and need to be gathered once more. Wang Lin looked around. After what just happened, this planet was completely wasted. There was no longer any value in staying here. Unfortunately, this treasured place is now gone. But the place that makes my origin soul comfortable is deeper in the asteroid field. If there's more thunder, then I can cultivate the thunder origin spell. After making up his mind, Wang Lin moved. He charged out of this place like a bolt of thunder. Most of the asteroids nearby were now gone. Wang Lin didn't pause as he took out the war chariot and the thunder beast appeared. The moment the thunder beast came out, it let out a roar as if it had been suppressed for countless years and looked at Wang Lin. However, the thunder beast was surprised. It carefully looked at Wang Lin and its eyes revealed confusion. Wang Lin sat down on the thunder beast. Then he slapped its head and laughed. Don't stare anymore. With your intelligence, you must have noticed what's special about the place ahead. Are you still not heading over? The thunder beast let out a roar. In its eyes, it was as if Wang Lin doesn't exist at all, and in his place was a bolt of thunder. However, this bolt of thunder gave him a very cordial feeling, a feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. Wang Lin's slap on its head made it feel extremely comfortable. Couldn't help but let out a roar. Thunder Beast was very fast as it traveled through the asteroid field. The deeper they went, the denser the asteroids became. There were even some asteroids giving off flashes of thunder. This environment caused no discomfort for neither Wang Lin nor the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast was extremely happy, and it continued to roar happily. While sitting on the Thunder Beast, Wang Lin was still thinking about the heaven-defying bead. Deep in his heart, he was still disappointed. After all, he had spent almost 1,000 years gathering the 5 elements, and the trip to the Moongazer Serpent almost cost him his life. He originally thought that he would gain some great power that would have been of great use to him. However, right now the difference between reality and his hopes was too big. What exactly is this heaven-defying bead? Wang Lin touched his forehead and pondered. The Thunder Beast was very sensitive to the power of thunder. It continued to travel deep into the asteroid field. Muffled sounds of thunder interrupted Wang Lin's thoughts and his eyes lit up. The place ahead was where the comfortable feeling in his origin soul was coming from. The thunder here was extremely dense. This is the place. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Thunder Beast traveled through the asteroid field and then suddenly stopped. Its large eyes revealed shock. When Wang Lin saw what was before him, he gasped and his eyes started shining brightly. There was no planet before him, it was a vast lake of thunder. This place was filled with lightning and thunder. It was like a real thunder hell. The thunder planet from before was really insignificant compared to this place. In the boundless lake of thunder, lightning bolts moved around like dragons, and the rumbling released a powerful aura. The Thunder Beast let out a roar and looked at the lake of thunder with hesitation. The power of thunder here was too strong. Even though it was a Thunder Beast, it still almost felt like it couldn't withstand this. Wang Lin's body moved and he got off the Thunder Beast. His eyes narrowed and became cautious. He first let out the Celestial Guard to stand guard nearby and then arrived at the edge of the Lake of Thunder. He observed for a while before taking a step. When his step landed, the thunder immediately entered his body through his feet and filled his being. Even Wang Lin's body felt numb. He took a deep breath and then took another step. He took 20 steps in a row before stopping. His entire body was surrounded by thunder and his origin soul was giving off the might of thunder. This place was his currently limit. Wang Lin slowly sat down and closed his eyes to cultivate. The Thunder Beast fidgeted around the edge for a long time before finally taking a cautious step forward. It immediately felt the thunder and then lied down. It began absorbing and refining the thunder using a method only the Thunder Beasts knew. There was no other sound beside the sound of thunder. The man and beast just began to cultivate like this. Wang Lin gradually adapted to this place, and his heart was in shock. The thunder here exceeded that of his body. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was made of thunder, it would have been very difficult for him to even remain at the edge. This is indeed the best place to cultivate the thunder origin spell. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with thunder as he silently cultivated the thunder origin spell. At this moment, in a distant space outside the asteroid field, a bolt of thunder whistled by. This was a thunder beast, and although it had no horn, there was a bulge forming on its head. The thunder beast was wearing black armor, making it look extremely ferocious. A middle-aged man was sitting on the back of the thunder beast. His hair flowed behind him and he was expressionless as he charged toward the asteroid field. The thunder celestial realm is about to open. I must absorb more origin energy from the thunder lake. The black-haired man rubbed the thunder beast's big head, and his eyes revealed a strange light as he muttered, "I just don't know what kind of treasures will appear in the thunder celestial realm. I fear that the messengers of the thunder celestial temple will be fighting fiercely against each other." He revealed a gloomy expression. The thunder beast below him turned into a ray of lightning and flew off into the distance. Rumor has it that the mysterious heaven-defying bead first appeared in the depths of the asteroid field in southern domain. Because of the appearance of the bead, it caused the thunder here to change and created this thunder lake. This is now the best place to cultivate thunder spells. The man's eyes lit up and he moved even faster. Wang Lin was inside the thunder lake as he muttered the words to the thunder origin spell over and over again. After understanding it, Wang Lin's hand formed a seal and then placed his hands on his knees. He then took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The thunder origin spell used a mysterious method to extract origin energy out of heavenly thunder and make it your own. This kind of spell was extremely rare. Only second-step cultivators would have something like this. It would often be considered a treasure that wouldn't be given out casually. This method focused on thunder entering the body. If one's cultivation level wasn't high enough, it was no different from harming your own body. If one was careless, their origin soul would be damaged, and in serious cases they would immediately be destroyed. However, this method couldn't be more suitable for Wang Lin. His origin soul was thunder and his new body was made of thunder. In the eyes of the thunder beast, Wang Lin's entire being was just thunder. Shortly after, Wang Lin's hands slowly lifted and his hand formed a seal. With a shake, large amounts of ripples appeared in the air. These ripples were formed by thunder, and they slowly spread out. This shake in reality contained 9 different seals that were produced at extremely high speed. These seals created the ability to attract thunder. Under the loud rumble of the thunder lake, a strand of thunder seemed to be attracted. It seemed to finally have found a point of release and immediately rushed over, attempting to devour everything in its path. However, at the moment it touched Wang Lin, it dissipated and charged into Wang Lin's body. The thunder here was very strong, far beyond ordinary thunder. The moment it entered Wang Lin's body, it surged through his body. Wang Lin's hand quickly performed the thunder origin spell. A huge vortex quickly appeared in his body and constantly rotated. With every rotation, it squeezed out some origin energy from the thunder. This process lasted for a long time. The introduction said that the first time using this spell would be very difficult. On one hand, the body had to resist the thunder, and on the other hand, it would absorb origin energy. It required time to adapt to all of this. However, Wang Lin didn't have to worry about all of this. His flesh and origin soul were already made from thunder. At most the thunder would cause him to feel uncomfortable, but he wouldn't be injured. At this moment, he focused all of his attention on squeezing out origin energy and naturally disregarded the discomfort coming from his body. After a long time, the strand of thunder gradually collapsed under the effect of the thunder origin spell, leaving behind a trace amount of impure origin energy. There was simply too little origin energy, so much so that it was impossible to detect if one wasn't looking carefully. However, Wang Lin treasured it like a treasure and was excited from the bottom of his heart. For a first-step cultivator, origin energy was a luxury. Only when one reaches the ascendant can they have the opportunity to obtain some, and it was impossible to gain or recover more. Forming origin energy from the world required spells from second-step cultivators. If it wasn't for a series of fortuitous coincidences, Wang Lin won't have been able to do this. He suppressed the ecstasy and excitement in his heart and carefully cycled the impure origin energy toward his origin soul. Once there, it will have the impurity refined from it. Although the origin energy remaining will be even less, it will become something that can be used by him. This was an extremely critical moment, so Wang Lin didn't dare to be careless. He slowly controlled his impure origin energy into his origin soul. However, just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. This change caught Wang Lin unprepared, so he didn't have time to control it. The moment the trace of impure origin energy touched his origin soul, it became like a runaway wild horse and moved violently. It drilled into his origin soul, but instead of fusing with the origin soul, it charged to the location of the heaven-defying bead. This trace of impure origin energy fused with the heaven-defying bead in an instant. A thunderous roar that people the outside couldn't hear but Wang Lin could hear clearly echoed inside his body. It was as if he was hit mercilessly by a large mountain. Wang Lin's face instantly became pale, his origin soul shook, and even his body unceasingly trembled. The heaven-defying bead inside his body didn't listen to Wang Lin's command. It slowly floated out from between his eyebrows. Wang stared at the scene before him and his mind trembled. The heaven-defying bead appeared once more. This time, as soon as it came out from Wang Lin's body, the entire Thunder Lake became violent and strands of thunder dragons immediately charged out. This caused a large amount of fluctuations which in turn caused the asteroids to be affected and give off powerful thunder. This caused the Celestial Guard to retreat until it was far away to not be affected. Even the Thunder Beast was awakened by the change in the thunder. It subconsciously retreated and didn't dare to close in. Wang Lin looked at the heaven-defying bead in the sky. The confusion in his eyes became even stronger. The countless thunder dragons whistled out from all directions. The dragons charged in one by one into the heaven-defying bead. This scene was extremely shocking, and it completely startled Wang Lin. The heaven-defying bead slowly turned, and with every turn it would absorb a large amount of thunder. A violet light slowly formed around the bead. Wang Lin was too familiar with this scene. Not long ago, this exact same thing happened. The violet light became blinding and suddenly spread out. The mysterious restriction appeared once more. At the same time, the huge door appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. All of this was simply too bizarre, and it shocked Wang Lin greatly. He didn't know that the heaven bead first appeared here. All of the mysterious changes that occurred here were caused by the appearance of the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin had inadvertently made his way here and brought the heaven-defying bead back to where it originally appeared. Could be said that karma was involved in his. However, this wasn't completely unintentional. In fact, when Wang Lin was injured and he sought this place out, it wasn't just due to the characteristics of the Thunder Dragon. An even more hidden reason was the heaven-defying bead. The heaven-defying bead was the only thing that had fused with Wang Lin's origin soul and no longer existed physically, so it had the ability to influence Wang Lin's origin soul. In fact, the comfortable feeling was from the heaven-defying bead. If only that was the case, it wouldn't have been a big deal. The incomplete heaven-defying bead hadn't recognized an owner yet, so even if Wang Lin had brought it here, it wouldn't have had any changes. However, when the 5 elements were complete, the heaven-defying bead changed. When the huge door appeared, it meant that Wang Lin had activated the heaven-defying bead for the first time. This activation meant that the bead had recognized an owner. Afterward, Wang Lin absorbed the heaven-defying bead and came here. The moment it touched the thunder here, a change occurred. If any of these factors were missing, the heaven-defying bead wouldn't have had changed like this. In the countless years since the heaven-defying bead had come into being, Wang Lin was the only one to reach this step. The giant door appeared once more. The violet light caused the world and even the Thunder Lake to turn purple. The thunder became purple thunder, The appearance of the door caused the sense of awe to appear in his body once more. Although he had already resisted it once, his body still trembled slightly, but his eyes remained unyielding. As the violet light shinned everywhere, the giant arm outside the door appeared once more. However, it made Wang Lin's heart skip a beat this time. The moment the arm appeared, a large amount of purple lightning immediately charged toward it. Countless strands of thunder wrapped around the arm as if they had subdued it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and stared at the arm. After pondering for a bit, he clenched his teeth, jumped into the air, and charged toward the giant door. If this arm wasn't locked by the thunder, Wang Lin wouldn't have chosen to enter it. However, he felt that if he missed this once-in-a-lifetime chance, he would never be able to see the secret beyond the door. Although his speed was bad, he left himself a way out. If the arm broke free of the thunder, he would immediately turn and flee. He was getting closer and closer. The arm began to move, but the thunder around it was like a metal chain that held it down. This caused the armo to slow down. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his speed increased, and he charged at the door like a bolt of thunder. At the moment he got close, the door opened up by a small gap. At the moment the gap opened, the world stopped. Wang Lin's body also stopped outside the gap. His eyes opened widely, and at this moment, it was as if his mind was sucked into the door. Everything Wang Lin saw caused him to tremble violently. It was as if his origin soul had left his body, as he could no longer feel his body. His whole being seemed to exist in endless chaos. This place is the heaven-defying bead space. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he immediately recognized this place. He was too familiar with this place. It was filled with chaos, and occasionally there would be balls of light glowing. The balls of light immediately began to change as if his gaze was a catalyst. The balls of light he was looking at suddenly swelled up. They swelled up too fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already huge. Wang Lin was stunned as the balls of light were now as big as a planet. A powerful aura came out from the balls of light. This aura was filled with vitality. This vitality was extremely pure, as if it was a newborn baby. Shortly after, clouds of dust appeared and were absorbed by the light. Soon, they began to condense and formed landmasses. Some of the dust formed rivers and oceans. Wang Lin gasped. This was a planet. The spiritual energy coming from it was very rich. Aside from not having any mortals living on it, it was no different from any other cultivation planet outside. While he was shocked, the planet immediately began to degrade as if time was reverting itself. In the blink of an eye, it was once more a ball of light becoming smaller and smaller until it was only flickering. Wang Lin's mind gradually lost consciousness as the ball of light changed. He was completely immersed in this familiar yet foreign space. Time slowly passed as if there was no end point. Wang Lin seemed to have forgotten everything. He was in a strange state as he drifted in this endless space. He would always see the strange scene with the balls of light before his eyes. As he continued to watch this scene, Wang Lin could slowly feel a mysterious power build up. This power was everywhere, and he subconsciously wanted to search for its source. He didn't realize how similar this scene was to when he was comprehending the heavens and seeking to find the origin of the life and death domain. As he subconsciously searched for the source of this power, time passed, but he didn't care. Eons passed, but he didn't stop. It was as if he had become a wandering spirit, always pursuing. Wang Lin was seeking Tao, following the steps of Tao and seeking the end of Tao. It was as if everything in the world had become the distance past. It was as if everything had shattered and become nothing. They could no longer cause any waves in his heart. Those who seek Tao understand in the morning and are dead by dusk. Regrettable. Those who seek Tao understand during death. Pitiful. There was no end to the search. Wang Lin had seen countless balls of light turn into a planet and then back into nothing. Every time this happened, he wanted to seize that trace of Tao. However, he failed to touch it every time, but he gradually felt like he was getting closer and closer to that trace of Tao. The Tao was only there for a moment before it disappeared once more. Wang Lin seemed to have found a clue during his confused search. The mysterious power he was seeking seemed to be something that was beyond the existence of law. This awareness was very light, but it left a deep impression. It had always been there since the beginning. The Tao seemed to be where his gaze was, but at the moment he moved his gaze, the Tao would seem to disappear. This was a very vague feeling, but it slowly flowed into Wang Lin's body. He gradually felt like he was catching up to the Tao's footprints, and was about to grasp the source of the mysterious power. During this process, in which there was no concept of time, Wang Lin saw a planet. This planet wasn't formed by the balls of light and existed naturally. The vitality from this planet was very weak, but it was filled with warmth and tenderness. Beside this planet were two smaller planets. They were very close and each gave off a sense of attachment. At the moment Wang Lin closed in, one of the smaller planets gave off a ripple. Seemed to be filled with joy, giving off a powerful emotion. At the moment Wang Lin saw the three planets, his mind trembled as he discovered something. He subconsciously wanted to raise his hand, but he didn't notice that in his current state, he didn't even have a body. However, his hand still appeared. It was as if all he needed to do was think and it would materialize. His hand gently moved and a ripple appeared in the void. Under this ripple, the three planets immediately turned into three rays of light and entered Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin stopped seeking Tao. In his trance-like state, it felt as if he was the Tao right now. As he stopped, his mind slowly calmed down. Then his entire body subconsciously turned into a ball of light. As time passed, the ball of light he had turned into gradually expanded. He absorbed the surrounding dust and eventually a planet appeared. The mountains on this planet were spectacular and the rivers were beautiful. The earth was filled with energy, and even the sea was as blue as the sky, as if it could accommodate the world. In the northern part of the planet there was only one family. One man and one woman who lived a quiet and peaceful life. It was as if they could have everything they wanted, including the countless mortals in the surrounding villages. On this day, a ray of light passed by the southern part of the planet. Inside the ray of light was a woman wearing white. The woman was beautiful and as gentle as water. Her black hair flowed in the air. Sometimes a few strands would get in front and she would tuck the hair behind her ear with her jade-like hands. As she flew, her eyes were filled with confusion. She looked down at the earth as she bit her lower lip and muttered, "Why does this world give me such a familiar feeling?" She pondered for a long time before shaking her head. Her figure moved like a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. "I want to find the answer." The wind carried the woman's decisive voice. Time slowly passed as if it would last forever. Countless years passed and everything gradually changed. The only things that never changed were the three people. Two of them still lived a quiet life and the last one was still looking for an answer. It wasn't until the end that the Tao finally arrived. The earth disappeared and the planet no longer existed. The three people turned back into three balls of light and then were caught inside a huge palm which then drifted far away. As the palm dissipated, Wang Lin consciousness appeared. "So this is Tao." Wang Lin's voice echoed in the void. Everything he was searching for ended with himself. He himself was Tao. The heaven and earth were made up of countless Tao. He was Tao. Before him were countless balls of light changing from life to death and from death to life. This was his life and death Tao. In the karmic cycle, if there was karmic effect, then there was karmic cause, such as Li Muan's search for answers and Wang Ping's ordinary life. This was his karma Tao. For an instant, Wang Lin felt like he understood something, but at the same time he understood nothing. This kind of confusion was like a wave rocking in his mind. This wave became more and more intense until it caused his mind to tremble. He awakened. The moment he regained clarity, he felt like his origin soul would be pushed outside violently. When he opened his eyes, he was still outside the door. Nothing around him had changed. The thunder still rumbled and the violet light still covered the area. It was as if everything that had happened didn't happen at all. Wang Lin was still before the gate, and everything that happened was just his dream. So unreal and yet so real. The door that had only opened a gap slowly closed before his eyes and dissipated. The huge arm wrapped by the purple light also disappeared. The violet light contracted and changed back into the heaven-defying bead. There was mysterious change to the heaven-defying bead. Before, it had the 5 elements engraved on it. Now they were replaced by yin and yang. Yin was represented by a moon and yang was represented by a sun. Each covered half the heaven-defying bead and were distinct from each other. It floated toward Wang Lin's forehead and entered the spot between his eyebrows. Wang Lin was still standing motionlessly in the air and his eyes slowly closed. The scenes from before still echoed in his mind. He vaguely became aware of something. He seemed to have once more forgotten about the passage of time and was only immersed in the comprehension in his heart that continued to echo in his mind. He carved the unreal dream bit by bit into his heart. Wang Lin knew that everything inside the dream was extremely precious. This was a heavenly opportunity. He couldn't tell anyone about the dream, and he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly anyway. He was actually afraid of telling anyone. He had a feeling that the All-Seer and company would be willing to give up everything for this opportunity. Even if it meant giving up planet Tianyun, giving up all their magical treasures and spells. The All-Seer and company wouldn't have hesitated at all to have a chance to seek Tao like this, because this Tao seeking would open up that mysterious third step that tens of thousands cultivators were striving and craving for. Those who seek Tao understand in the morning and are dead by dusk. Those who seek Tao understand during death. Wang Lin still didn't know the value of the heaven-defying bead, but just the tip of the iceberg that he had seen shocked him greatly. This was something he would never forget. This seeking of Tao didn't cause his cultivation level to increase, but it refined his Tao. Before, when Wang Lin stood under the door, he felt a deep sense of awe from his soul. This was because of the difference in levels, just like how people appear in an ant's eyes. Although Wang Lin wasn't at the same level of existence as the door and he was still an ant in comparison, he was an ant that had seen the third step. He had seen the third step. While immersed in his thoughts, the thunder lake under Wang Lin seemed to be affected by something. A large amount of thunder began to spread in all directions. At this moment, a ray of thunder flew through the asteroid field. Inside the ray of thunder was a thunder beast in black armor. On the back of the thunder beast was the black-haired man. His eyes were filled with caution as he charged into the depths of the asteroid field. When he arrived near the asteroid field, he immediately noticed that something was wrong. The fluctuations of the thunder here were too violent, very different from the last time he was here. This thunder even contained an incredibly powerful aura. This shocked the black-haired man and made him extremely cautious. He slowly made his way through the asteroid field. He was very familiar with this place because he had been here many times to cultivate the thunder origin spell, but never had he been so on guard. He moved quickly, and after an unknown amount of time he gradually grew closer to the center. The closer he got, the stronger that feeling of shock became. What exactly happened over there? The black hair man's expression was gloomy. His cultivation level was at the corporeal yang stage, and he only needed a bit more to reach completion and then he could enter the nirvana scryer stage. With his cultivation level, there weren't many things that could make him feel like this. However, at this moment, this feeling became even stronger. After hesitating for a bit, he clenched his teeth and the thunder beast charged through the last layer of asteroids. He soon spotted the familiar thunder lake before him. He immediately saw Wang Lin above the thunder lake. The current Wang Lin was simply too strange in the black-haired man's eyes. Wang Lin was floating in the air. A large amount of thunder was moving through his body, and his hair was moving without any wind. The size of the thunder lake caused the black-haired man to gasp. The thunder lake before him made him felt like he had come to the wrong place. It was actually half the size of when he last came to this place. It looked endless before, but now it felt like he could almost see the other side. This person's appearances was like a stone thrown into calm water, creating countless ripples. Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. This was a pair of indescribable eyes. They seemed to contain the world and all the laws of the world. It was as this pair of eyes could see through the heavens and earth. It gave off a shocking feeling, just like the huge arm that appeared before the door. This kind of feeling would shock anyone who saw it, and it make them feel awe as if they were only an ant. This pair of eyes contained some remnants of Wang Lin's unreal dream. At this moment, it was as if he was the heavens and earth, he was the heavenly Tao. This was the aura of the third step. Wang Lin's eyes were not focused and were filled with confusion as he casually looked at the black-haired man. This gaze caused the black-haired man to feel like countless thunderbolts had just exploded inside him. It was as if he had absorbed more thunder than he could handle with the thunder origin spell. His entire body seemed to have been fixed in place at this moment, and Wang Lin's eyes were the only things that existed in his world. At this instant, only this gaze existed in his life. Thunder rumbled in his ears, but it felt like it was very far away. He could clearly hear it but not feel it. He couldn't understand what kind of gaze it was, but this gaze contained a mysterious force far beyond his comprehension. This power directly tore through his eyes and shook his entire being. His heartbeat reached a limit as if it was about to explode. All of the blood in his body circulated like crazy along with his origin energy. He was completely horrified. It was as if he would collapse under this gaze if he didn't cycle his origin energy. What power is this? The black-haired man wasn't able to move his body an inch. The origin energy in his energy cycled like crazy. Even if the origin energy dissipated or was wasted, he couldn't be bothered with that anymore. His mouth was dry and his body was long ago soaked in sweat. However, he just couldn't shift his eyes away from this crazy gaze. With his cultivation, this was the first time in his life he had felt something so terrifying. He wasn't this terrified even when he met the Lord of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Wang Lin calmly looked at the black-haired man. There was trace of his Tao-seeking in his eyes. He only saw a person, but right now it didn't matter if they were cultivators or mortals. With that trace of comprehension in Wang Lin's eyes, the other person seemed like only an ant to him. While in the dream of seeking Tao, his gaze was the Tao that caused the balls of light to quickly go through an entire life cycle. He carried the gaze he had during that dream when he looked at the black-haired man. This person was like the balls of light in the dream. However, instead of quickly expanding, this person was quickly dissipating. The person dissipated layer by layer and didn't stop. The terror in the black-haired man's eyes had reached a limit. He had never experienced such a crisis of life and death. From the moment the gaze landed on him, he could feel his origin soul burning. The origin energy in his body seemed to have lost control and formed an invisible flame. The other person's gaze contained a terrifying power that he was unable to resist. It was as if the heavens were telling him to die, die. It was as if he was an ant, and a sense of awe had filled his entire body. Not only him, the thunder beast under him felt this even more strongly. It let out miserable cries and its body began to dissipate at a visible speed as if dirt returning to the earth. All of this happened in an instant. The cloudiness in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared. Then he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The black-haired man's body almost collapsed when he awakened from the terrifying power. He was soaked in sweat and more than half of the origin energy in his body was gone. His origin soul has shrunk one size and he was extremely weak. As he stared at Wang Lin, terror filled his mind. Too terrifying. What kind of gaze was that? What cultivation level is he at? The black-haired man gasped. His body trembled, and his face turned completely pale. He regretted coming here. If he hadn't come here, he wouldn't have had to experience that terrifying gaze just now. He didn't doubt that if that mysterious person had looked at him for a few breaths longer, he would have collapsed. After that, he would have disintegrated and all traces of him would have been destroyed. He wouldn't even have been able to escape with his origin soul. The thunder beast under him was even worse off, and it looked at Wang Lin with terror in its eyes. The pride of thunder beasts made them prefer to die than yield. However, that gaze was not as simple as death. It was a suppression from a higher level. In the eyes of the black-haired man, Wang Lin's figure was infinitely large. The black-haired man even believed that no one in the all-heaven star system would remain unharmed under that gaze. Not even the head of the Thunder Celestial Temple. In particular, The disregard in those eyes made it seem as if the entire world was only a mere ant. This feeling made the black-haired man's body tremble. Given his pride, he had never felt respect like this toward anyone else. When the gap in power was not very large, he would be filled with thoughts of resisting. However, when he felt that someone's power was impossible to challenge and no one he had ever met could compare, he would only think about submitting. Dao sight. That gaze must be the legendary Dao sight. The black-haired man's terror was replaced with fanaticism. His mind was in shock and his body trembled. When he thought about the words, Dao sight, he was filled with excitement and horror. Mortals have dream sight and cultivators have Dao sight. However, this Dao sight was only a legend. The black-haired man only knew about rumors stating that a person had appeared in the all-heaven star system countless years ago. This person used their own strength and used only one spell to defeat all of the second-step cultivators in the all-heaven star system. Even among the second-step cultivators, aside from a limited few, most didn't even get to use one spell or magical treasure before they lost. That person was very disappointed and turned to leave. One person gathered the courage to ask the name of the spell, and what they got was one plain sentence. This spell is named Dao Sight. It wasn't created by me, and all of you are able to perform it. The black-haired man took a deep breath, immediately got off the thunder beast, and respectfully stood where he was. Now that he wasn't under Wang Lin's gaze, he became aware that there was another person sitting on an asteroid nearby. The black-haired man was startled when he saw the person. He naturally knew that it was a puppet. Then he saw the silver-horned thunder beast at the edge of the Thunder Lake. When he arrived, he was immediately caught by Wang Lin's gaze, so he didn't see anything else. Now that he had surveyed his surroundings, he was shocked once more. A silver-horned thunder beast, an illusory puppet. He is also a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. The black-haired man somewhat didn't dare to believe all of this. He didn't doubt Wang Lin's identity, but he didn't think such a powerful person would be a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Before he could think too much, Wang Lin opened his eyes once more. His eyes were back to normal. Earlier, not only was the black-haired man shocked, Wang Lin was also startled by this. Could that feeling earlier have been the third step? Wang Lin silently pondered. That feeling was something that could only be obtained by chance and not asked for. However, his cultivation level was too low. This feeling was something he could keep in his heart but couldn't completely understand. The realistic scenes in the Unreal Dream opened the door for him to the third step. If anyone in the All-Heaven or Alliance star system knew about this, they would all go crazy for the bead. The biggest goal of people like the All-Seer was the third step. They were willing to do anything for this third step. For them, the third step was nowhere to be found. They were still advancing in the darkness and bitterly searching. However, Wang Lin was able to obtain such an unimaginable opportunity due to the heaven-defying bead. Sometimes fate was just like this. After seeing the Tao from the third step, Wang Lin's future achievements were unpredictable and unimaginable. Junior is a level 2 messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Shingong Hu greets Senior. The black-haired man immediately crawled on the ground in the position he used to acknowledge his teacher to show his respect. If an outsider had seen this, they would be extremely shocked. It has to be said that Shingong Hu was extremely proud and very vicious. Even among the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple, he was a difficult person, and most cultivation families wouldn't dare to provoke him. Most importantly, this person's talent was amazing. Even the Lord of the Thunder Celestial Temple once said that Shingong Hu's talent could be considered top 30 in the All-Heaven star system. This person hadn't cultivated for long, only 1,000 years. In only 1,000 years, he managed to reach the corporeal yang stage and was even at the peak. This kind of talent made people dread him even more than his viciousness. No one could determine what his limits were. Perhaps he could finally become a true second-step cultivator. Wang Lin didn't move. His expression was neutral as he calmly looked at Shingong Hu. After seeing a glimpse of the third step's Tao, although his cultivation level didn't increase, his mental strength went through a drastic change. The nature of his soul was different than before. At this moment, Even if he stood before the all-seer, he wouldn't feel any tension. It was just like mortals who had seen cultivators and their spells. When they looked at a mortal king, they were no longer afraid. Under Wang Lin's gaze, although Xingong, who didn't feel the terror from before, he still trembled. That terrifying memory had been imprinted into his mind and wouldn't dissipate even in death. In reality, it was a great opportunity for Xingong who, if the all-seer and company had no chance of obtaining the bead, then they would choose to personally experience it without any hesitation. Even the thunder beast next to him lowered its head and no longer had any pride on its face. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and calmly asked, "What is it?" His current state of mind was still somewhat in the unreal dream. Even his tone reflected this. Although Xingong, whose cultivation was at the corporeal yang stage, his mind was greatly damaged right now. In particular, with his current timid heart, he would barely be able to use the power of an illusory incultivator. As for the thunder beast, it didn't even dare to raise its head. The gaze from earlier made it lose all its guts. Wang Lin's casual words suddenly stunned Xingong who. He quickly said, "Junior." Before he finished speaking, Wang Lin waved his right hand and said, "If there is nothing, then quickly leave." Wang Lin decided to carefully study the change in the heaven-defying bead. The power of the heaven-defying bead was far beyond his imagination. Just a gap in the door had allowed him to see the third step. If he opened it completely, Wang Lin's heart beat rapidly. He couldn't imagine what would happen. In addition, this dream caused his domain to improve. He wasn't far from the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, the end of the first step of cultivation. Xingong, who felt like Wang Lin's attitude was very normal. A powerful person should be like this, as he was the one who disturbed this senior's cultivation. This senior had been kind by not killing him. Thinking about the gaze from before, Xingong, who didn't doubt that this senior had spared him. Otherwise, he would have without a doubt died. His trembling mind and shock had transformed into fanaticism and reverence. After taking a deep breath, he said, "Senior, Junior is Xingong who, a member of the Shanggong family in the southern domain. I'm a level 2 messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple and a corporeal yang cultivator. I beg Senior to allow me to pledge to Senior." It wasn't that he wasn't able to see through Wang Lin's cultivation, but that terrifying gaze made him forget all of that. He even believed that this was a true powerful cultivator. If a powerful cultivator was hiding their cultivation level, they would make others believe that they were an ascendant cultivator. "Pledge." Wang Lin was startled and looked at Xingong who. Xingong who quickly said, "Junior's cultivation is insufficient, and I know I'm not qualified to pledge to Senior. However, Junior is extremely sincere, and moreover, I have a lot of families that are pledged to me, so Junior can help satisfy any of Senior's demands. Junior knows that such things are nothing in Senior's eyes, but I hope Senior will allow me to pledge to you given my sincerity." Wang Lin frowned. After pondering a bit, he shook his head. He couldn't use that spell again, and from one gaze, he could tell that this person was extremely prideful. If this person noticed something, it would cause unnecessary trouble. When Xingong, who saw Wang Lin shake his head, he immediately said, "Senior, Junior is extremely sincere, and will never regret this no matter how much time passes. As long as Senior is willing to give me a few pointers during my breakthrough, Junior is willing to give up a part of my Tao soul to pledge to Senior for 1,000 years. As he spoke, his hand formed a seal and then pointed at his forehead. A black light that contained his domain and Tao flew out of his head. In the all-heaven star system, a person who pledges can selectively surrender something. One's Tao soul was the most important thing that could be given. Once their Tao soul was controlled by someone else, although it wasn't the same as death, their Tao heart could be affected. The consequences had much longer-lasting significance. Giving his Tao soul showed Xingong whose sincerity. He was really frightened by Wang Lin's gaze. He had a vague feeling that if he gave up this chance today, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Xingong who trusted his feeling a lot. A lot of important decisions in his life were made due to his feelings, and right now this feeling was very strong, which strengthened his belief. Looking at Xingong who showing his Tao soul, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Although he didn't know what it was, he understood what it represented. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin slowly asked, "You won't regret it?" Xingong, who immediately responded respectfully, "Junior will definitely not regret it." Wang Lin no longer wasted any more time. He waved his hand and Xingong, whose Dao soul, flew over. He devoured it and it entered his origin soul. After putting away the Dao soul, Wang Lin calmly asked, "Why did you come here?" Xingong, who bitterly smiled. "The Thunder Celestial Realm is about to open, so Junior wanted to borrow this place to cultivate some origin energy." Wang Lin's expression was neutral while he felt Xingong, whose Dao soul. This person's domain was similar to Ling Tianho's, but there were differences. However, because Wang Lin didn't understand Xingong, whose life experiences, he wasn't able to get the full picture. "How long before the Thunder Celestial Realm opens?" Wang Lin spoke calmly and his eyes closed slightly. Xingong, who respectfully said, 10 more years before the Thunder Celestial Realm opens. Then one can use the Thunder Furnace to enter." Wang Lin pondered a bit. He was very interested in the Thunder Celestial Realm. When he entered the Rain Celestial Realm, he couldn't absorb any celestial jades. However, at this moment he could absorb a large amount. This trip to the Thunder Celestial Realm would allow his cultivation to reach its completion. The Celestial Realm is broken. What is the restriction to entering the Celestial Realm? Wang Lin's eyes were bright as he looked at Xingong, who was startled. After hesitating for a moment, he made some speculations based on Wang Lin's words. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he calmly said, "This old man is not someone from the all-heaven star system." The random thoughts in Xingong, whose mind disappeared. Almost at the moment Wang Lin spoke, he came to the same answer. In his mind, only this kind of origin fitted Wang Lin's status. "Senior, my all-heaven star system's Thunder Celestial Realm isn't too seriously damaged. The limitation on cultivation is late-stage ascendant. However, the Thunder Celestial Palace has a method for second-step cultivators to enter. The premise is that they don't use strength beyond early stage of Nirvana Scryer." Wang Lin nodded and then asked a few more details. This Thunder Celestial Realm was similar to the Rain Celestial Realm. After all, countless years ago, the Rain and Thunder Celestial Realms were both passages to the ancient Celestial Realm. After getting information, Wang Lin calmly looked at Xingong, who said, "Forget it. You can stay here and cultivate, but don't disturb this old man." Xingong, who quickly nodded. He had come here with the purpose to cultivate, but now he was seriously injured and his cultivation level had dropped. It would be difficult to find a better place within just 10 years. Also, just healing his injuries would take a lot of time. It was possible that he would only manage to recover when the Thunder Celestial Realm opened. After Wang Lin allowed him to stay, he immediately felt gratitude in his heart. In truth, he would not normally feel like this, but he had already subconsciously surrendered in his heart. He was completely awed by Wang Lin's gaze. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to Xingong. He turned around and walked toward the depths of the Thunder Lake. At the beginning, Xingong didn't notice, but soon he sighed. This was indeed someone with a higher cultivation level, and his thunder was not ordinary. With his cultivation, he could only go 50 steps deep and not half a step further. However, his gaze followed Wang Lin and saw Wang Lin walk 100 steps into the Thunder Lake before sitting down. Xingong took a deep breath and his eyes filled with reverence. Due to being injured, he was only able to take 10 steps before he couldn't proceed further. At this point, he quickly sat down and began cultivating the Thunder Origin spell. His Thunder Beast also carefully took a few steps in. Its large head would occasionally turn toward Wang Lin and its eye would fill with fear. It was a spirit beast, so its instincts made it fear Wang Lin's gaze even more. That gaze had made the Thunder Beast almost lose its mind. Felt like it was returning back to its origin. It had never felt something like this before. Even now it was still terrified of Wang Lin. Just as it was about to lie down, a roar came from far away. Wang Lin's Thunder Beast slowly walked over, and when it walked by Xingong's Thunder Beast, Wang Lin's Thunder Beast gave it a vicious gaze. Xingong's Thunder Beast backed up and no longer dared to approach. Its pride was completely shattered by Wang Lin's gaze. Otherwise, with how it was about to grow its horn, it wouldn't have yielded like this. The silver-horned thunder beast shook its head and cheerfully walked by. It walked 10 steps into the thunder lake and lied down to absorb the thunder. In the distance, the celestial guard was sitting on an asteroid. Its eyes were flashing and would occasionally look at Xingong. 100 steps was Wang Lin's limit, and this was only because he had seen the third step, which caused his soul to evolve. Looking at the thunder, he felt like he could vaguely see strange changes similar to when he used the heavenly chop. When he noticed this change, Wang Lin was able to take 100 steps before he couldn't move any further. He sat down and began absorbing thunder into his body. The Thunder Origin spell extracted the thunder and constantly refined the origin energy from it. As time passed, large amounts of thunder gathered from all directions and was absorbed into his body. As the Thunder Origin spell operated, it slowly drew out the origin energy from the thunder and nourished his origin soul. A very comfortable feeling slowly emerged from Wang Lin's body. When Wang Lin had reached Ascendant due to Zhou Yi's Ascendant Crystal, so Wang Lin had more origin energy than most cultivators. This meant that his path was very smooth, but the use of the heavenly chop and the battle with Thunder Daoist caused him to consume too much origin energy. As a result, he was at the edge of his cultivation level dropping. Origin energy was something that was very difficult to recover for first-step cultivators. If Wang Lin didn't have a Thunder Origin soul, he would have regretted it all his life. As the origin energy entered Wang Lin and nourished his origin soul slowly recovered. This process was very slow. Wang Lin's hand formed a seal and then started shaking. A large ripple of thunder immediately spread out and 10 times the amount of thunder instantly charged toward Wang Lin. Even he couldn't help but feel numbness. Wang Lin took a deep breath and immediately began refining. Wang Lin's action caused a series of explosions that awakened Xingong. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes. However, when he saw Wang Lin, his pupils suddenly shrank. He is worthy of being a senior. He dared to attract so much thunder into his body at 100 steps. If I was in that position, my flesh wouldn't be able to bear it, and even my origin soul would be damaged. Xingong's eyes lit up and were filled with excitement. It looks like I need to work harder. Xingong's eyes lit up and then he attracted more thunder into his body. His body trembled and immediately began to absorb it. Wang Lin activated the Thunder Origin spell and 10 times more thunder than before entered his body. Under the increased amount of thunder, the origin energy inside his origin soul gradually began to recover faster. However, it was still far from completely recovering. After all, only a sliver of origin energy could be extracted from every strand of thunder, and after being refined, even less was left for consumption. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye 2 years went by. In 2 years, Wang Lin remained almost motionless, but instead of 10 times the normal thunder, he was absorbing 20 times the normal thunder. He was like a humanoid piece of metal that was thrown into the thunder lake and attracted thunder like crazy. As for Xingong, he worked even harder during these 2 years, and his injuries gradually recovered. During these 2 years, Wang Lin had observed Xingong. This person also cultivated the Thunder Origin spell. However, Wang Lin was only able to absorb a trace from every strand of thunder, while Xingong was able to absorb 10 times more. As he observed and gradually discovered some clues, this had a lot to do with how much origin energy one had. The more origin energy one had, the more origin energy could be absorbed. It was this characteristic that made the disparity between each level in the second step so great. During these 2 years, Wang Lin engraved everything he saw about the third step into his heart and often comprehended them, so he had some harvest. On this day, he stood up and walked toward the center of the Thunder Lake. Snapping sounds filled the area after each step. The change attracted Xingong's attention. He opened his eyes and looked at Wang Lin. Not only had the excitement in his eyes not lessened, there were even glimmers of expectation. Wang Lin didn't pay any attention to Xingong and looked toward the center of the Thunder Lake. This Thunder Lake was too big. Although it had shrunk by half due to the heaven-defying bead, it was still shocking. At this moment, Wang Lin was only considered to be at the edge and was too far away from the center. The thunder in the Thunder Lake was naturally more powerful the closer it was to the center, which was the spot with the highest concentration of origin energy. It could even said that the origin energy inside 100 strands of thunder at the edge couldn't compare to the origin energy inside one strand of thunder at the center. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin raised his feet and stepped forward. His heart was calm and even contained a hint of caution. However, not far away, Xingong, who was extremely excited as he looked at Wang Lin and thought, "I'm finally able to see a spell from Senior. This is an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I must watch carefully and perhaps I'll gain some enlightenment." He was very excited, not any less than when he broke through the first step and entered the illusory stage. In fact, his excitement was several times more intense than that time. Aside from the fact that this place was suitable for healing his injuries, the other reason he wanted to cultivate it here was to follow Wang Lin. He hoped to obtain pointers from Wang Lin, or even see spells from a distance. He waited for 2 years and now he finally got the opportunity. Without any hesitation, Xingong, who dispersed the thunder around his body. He watched at Wang Lin's every move, ready to firmly remember everything he witnessed. Even the armored thunder beast raised its head and looked at Wang Lin in the distance. Its eyes were filled with awe, and there was even a glimmer of expectation. Only Wang Lin's silver-horned thunder beast rolled its eyes and didn't even look over. It sleepily lied there and absorbed the thunder. Only by going deeper to absorb thunder can I speed things up. If I stay on the edge, even though I'm absorbing 10 times the thunder and the effect looks the same, in reality there is a huge difference. Wang Lin silently pondered as he walked toward the center of the Thunder Lake. This step caused a ripple when it landed on the Thunder Lake. It attracted countless bolts of thunder. Wang Lin's mind was focused and his eyes gave off lightning. His origin soul was like his heart right now. Although it wasn't pounding, it pulsed thunder that filled his body. His body was made of thunder, so thunder filled his body without any resistance as this origin soul released more. The thunder moved through his body and created a series of explosions. This thunder echoed inside his body. Wang Lin moved forward and took another step. A thunderstorm immediately appeared inside the Thunder Lake, attracting large amounts of thunder. The thunderbolts fell and made it look like a real thunder prison that prevented all life from moving forward. There was a powerful might of thunder inside this thunder. Compared to this, the might of thunder inside Wang Lin's origin soul was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. This place is very strange. The strength of the thunder here is simply too amazing. Wang Lin's feet landed, causing a loud series of explosions that echoed across the Thunder Lake. He didn't stop and continued moving forward 10 steps. Every step he took triggered a loud explosion even more fierce than thunder. It was as if the entire world was trembling. In particular, Wang Lin's speed was very fast, so he took 10 steps almost instantaneously. The thunderous rumbling echoed across space. This shock set off a huge thunder shockwave. At this moment, it looked like the world was covered in lightning, and it was a very shocking scene. Wang Lin couldn't take one more step. His current location was still at the edge of the Thunder Lake, but his origin soul couldn't bear it anymore. It felt like if he took one more step, his origin soul would be injured. My origin soul has devoured half of an ancient thunder dragon, and my body is made of thunder. My entire being is almost no different from real thunder, but even so, I have to stop here. This thunder here is simply too powerful. Wang Lin felt reluctance in his heart and began to ponder. Not far away, Xingong frowned and his eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. The reverence in his eyes died down as he looked at Wang Lin and thought, "This isn't right. With Senior's cultivation, why did he stop there? Could it be?" His eyes lit up. Even the thunder beast beside him was watching closely, and the fear in its eyes dissipated slightly. The silver-horned thunder beast didn't move and continued to cultivate as if it already knew this result. As Wang Lin stood there longer, Xingong, whose disappointment became even stronger, and he let out a sigh. He wanted to see a powerful spell of the person he pledged to, but unfortunately he saw nothing. This strong contrast caused the powerful reverence he had for Wang Lin to die down a lot. His extinguished Tao heart was also slowly recovering. Although 100 steps is an uncrossable gap for me right now, once my cultivation breaks through to the Nirvana Scryer stage, I will definitely be able to achieve a mere 100 steps. However, as a senior, how could he only be this strong? Xingong, whose expression turned gloomy, and he began to observe carefully. Wang Lin looked at the Thunder Lake before him. At this moment, it was as if he had forgotten everything. Everything around him disappeared, and it was as if the Thunder Lake was the only thing remaining. Just like when he was outside the gate and looking into the gap, into the heaven-defying bead space. Just like back then, he even forgot about his own body and looked only at the endless Thunder Lake. After an unknown amount of time, after forgetting about time, forgetting everything, Wang Lin's body moved. He casually walked forward. This step was very casual, but it seemed to fall just at the right time. A bolt of thunder just happened to appear right under his feet. It looked as if he had stepped on that bolt of thunder. Xingong, whose originally diminishing reverence and gloomy expression, was startled. He seemed to have gained enlightenment but couldn't understand it. The armored thunder beast was also startled. The beast's eyes narrowed as it looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin had no expression. It remained neutral. His eyes were empty as he took another step. Just like last time, the moment his foot landed, there was a bolt of thunder for him to step on. Shortly after, Wang Lin took another step. From beginning to end, he was extremely casual, as if he wasn't walking toward the Thunder Lake but into his own backyard. With every step he took, there would be a bolt of thunder under his feet. Xingong, whose eyes opened fiercely. His eyes were filled with aghast and he sucked in a breath of cold air. The disappearing reverence showed signs of returning and the disappointment immediately disappeared. As he stared at Wang Lin, the aghast in his eyes became stronger and stronger. In his eyes, one time might be accidental. Even twice or three times it could still be considered accidental or lucky. However, a bolt of thunder would appear to support every step Wang Lin took. This was no longer something that words accident and luck could explain. In his eyes, this was something completely impossible. This was thoroughly beyond his imagination. At this moment, in his eyes, Wang Lin had become the master of all the thunder in the world. The strange behavior of the Thunder Lake was clearly welcoming Wang Lin. Welcoming, yes, it's welcoming him. The aghast in Xingong, whose eyes became even stronger and filled his body. At this moment, a sense of excitement raged through his body like a storm. He had waited for 2 years to see spells like this. The armored thunder beast beside him suddenly raised its head. The feeling of awe appeared once more inside this thunder beast. The thunder beast's comprehension for thunder was far above its master's. In its view, the Thunder Lake wasn't welcoming Wang Lin. It was that Wang Lin's every step was landing on a vein of the Thunder Lake. Not far away, the silver-horned thunder beast that never looked over and seemed to not want to even look at Wang Lin suddenly stood up. Its huge eyes were filled with never-before-seen horror as it stared directly at Wang Lin. In Wang Lin's eyes, what he saw was no longer the Thunder Lake but rays of light that would appear and disappear. Every time his foot landed, he would always land on the shining light. He seemed to have gained enlightenment in his heart, as if this was the most correct method. He took step after step and seemed to have forgotten everything. Xingong, whose body trembled, and he didn't dare to blink. He didn't want to miss even a moment of what was happening. He couldn't even believe everything that was happening before him. Wang Lin moved faster and faster until he only left an after-imagine. But that bolt of thunder would always appear under his feet every time. In the end, Wang Lin's body gave off a bright flash of thunder, and then a violent thunderstorm was set off around him. He was like a solitary boat that was calmly and firmly drifting among the raging waves of thunder. Too terrifying. This is real a thunder spell. This is real thunder. The reverence in Xingong, whose eyes increased once more and his heart started pounding as if it was going to burst out of his chest. His reverence was several times stronger than it was 2 years ago. His reverence for Wang Lin reached such a new height that it could be considered blind belief. The thunder beast beside him shook violently, and the awe it felt was even more intense. Its feeling for thunder was much more profound than Shinggonghu's. It thought that Wang Lin was the origin of thunder, and the awe from the depths of its soul made it completely surrender. At this moment, if Wang Lin asked it to attack Shinggonghu, it would comply without any hesitation. Wang Lin's silver-horned thunder beast was even more shocked. It felt disbelief as it stared at Wang Lin. Its body trembled from the memories in its inheritance. At this moment, Wang Lin stopped and the strange scene before him disappeared. This state came without a trace and disappeared without a trace. At the moment his body stopped, Wang Lin awakened. His eyes were filled with confusion, and it took him a long time to gradually recover. This caused his understanding of thunder to become more profound. He knew that everything he saw was related to the comprehension he had toward the third step. Although this didn't increase his offensive power, it was far more important than any celestial spell or treasure. It was like an ant that had seen the human world and saw the magnificent cities. After seeing those incredible scenes and returning back to its cave, the ant would notice the similarities between the two worlds. Wang Lin was currently feeling like this. When he woke up, he found himself in the inner part of the Thunder Lake. Although this was still far from the center, the distance could no longer be described in steps. The thunder around here was far more dense than the thunder at the edge. All of the thunder here contained large amounts of origin energy. Wang Lin sat down and absorbed one strand. This strand of thunder entered his body and immediately caused him to tremble as if a powerful force had just shocked him. His entire body felt numb and even his origin soul began to slow down as if it was in water. Shinggonghu withdrew his gaze. His reverence for Wang Lin had reached a peak. He had gained some enlightenment form before, so he was very excited. Just as he was about to sit down and cultivate on this enlightenment, he suddenly frowned. His eyes became cold and he looked at the distant asteroid field. Shortly after, a ray of purple light flew over. There was a wooden sword inside this light, and a person was standing on the wooden sword. "This place sure is lively," a mocking voice slowly arrived. This was a purple wooden sword that gave off a cold and fierce aura. The sword also gave off a purple glow and left behind a trail of purple. The purple light stopped outside the Thunder Lake. On the sword stood a man about 30 years old. His face was white without any facial hair and he was slightly handsome. However, his phoenix eyes revealed a strange, feminine feel. He was wearing a golden-purple robe that seemed to flow with an invisible wind. His gaze went past Shinggonghu and landed on Wang Lin. What the man saw caused his pupils to shrink an indiscernible amount and all of the pores on his body immediately opened. At the moment this person appeared, Shinggonghu's expression became gloomy. The thunder beast beside him stood and growled, its eyes filled with a hostile gaze. As for the silver-horned thunder beast, it withdrew its gaze from Wang Lin and glanced at the feminine man. Its eyes were filled with disdain as he lied there and began playing with the thunder around it. Those strands of thunder were extremely obedient under its control. They moved around its body like little hands scratching an itch. Not far away on an asteroid, the celestial guard just sat there and didn't even look over. If this person threatened its owner, it would immediately attack even if it had to sacrifice itself. This was due to the imprint left on its soul. However, if there were no threat to its master, then the person before him could slaughter 100,000 people and it wouldn't move an inch. Shinggonghu said, "Zhan Kong Lai." The feminine man carefully withdrew his gaze from Wang Lin because he was afraid of causing a misunderstanding. In his view, although this person's cultivation level was only at the late stage of ascendant, to be able to enter the inner ring of the Thunder Lake was simply too strange. Unless this person was hiding an unimaginably powerful treasure, he must have been hiding his real cultivation level. He also saw the silver-horned thunder beast at the edge of the Thunder Lake and the puppet. His suspicion deepened. He thought, he must have some hidden treasure. It's impossible for him to be concealing his cultivation level. Just why are there two thunder beasts here? Could this person also be a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple? After all, being inside the inner circle of the Thunder Lake was a terrifying prospect. Even with his peak corporeal yang cultivation, it was impossible for him to enter the inner circle. It's the Shingong family's Shingong Hu. I didn't recognize you before. Your cultivation level has dropped a lot. The feminine man focused his mind and looked at Shingong Hu. Shingong Hu coldly snorted in his head, but his expression remained the same. However, his eyes were a bit gloomy as he calmly said, "This place is not for you. Why haven't you left yet?" Although he was injured and his cultivation hadn't recovered, with Wang Lin here, he would still dare to speak like this even if the Lord of the Thunder Celestial Temple personally came. Zhang Konglai frowned and subconsciously looked at Wang Lin. He slowly said, "What big words? Does this place belong to your Shingong family? You won't allow outsiders to come just because you brought a junior here to cultivate." Shingong Hu sneered but didn't explain. He coldly said, "If you don't leave in 3 breaths, then you might as well not leave." He really disliked this talented man from the Zhan family. If it wasn't for the fact that their strengths were very close, the two would have already attacked each other. If this Zhan Konglai remained ungrateful and disturbed his senior's cultivation, he would attack even though his cultivation was damaged. As long as senior looked at Zhan Konglai with that gaze, it would be enough to cause Zhan Konglai to collapse. After all, this person wasn't a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Although killing him would be troublesome, as long as senior was here, it would be a small matter. Zhang Konglia's eyes narrowed and then he immediately retreated. He was a cautious person, and as he retreated, his eyes fell on Wang Lin, who was in the depths of the Thunder Lake. The suspicion in his heart became even stronger. Why does this Shingong Hu speak like this? His injuries can easily be seen through by any discerning eye. Could he be bluffing? If he isn't bluffing, then he must have a reason. Could it be this junior? Zhan Konglai thought about many things at once. 3 breaths have passed. Shingong Hu grinned and stood up. Thunder immediately filled his body and gave off popping sounds. He charged out and the thunder beast let out a roar as it followed closely behind. However, the difference was that as it stepped out, it subconsciously looked at Wang Lin. Its eyes were filled with awe and were without a trace of doubt. The thunder beast's gaze caused Zhan Konglia's mind to tremble. Although Shingong Hu was a scheming person, the thunder beast was very different. The information revealed by the thunder beast's eyes couldn't be thought about too deeply. The answer that its gaze revealed shook Zhan Konglia's mind. Due to his cautious personality, he immediately backed up without hesitation and shouted, "Shingong Hu, I'm a considerate person. If you and I battle here, it will inevitably disturb your junior's cultivation. If you want a battle, let us leave here and battle outside the asteroid field." There was an emphasis on the word junior. Shingong Hu's gaze became cold as he stepped outside the Thunder Lake and sneered. "Why go through so much trouble? Here will be fine." The more Shingong Hu was like this, the more doubt Zhan Konglai felt. He would rather retreat than attack. It was clear that Shingong Hu was trying to force him to attack. Thinking about the Thunder Beast's gaze, an absurd idea emerged in Zhan Konglia's mind. His eyes lit up, his hand formed a seal, and a ray of purple thunder appeared in his palm. The purple-wood sword under him released powerful sword energy. The two forces fused to form a powerful pressure. This powerful pressure contained origin energy. It was only the first spell, but he was already using origin spell. It was clear that Zhan Konglai was extremely cautious of this battle. The battle was an instant away from starting. Shingong Hu took a step and his hand pointed at the sky, as if he was about to summon divine retribution lightning. The thunder beast beside him roared and gathered countless thunderbolts toward its body. The two of them were creating a very shocking scene. However, just at this instant, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes and calmly said, "Shingong Hu, I will not help you in this battle. Let it be your test for pledging under me. If you lose, then I'll return your Dao soul back to you." Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but he was secretly distressed. He didn't stand a chance against Shingong Hu nor this Zhan Konglai. Once Shingong Hu failed, he would be in a bad situation. He originally wanted to find a quiet place to cultivate, but he seemed unable to achieve this. After this troublesome Zhan Konglai had appeared, Wang Lin quickly thought about this and spoke those words. Shengong, whose body trembled and the battle intent in his eyes reached a limit. He stared at Zhang Kongling but respectfully replied Wang Lin. Lord can rest assured. Shengong who will not be defeated. Shengong who took a deep breath as he touched his bag of holding and took out a bottle of pills. Zhang Konglia's expression changed greatly. The moment Wang Lin said those words, he saw the hidden reverence inside Shengong whose eyes. When he saw that kind of demeanor, he thought that his eyes had gone bad. Also, that thunder beast's body trembled when that person spoke. It seemed as if it was terrified. In particular, the person talked about pledging. This information caused Zhang Konglia's mind to shake greatly. If these only made him doubt, then Shengong whose response shocked Zhang Konglai. It was enough to make every hair in his body stand up. Lord! This word was not something easily spoken in the All-Heaven star system. This was especially true for second-step cultivators like them. Only after pledging themselves to a powerful existence would someone call the other Lord. Zhang Konglai didn't suspect Shengong who was faking, because none of this was worth it. Shengong who was extremely arrogant and was the kind of person that would rather die than humiliate himself. Moreover, even if the two of them battled, it would be extremely difficult for either to die. At most they'd be seriously injured. Even Zhang Konglai himself wouldn't casually call someone Lord, just to avoid a battle that wouldn't even decide his life and death. After combining this with his previous speculations, that absurd idea came into his mind once more. His eyes were filled with terror as if he still couldn't believe it. Could it be? Could it be that this person didn't rely on a magical treasure to enter the inner part of the Thunder Lake but has concealed his cultivation? If it isn't so, how could he make the arrogant Shengong who pledge and call him Lord? Zhang Konglai sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly retreated once more. His mind quickly changed and he immediately said, Brother Shengong shouldn't be impulsive. Shengong whose eyes became cold and he crushed the pill bottle in his hand. There was only one red pill inside and he swallowed it. His aura became violent and tyrannical immediately after doing so. Zhang Konglai, battle with me. With a roar, Shengong whose right hand pointed at the sky. The origin energy inside his body rushed out and in an instant a dragon-like bolt of thunder descended from the void. This move affected the Thunder Lake. Countless strands of thunder gathered toward Shengong who. When Wang Lin saw Shengong whose origin spell, his eyes revealed a strange light. This spell was very strong. It involved using one's own origin energy to call out heavenly thunder. This wasn't any weaker than the origin furnace spell. Although it wasn't as grand as the origin furnace spell, it was even more powerful. Zhang Konglia's expression changed and he retreated once more. At the same time, his foot moved and the wooden sword flew up. He pointed at the wooden sword and it shot out. The wooden sword was covered in a purple light and carried with it a violent rumble. Shengong whose eyes were filled with battle intent. He wanted to display all his strength in this battle because Senior was watching. Shengong who let out a roar. His hand trembled slightly as he was injured. Although he had slightly recovered and had the help of the Thunder Celestial Temple's pill to suppress the injuries, allowing him to reach his peak for a moment, it still wasn't enough to use this spell. He clenched his teeth and his right hand suddenly fell. The divine tributuation lightning that appeared suddenly descended with unimaginable might. Zhang Konglia's expression turned gloomy. His hand rapidly formed seals and he spat out a mouthful of his body's vitality, which landed on the wooden sword. The wooden sword let out a roar before emitting a powerful sword energy and shooting directly at the divine tributuation lightning. When the two collided, a shocking bang spread across the area. The lightning collapsed and the wooden sword retreated. The remaining origin energy reached a limit and a large amount of asteroids collapsed. Zhang Konglia's body trembled and he retreated a few steps. His expression was pale as he gloomily stared at Shengong who. He was angered, and now his eyes were filled with battle intent as well. Shengong who also retreated until he backed up into the Thunder Lake. Blood was coming out from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Zhang Konglai and smiled. I find your feminine face displeasing to the eye. I didn't expect you to actually have some skill. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had observed the battle just now very carefully and had gained some enlightenment. He wouldn't be able to withstand a hit from either of these two corporeal yang origin spells. However, he saw some problems. Shingong, whose origin spell seemed imperfect. The power of that divine retribution lightning should have been stronger. Wang Lin had, after all, seen the world of the third step, and before he had stepped into the inner ring, he had vaguely seen the law of thunder. So it wasn't a surprise for him to see problems in Shingong, whose spell. This kind of phenomenon sometimes occurred in the mortal world's martial arts world. Someone who knew no martial arts but had read countless secret techniques and manuals would often be able to point out problems when they saw a move as the spectator. Although that person could see through the technique and gave out pointers, that person wasn't able to use it personally. Wang Lin was currently in this state. His eyes lit up and he said, "Shingong Hu, your origin spell contained the power of thunder, but not the soul of thunder. Although your Tao heart fused with it, it isn't enough. Your faith lacks the power of thunder." Shingong Hu was startled. This wasn't the first time he had heard those words. The Lord of the Thunder Celestial Temple and his family elders had also said this. However, hearing it from Wang Lin made him nervous, and he respectfully said, "Please give me guidance, my lord." Not only Shingong Hu, but the distant Zhan Konglai was also startled. He became more and more inclined to that absurd speculation he had. He had the same problem Shingong Hu did. The Zhan family elder had also said this, and it was something they had to comprehend on their own. This was something not even the elders really understood and were still discovering, so how could they teach their juniors if they didn't know what was right or wrong? If they were right, it would be fine, but what if they were wrong? After all, no one knew if their path was right or wrong compared to the true path. This was because one knew the path to the third step. However, Wang Lin was different. He had seen the third step, so he knew the direction of progression. Others were afraid to say anything because even if they did, they weren't sure if it was correct. However, Wang Lin was different. He knew that what he had said was definitely correct. The current scene was extremely bizarre. Both Shingong Hu and Zhan Konglai were both having a fierce battle filled with monstrous battle intent. But at the next instant, both of them had given up battling. Instead, they were focused on Wang Lin. Their gazes were different. Shingong Hu's was filled with blind reverence, while Zhan Konglai's was filled with doubt. Wang Lin didn't continue to speak. This kind of thing was not something that could be clearly explained. While confused, if one understood, they would understand. Otherwise, they needed an opportunity, or else they would never understand. While pondering, Wang Lin raised his right hand and casually pinched the air. A strand of thunder landed in his palm. In the eyes of Shingong Hu and Zhan Konglai, the power wasn't strong. However, what happened next caused both of them to gasp. Wang Lin's eyes released a strange light as he stared at the strand of thunder and waved his right hand. The strand of thunder disappeared, and what was left was a flickering light. It wasn't able to last very long and collapsed after a moment. Wang Lin closed his eyes to conceal the exhaustion within them. If it wasn't for the fact that the current situation was too dangerous, he wouldn't have bothered to put up this act. As Wang Lin closed his eyes, he slowly said, "Do you understand? Origin. Return to the origin." Shingong Hu's eyes shined brightly and his body trembled from excitement. He gave Wang Lin a deep bow without any hesitation. His reverence for Wang Lin increased almost to the point of worship. He was suddenly enlightened as if a layer of paper was torn through. At this moment, Shingong Hu was enlightened. He suddenly turned toward Zhan Konglai with glowing eyes and said, "Let us fight again." At this moment, Zhan Konglai's scalp was numb and his speculation of Wang Lin had reached a peak. He no longer doubted the absurd idea in his mind. He took a few steps back and then bowed toward Wang Lin and respectfully said, "This junior is Zhan Konglai. I didn't know senior was cultivating here. I offended you earlier, and I hope senior can forgive me. Junior will leave right away." He looked enviously at Shengao Hu. He had already understood why someone as arrogant as Shingong Hu would pledge to another. Zhan Konglai's voice contained a sour tone as he clasped his hands and said, "Congratulations, brother Shingong. Xingong, who didn't speak and coldly looked at Zhang Konglai. Zhang Konglai didn't mind and laughed. Brother Xingong, I have already received a summon book from the Thunder Celestial Temple. In the future, both you and I will be messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple. He once again bowed toward Wang Lin before turning around and leaving. Xingong, who didn't stop him, but his eyes turned frosty. Wang Lin calmly asked, "What is a summon book?" Xingong, who quickly turned around and respectfully said, "The summon book is a communication token from the Thunder Celestial Temple. Any candidate for becoming a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple will receive a summon book. 3 months before the Thunder Celestial Realm opens, the Thunder Celestial Hall will reorganize their messengers. If there are any messengers missing, the candidates will compete with each other for the position. With Zhang Konglia's cultivation, if there are no accidents, I fear he will win this time." Wang Lin nodded slightly. He no longer spoke and continued to absorb thunder and converting it into origin energy. Xingong, whose eyes revealed excitement. He had gained some enlightenment earlier, and now he immediately sat down in the Thunder Lake to cultivate. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 8 years went by. Adding the 2 years from before, 10 years passed by in a flash. The origin energy inside Wang Lin gradually stabilized as he absorbed origin energy using the Thunder Origin spell. His origin soul was now full and couldn't absorb anymore. Wang Lin knew that it was because his cultivation level wasn't high enough. Only after entering the second step could he continue to absorb origin energy. Right now the most important thing was to break through his own cultivation. He stood up and looked at the thunder around him. The 10 years of contact made him understand thunder even better. It was as if he could see the origin of thunder, even though it was a bit blurry. His body moved and Wang Lin left the inner part of the Thunder Lake. He made his way toward the edge. Xingong, who was sent away by Wang Lin 3 years ago. Although this person revered him, Wang Lin didn't feel comfortable. Before Xingong, who left, he left a message jade. The silver-horned thunder beast came over. Wang Lin sat on the thunder beast and the it turned into a ray of thunder as it flew away from this place. The celestial guard once more returned to Wang Lin's shadow. Due to absorbing thunder in the Thunder Lake for 10 years, the speed of the thunder beast had increased. It rushed out of the asteroid field and disappeared among the stars. Wang Lin already knew the changes the heaven-defying bead had gone through. Not only were the 3 souls inside not affected, they looked even brighter than before. I must go to the Thunder Celestial Realm that is opening in 20 years. However, right now I need to find a hidden place to increase my cultivation level. Also, due to the change in the heaven-defying bead, it no longer needs the power of the 5 elements. So what does it need now? Wang Lin began to ponder on the back of the thunder beast. The heaven-defying bead was split between yin and yang. The two weren't fused, which confused Wang Lin. Sun and moon, yin and yang. As Wang Lin pondered, the thunder beast flew through the star-filled space. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and a jade appeared in his hand. This was something Xingong who had left. It was a detailed star map of the southern domain of the All-Heaven star system. There were detailed introductions inside, so Wang Lin wouldn't get lost as long as he had this. The place before him was considered the wilderness of the southern domain. Most of the planets here were deserted without anything special about them. Powerful cultivators seldomly came here. However, there were mortals living on these planets along with some low-rank cultivation families. In 20 years of time, I need to prepare for the trip to the Thunder Celestial Realm. Also, some of my spells need some adjustments. Many of my spells don't conform with the third step I saw. If I continue using them, the path I walk will be wrong. In particular, the resentful spirits needed for my underworld river need to be quickly collected. Also, it is about time I have my own cultivation planet in the All-Heaven star system. As Wang Lin pondered, his eyes lit up. Before him was a wasted planet. It was filled with vitality, so it meant that there were a lot of mortals living there. The reason he chose this place was because it was very similar to planet Suzaku. He was somewhat homesick. Wang Lin jumped off the thunder beast. After he did so, It let out a pitiful cry and helplessly turned into the war chariot before entering Wang Lin's bag. Just as he was about to charge toward the planet, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. Inside his bag, a powerful fluctuation came from inside the celestial sword. This fluctuation contained a powerful aura and ancient sword intent. Damn sword intent, your grandpa Su had finally conquered you. Henceforth I'm the true sword spirit. I'm very badass. Very badass. Wang Lin's expression was strange as he looked down at his bag of holding. The bag also exuded a powerful sword intent along with an arrogant aura that was about to charge out. Little Lin Z, you still not letting your Lord Su out. Humph. Humph. Let me tell you I'm badass now. Su Ligua's overbearing voice came from the bag. The bag of holding trembled violently, as if a force from ancient time was about to charge out. Just at the moment when this force reached a peak, Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he viciously hit the bag of holding. Su Ligua's overbearing voice immediately weakened. Even the dense sword intent was suppressed and was unable to spread out. Oh, little Lin Z, you still don't understand the situation. This lord don't blame you. This lord it not the little Su Ligua I was before. This lord had inherited the ancient sword intent. Before he finished speaking, Wang Lin's hand formed a seal and pointed at the bag. This time Su Ligua's voice suddenly stopped. Wang Lin frowned and calmly said, "Noisy." His body charged directly toward the wasted planet before him. From far away, this planet was covered in blue. It seemed oceans occupied most of its surface. The vitality coming from it was very strong. Clearly there were a lot of mortals living there. Wang Lin's speed was very fast. He was like a meteor as he charged toward the planet. Because he was moving too fast, an elliptical light cone appeared around him. He pierced through space as he rushed into the planet. The atmosphere of this planet was thin and Wang Lin charged directly through it. When he arrived in the sky above the planet and looked down, he revealed a trace of confusion. This place was far too similar to planet Suzaku. It wasn't a similarity in appearance but the feeling and the aura. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and scanned the planet. There were cultivators here, but the most powerful cultivator was only at the nascent soul stage. There wasn't even a single soul formation cultivator. He pondered for a bit. He decided to not look for a secret place but chose the highest mountain on the planet. Once he located the mountain, he flew there directly. Fengyun Peak was the highest peak on planet Qingling. Although the spiritual energy here was thin, it had a spectacular view. One could easily see the end of the world from the peak. It was also covered in mist, making it look like a celestial mountain. There were many cultivation families on planet Qingling. Their numbers were on par with the amount of mortal nations on this densely populated planet. Almost every mortal country had at least one or two cultivation families. This strange phenomenon had to do with the fact that this planet didn't have enough spiritual energy and had no soul formation cultivators. This Hengyun Peak belonged to the Zhang family, who had the most nascent soul cultivators. Normally, the nascent soul cultivators in the Zhang family, whose lifespans were almost up, would come here and enter closed-door cultivation to attempt to comprehend the heavens. Over time, the originally beautiful peak became bare for some unknown reason. Even the wind that came from the mountain became cold. On this day, the Zhang family member that had been stuck at the nascent soul stage the longest, the family head Zhang Xinhai, walked out from the mountain with a body filled with death aura. Every cultivator whose life was about to end would go through this cycle. They would sit at the top of the Hengyun Peak and stare at the sky as their life slowly ran out. He could feel that his body was slowly weakening. His steps were slow and difficult as he walked toward the peak. At the top of the Hengyun Peak there was a large stone platform. Just as Zhang Xinhai reached the peak, his eyes immediately narrowed. He looked at the person on the platform with his muddy gaze. This was a youth wearing white and his black hair flowed in the wind. His clothes were also being blown by the wind and were making flapping sounds. In Zhang Xinhai's eyes, it was as if this person doesn't exist. He couldn't detect anyone there with his divine sense, yet he could clearly see the person with his eyes. This strong contrast made it so that he couldn't help but take a few steps back. There was a trace of shock in his calm expression. The black-haired youth didn't turn around. He looked at the sunset over the horizon and calmly said, "This place is not bad." This simple sentence had no power within it, but when it landed in Zhang Xinhai's ears, it suddenly filled his frail body with vigor. It also suppressed his identity as the powerful head of the Zhang family. He subconsciously lowered his head and his eyes filled up with terror. This was the effect of an aura. This was something he knew about. When he met even mortal emperors, they would lower their heads due to his own aura. At this moment, this was happening to him. The only explanation was that he was like a mortal to this youth. Unfortunately, such a mountain was used by you guys as a graveyard. The black-haired youth shook his head and waved his right hand. The mountain immediately trembled and the death aura that had gathered here for countless years immediately vanished without a trace. The entire mountain seemed to gain new life, like when someone who had a long-term illness suddenly recovered. The mountain recovered immediately and seemed to be filled with life. Zhang Xinhai was startled as he stared at the scene before him and only recovered after a while. His face was filled with excitement. Without any hesitation, he knelt on the ground and respectfully said, "Junior Zhang Xianhai greets Senior. If Senior likes this Hongyun Peak, then Junior will immediately gift it to you." Hongyun Peak. This black-haired youth was Wang Lin. He turned around, looked at Zhang Xinhai, and slowly said, "Your lifespan is almost at its end. It would be difficult to change that even with my power." Zhang Xinhai let out a bitter smile and respectfully said, "Senior misunderstood me. Junior understands the will of heavens and does not seek help. To be able to meet a powerful cultivator like Senior before dying leaves Junior with no regrets. Not to mention this mountain, I'll even gift Senior this planet, Qingling, if Senior wants it." Wang Lin turned around and his right hand sent a ray of spiritual energy to the spot between Zhang Xinhai's brows. He gently said, "I can't change your life, but burning your own spiritual energy to extend your life by 10 years is something I can do." When he sent out that ray of spiritual energy, Wang Lin let out a sigh. This spell was something he could just barely use after seeing the third step. If he knew about this before, then Li Muin wouldn't be taking shelter inside the heaven-defying bead. When the spell landed between Zhang Xinhai's eyebrows, his body trembled and he immediately felt vitality coming from the spiritual energy in his body. His face became red as he took a deep breath. He looked at Wang Lin and respectfully said, "Thank you, Senior. If Senior has any commands, Junior will do his best to carry them out." Someone who had become the Zhang family's head was not stupid. No one in this world would do this for nothing. When he heard Wang Lin say that this mountain was good, he immediately gifted the mountain without any hesitation. For someone with Wang Lin's kind of cultivation to say that, it was already very merciful. Those that had bad tempers would just occupy it directly. If they became unhappy, it would be too easy for them to slaughter a few small cultivation families like theirs. Zhang Xinhai guessed that this person was not from planet Qingling and must have come from outside. To be able to step into space meant that this person was at least at the soul transformation stage or above. Wang Lin calmly looked at Zhang Xinhai and calmly said, "I'll give you 10 years of time to collect as much resentment from the mortal world as possible. The more the better. If I'm pleased with your result, then as long as this planet has me, your Zhang family will never be extinguished. Go now." Wang Lin waved his big sleeves. Zhang Xinhai only felt a gust of wind. Before him was only thick fog and wind filled his ears. When he regained his vision, he was already at the foot of the mountain. The scene from before felt like a dream to him. He touched the spot between his eyebrows, felt the dense vitality in his body, and took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with excitement as he bowed toward the mountain and quickly left. "I must do my best to complete Senior's request." Zhang Xinhai turned into a ray of light as he charged toward the Zhang family's home. After sending away Zhang Xinhai, Wang Lin pondered a bit before taking out the 1 billion soul flag. He gently stabbed the 30-foot-tall flag into the mountain. The flag was opened by the wind and the soul fragments flew out, surrounding the entire peak. The 3 primary souls came out and surrounded the area. The entire mountain was immediately covered by a dense, black fog. Wang Lin waved his right hand backwards and a powerful force shot out toward the mountain. There were sounds of explosions as a large cave appeared in the mountain. The door to the cave was at the top of the mountain, surrounded by rocks. It looked very majestic. Wang Lin's right finger pointed out and a celestial spell shot out and imprinted on the door. The presence of the celestial spell created a powerful pressure. After doing all of this, Wang Lin sat down and his divine sense spread across planet Qingling once more. This time he wasn't searching, he was sending out a message. From today onward, this is my cultivation planet. The area 5,000 kilometers around Hongyun Peak is a forbidden zone. Any trespasser will not be shown mercy. Wang Lin's divine sense was like thunder as it echoed across the planet. His voice entered the ears of every cultivator, causing their expressions to change greatly. However, not a single one of them dared to resist. A spell that could spread across the entire planet shocked their hearts and also made them feel like it was something inconceivable. From this day onward, planet Qingling had an owner, and that owner was Wang Lin. Wang Lin was the peak existence on planet Qingling. He was just like the blood ancestor who had the right to control life and death on the blood planet. And also like the All-Seer's supreme identity on planet Tianyun. 5 years passed by in a flash. All of the cultivators on planet Qingling, no matter what cultivation level, were busy during these 5 years. Zhang Xinhai considered for a long time and decided to not conceal Wang Lin's request. He spread Wang Lin's request so every cultivation family knew of it. However, the Zhang family gained the identity of Wang Lin's messengers. During these 5 years of time, these cultivators traveled among the mortals and constantly collected their resentment. This aura existed on almost every mortal, the only difference was the amount. There were simply too many mortals on planet Qingling. In 5 years of time, less than 40% was collected. Seeing that half the time had passed, Zhang Xinhai became anxious. However, right now was already the fastest they could go. Even he himself had gone out to collect from the mortal world. Everyone in the family that had at least reached the 5th layer of qi condensation were sent out. During these 5 years of time, Wang Lin sat on top of the mountain refining his treasures. What he refined was the mountain and river screen inside his origin soul. It was seriously damaged. Inside Wang Lin's origin soul, thunder was fused into it to help repair it. In addition, there was the celestial mountain. Due to the crack, soul extraction had become unstable. Wang Lin used his origin soul's energy to slowly refine and repair it. As for the crown fused with red butterfly's blue rose, Wang Lin had studied it for a long time but was unable to see through it. These 3 treasures were things he had just obtained. While refining them, Wang Lin took some time and combined them with what he saw from the path to the 3rd step. He took out some ordinary magical treasures from his bag. One was the Soul Lasher. This whip had followed Wang Lin for a long time, and its power had obvious advantages and disadvantages. Before, Wang Lin didn't see it as important, but right now he cared about it a lot. Wang Lin looked at the Soul Lasher in his hand and muttered, "Out of all my treasures, in terms of intelligence, it can't compare to the Celestial Sword or the Half-Moon Blade. In terms of defense, it can't compare to the 1 billion soul flag or the mountain and river screen. In terms of abilities, it can't compare to the Celestial Mountain or the God-slaying war chariot. But this is the only treasure that contains the aura of the 3rd step I saw. This thing is indeed very strange." This whip looked very normal, but the heavenly ghost almost lost its wit when it saw this whip. It was as if it recognized it. Extracting origin souls is in line with the source of Tao. It can also be considered karma, with the body being karmic cause and origin soul being karmic effect. This is a treasure that was refined on the latter part of the karma Tao. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he pondered. His domain had gradually transformed from the life and death domain to the karma domain. This domain was simply too large. Wang Lin had only touched the tip of the iceberg, but he could already feel how majestic it was. My current comprehension of the karma domain isn't enough to create something real, like the underworld river. However, after seeing the path to the 3rd step, I gained some understanding. As Wang Lin's right hand rubbed the Soul Lasher, his eyes shined brighter and brighter. He thought of a way to use the power of materialized karma domain before he could actually make it materialize. This was to make sure that he was adequately prepared for this trip to the Thunder Celestial Realm. Using the Soul Lasher to help condense the karma domain should work. As Wang Lin pondered, he made a decision. If it was someone else, they would be afraid and would hesitate for a long time and would ultimately be unable to make a decision. This was because they didn't know if this choice was correct or whether it would interfere with comprehending their existence. However, Wang Lin was different as he had clearly seen the path ahead. He knew that at most this would affect his domain a bit, but it wouldn't be anything big. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he picked up the Soul Lasher. I'll make you the implementation of my domain. Wang Lin's eyes released a strange light and he placed the whip in his lap. He then closed his eyes and began to carefully refine it. His mind had to be connected to the treasure so that the domain could slowly enter it. Time often passed without leaving a trace. Spring passed and autumn came. In a flash, another 3 years went by. Wang Lin had lived on this planet Qingling for 8 years. During these 8 years, he had never left the mountain. In fact, aside from Zhang Xinhai, no other cultivator on the planet had seen him. However, the owner of planet Qingling, the ancestor of planet Qingling, began to weigh heavier and heavier in the cultivators' hearts. In particular, that thick, black fog surrounding the mountain had caused many cultivators' hearts to turn cold. However, there were some cultivators who had cultivated stupidity. They would charge in to provoke might of this so-called master of planet Qingling. All of them were immediately devoured by the black fog as soon as they rushed in. The only thing that remained were the mournful screams that echoed across the world, as if they were warning the cultivators to not enter. As for mortals, they weren't so troublesome. When they saw the black fog, they knew that it was filled with danger, so none of them entered this place. If they entered because they were lost, Wang Lin wouldn't commit pointless murder. The soul flag contained Wang Lin's will. These mortals would go into a coma and would be sent to the edge of the region. During these 3 years, Wang Lin focused on refining his treasures. The only noisy thing was Su Ligua. He had somehow broken the seal that Wang Lin placed on the bag of holding. Although he still wasn't able to come out, he always clamored non-stop. On this day, the Soul Lasher in Wang Lin's lap had some karma domain infused into it. This made it easier to control than with divine sense. At the same time, with the fusion of the latter part of the karma domain, the Soul Lasher was even more powerful. However, at this moment, the strange voice appeared once more. Little Lin, do you dare to let out your grandpa Su? I'm powerful now, so you don't dare to release me anymore. Rest assured, this old man will not act against you. I have thought about it, and from now on you will follow me. Our identities will change and I'll be the master. Su Ligua's arrogant voice was extremely overbearing. Wang Ling frowned. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that he was short on time to deal with Su Ligua, he would have already taught Su Ligua a lesson. Not only did Su Ligua not understand this, he had grown even more presumptuous. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He slapped his bag of holding and coldly said, "Get out here." "Oh? You dare to talk like that to your grandpa Su?" "Little Lin, you don't seem to understand the situation. I'm no longer the old Su Ligua." Su Ligua's voice came out and a black mist came out with him. This black mist was filled with sword energy and immediately charged out. In mid-air, the mist formed Su Ligua's appearance. Just as he appeared, he immediately laughed loudly and roared, "Even I, Su Ligua, will have my day. The heavens aren't blind. I'll finally be able to raise my head up high." Wang Lin coldly looked at Su Ligua and didn't speak. Su Ligua finished speaking and looked at Wang Lin, revealing a fierce gaze. At this moment, he returned to his arrogant appearance. His whole body shrank and suddenly formed a large sword in mid-air. This sword looked exactly like the celestial sword. As it charged, a powerful sword energy shot out. This sword energy also contained an ancient sword intent. It was extremely shocking. He charged straight at Wang Lin as if he could break through the void and closed in an instant. Wang Lin's eyes were still cold. When Su Ligua closed in, Wang Lin didn't move, but the Soul Lasher on his lap moved and flew into the air. A mysterious aura spread out and immediately surrounded a 1,000-foot area. This aura contained an unimaginable force that made it seem as if this 1,000-foot area was separated from the outside and was filled with a majesty powerful enough to make someone collapse. Su Ligua felt it most clearly. He exclaimed, and the big sword he formed became unstable. However, the big sword suddenly released even more sword energy. He was obviously going to resist by force. At this moment, Wang Lin's voice slowly echoed. It is difficult for the things in this world to escape karma. There is no place without karmic cause, and karmic effect is everywhere. The soul lasher flickered and created an explosion as if it had opened the doors of fate. The soul lasher connected end to end, forming a circle. Su Ligua's large sword involuntarily fell into the circle and quickly disintegrated. Karmic effect is the source of all karmic cause. Wang Lin's voice sounded again. The disintegration of the large sword happened in almost an instant, and it reverted back into the black fog. Su Ligua's face appeared in the black fog. His face was filled with terror and his eyes were filled with fear. Master, I was wrong. Little Su was wrong. Really wrong this time. Spare me once. Please spare me this time. Su Ligua immediately began to plead. His voice was extremely miserable. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he looked at Su Ligua. Su Ligua's black mist was rapidly disintegrating inside the circle as Wang Lin calmly said, "You obtained the ancient sword intent because of me, so the fruit of that also belongs to me." Su Ligua was shocked to find that the black fog that formed his body started dissipating even faster. A sense of crisis immediately emerged from him, causing him to lose his wit. He immediately begged, "Master, I know I was wrong, and I will never dare to rebel again. Besides, it was you who turned me into a devil. If you hadn't, I wouldn't be here today. Isn't that right, Master? Isn't that karma?" Su Ligua was very anxious as he spoke. He could feel that he was about to completely disintegrate. The regret in his heart had already filled his body. "I should have never provoked this fiend. Over these countless years, I have never succeeded once. Su Ligua, how could your memory be this bad? This old Wang devil is more of a devil than me." Su Ligua wished he could give himself a slap. Wang Lin revealed a faint smile and said, "That is your karma, not mine." The circle formed by the soul lasher loosened. It then turned into a ray of light and disappeared. After the domain fused with it, it no longer had a physical form. It became like one's domain, something that couldn't be seen but could still be felt. Su Ligua, who almost collapsed, immediately backed up a few steps. The terror in his eyes was still very strong. He had lost all the arrogance from before and his face was filled with flattery. He quickly said, "Master's spell is indeed fierce. In fact, little Su only did this in order to let Master get more practice. In fact, little Zu's loyalty to Master is sky-high without a thought of rebellion." Wang Lin looked at Su Ligua and calmly said, "Since you can come out, there is no need to go back into the bag of holding. You can stay within 5,000 kilometers of this mountain. Go comprehend your ancient sword intent." Su Ligua was startled. He didn't expect this old field to be this easygoing. His eyes turned and quickly said, "Master, Su Ligua is reluctant to leave you. I only feel steadfast when I'm near you." As he spoke, he carefully looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained the same and he nodded. "Since that is the case, then stay here." Su Ligua revealed a smile, but his heart felt bitter. Would this fiend really let me roam freely within 5,000 kilometers? This isn't right. This doesn't match this fiend's personality. There must be some trick. Humph, it is lucky that I, Shi Ligua, am smart, or else I might have suffered more. Su Ligua felt very proud as he thought about this. He quickly took form and sat down. After a while, he was a bit disturbed. He would occasionally look at Wang Lin to try to find some clues. Wang Lin stopped paying attention to Su Ligua and slapped his bag of holding. The mosquito and the thunder toad immediately appeared. The mosquito lied comfortably on the thunder toad's back. After it appeared, it let out a cry toward Wang Lin, but it remained laying on the thunder toad's back as if it wasn't willing to leave no matter what. After they appeared, the other mosquito beasts followed them. Although they were still considered to be in their larvae state and not grown up yet, they all still appeared very ferocious. As for the thunder toad, it seemed to be used to the despicable mosquito beast on its back. After it appeared, its belly expanded and it found a location on the side and seemed to have gone to sleep. Shortly after, the god-slaying war chariot appeared and turned into the thunder beast. As soon as it appeared, it saw the thunder toad and began to roar. Thunder toad's originally lazy appearance suddenly disappeared. Its eyes were wide open and it stared at the thunder beast with its belly expanding. The mosquito beast was also full of spirit as it looked at the thunder beast with interest. Su Ligua was on the side, and his eyes opened wide. He carefully looked at the thunder beast and thought, "Master is really master. It hasn't been long. But now there is another dumb beast. Fight, it's best if you all fight. Then you will all know that I have been with Master the longest. However, I have to say that Master really does have luck with beasts. I, old Su, am very humble and only have luck with beauties." Su Ligua's expression entered a trance as he thought about the little beauty in the demon spirit land. Alas, since ancient times, sentiments lead to regret. This is a truth that old fiend Wang can't understand. Su Ligua felt quiet regretful. He looked at the thunder beast, thunder toad, and mosquitoes before looking at Wang Lin. He felt a sense of loneliness and pride. The refining of treasures continued, but at this time this was not the focus as time was limited. Wang Lin decided to use what he saw of the third step and adjust his spells. He began to ponder. Among the spells he controlled, the most powerful spell he could use was the Heavenly Chop. However, before he broken through the first step of cultivation and enter the illusory stage, it would consume his precious origin energy. After that was the stop spell. This spell wasn't any weaker than the Heavenly Chop. If used at the right moment, it would play a decisive role. Aside from those three spells, there were the Finger of Death, Demonic Finger, and Underworld Finger. There were also the three abilities of the Underworld River. Tao forms Underworld River, Formation of River Soul, and Power of the Underworld River. What he needed to adjust were the three fingers. If he continued to use them, then it would harm him greatly on his path toward the third step. These three spells were not complete and would cause his body harm. As for why they would be harmful to his path to the third step, Wang Lin didn't know, but he had a feeling. As he pondered, he flicked his finger and used all three spells to gain some insight. The spells came out one after another. He gradually increased the speed of the spells and kept casting them one after the other. Wang Lin frowned as he used the vague feeling in his mind to look for clues and gradually improve the spells. This process was extremely tiresome, so it didn't take long before he felt tired. After resting for a short while, Wang Lin began once more. The wheel of time moved once more and 2 more years passed. During these 2 years, Wang Lin spent most of his time focusing on refining the spells. However, in the end he wasn't able to achieve satisfactory results. Wang Lin understood that he was too impatient. However, he didn't give up and did his best to slowly improve his spells. If someone at the second step saw this, they would be shocked. This kind of improvement was the same as deducing the original celestial spell from the current spell. Not to mention for him, this was something very difficult for even people like the All-Seer. During the 2 years of time, the Thunder Toad and Thunder Beast were very hostile to each other. But they didn't fight. The Thunder Toad was too weak and the Thunder Beast felt disdain even though it felt that the Thunder Toad could potentially pose a threat in the future. As for the Mosquito Beast, its interest shifted from the Thunder Toad to the Thunder Beast. It flew around the Thunder Beast as if it wanted to lie on the Thunder Beast's back. However, every time it tired, it wasn't successful, but that only made it more interested. Su Ligua felt disdain toward all of this. As time passed, he noticed that Wang Lin had completely forgotten about them. After considering it carefully, he went 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin and cheerfully roamed the mountain. However, he did remember Wang Lin's words and didn't dare to go more than 5,000 kilometers from here. He gradually became bored as there wasn't a single person within the 5,000-kilometer area. People tend to stay far away from this area, which made Su Ligua very depressed. About 1.5 years ago, there were some cultivators outside that were originally afraid to come in. He ended up using spells to trick them into entering. After playing around with them, he released them. However, from then onward, no more cultivators dared to come. Even many years later, whenever those cultivators thought about what had happened to them, their hearts would turn colder. On this day, he was extremely bored while flying around the area, hoping for some mortals to enter. He suddenly shivered, and an excitement that he hadn't felt for a long time immediately filled his body. Su Ligua's eyes glowed as he stared at the fog and began shouting excitedly. Someone finally came! Xianxia appeared outside the fog with a tired face, and his body was filled with death aura. Beside him was a very tense middle-aged man. This person was wearing black robes, and his cultivation level was also at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The middle-aged man looked rather warily at the black fog in the distance and whispered, "Dad, do we really have to go?" Xianxia said in a serious tone. "Of course we have to. Your father's lifespan is about to be over. Aside from completing Senior's request, this trip is to also introduce you to Senior as my successor. Once I die, you will replace me and act as the messenger for Senior to ensure the existence of our Zhang family forever." The middle-aged man hesitated and said, "But Dad, I heard from some friends that this Senior has some quirks. More than a year ago, a few friends were." Before he could finish, Xianxia stared at him, and the middle-aged man immediately shut up. Su Ligua was like a ghost as he quickly approached the area. He was hiding in the black fog, so the Zhang father and son didn't notice him. Su Ligua's face was filled with excitement as he looked at the father and son and muttered, Yes, that old one is dying and won't be able to withstand me playing around. Your Grandpa Su will be nice and let your body go. As for the little one, hee." The excitement in Su Ligua's eyes became stronger and stronger as he looked at the middle-aged man from the fog. There was even a trace of depravity in his eyes. He let out a dry cough and spoke in an upright tone. "Who is it? State your name." Xianxia took a deep breath. He stopped 5,000 kilometers away from the mountain and didn't enter. Instead, he clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Junior Xianxia has completed Senior's request and requests to meet Senior." His voice was hoarse as it slowly entered the black fog. Su Ligua's eyes turned and he said, "The old one can come in. I'll take you to meet my master." Xianxia was startled and hesitated for a bit before stepping into the black fog. The moment he entered, he felt a wind wrap around him and his body was rapidly sent forward. Shortly after, he arrived at the peak and the wind dissipated. He immediately saw Wang Lin and respectfully said, "Senior, Junior didn't disappoint you and gathered all the resentment on planet Qingling." As he spoke, he took out the jades, 1,000 in total. He placed them all on the ground and respectfully took a few steps back. After Su Ligua sent away Xianxia, he excitedly returned back to the edge of the fog. He looked at the middle-aged man outside and said, "Little brat, come in, don't be afraid. Your Grandpa Su will give you some benefits." When he saw that the middle-aged man was still hesitating, he immediately shouted, "Why haven't you come in?" The middle-aged man clenched his teeth and stepped into the black fog. Wang Lin opened his eyes and scanned the jades. He immediately felt the resentment inside them. There was an alarming amount of resentment, as if there was a storm of resentful aura. Wang Lin slowly said, "Very good. The person you brought will be my messenger outside of Hongyun Peak in the future." After pondering for a bit, he took out a pill and threw it at Xianxia. "Give it to your son. If he is gifted enough, perhaps he can rely on the aura inside the pill and gain a slightly higher chance to reach the soul formation stage." Xianxia's face was filled with ecstasy. He took the pill and put it away like a treasure. He emotionally said, "Thank you, Senior," Wang Lin commanded. "This resentment is an illusionary thing, and it will regenerate. In the future, your Zhang family will be in charge of collecting it every few years." Then he took out a few red seeds and gave them to Xianxia. "These are called celestial ascension fruits. Get people to planet them and speed up their growth with spiritual energy. Over the next 10 years, plant as many as possible. Zhang Xinhai quickly nodded. Wang Lin had gotten those seeds from Chen Kuizi's bag of holding. Zhang Xinhai and his son left the Hengyun Peak. However, the son seemed to be in a trance, giving off a strange expression and even a trace of savoring. As for Su Ligua, he was grounded by Wang Lin. If it wasn't for the fact that what Su Ligua did wasn't too bad, Wang Lin would have directly refined Su Ligua. After being grounded to be within 1,000 feet of Wang Lin, Su Ligua had an expression like he was wronged. He no longer dared to sneak out. All he did was look into the distance all day and sigh in his heart. I was just taking over their physical bodies and then enjoying the feeling of having flesh. How big of a thing can it be? Alas, Wang Lin didn't have time to pay attention to Su Ligua. After grounding Su Ligua, he once again focused on perfecting his spells. During that time, he slowly absorbed the resentment into his underworld river. After absorbing the resentment, the underworld river was different from before. After absorbing the resentment, the soul of the underworld river gradually took shape. Time quickly passed. The improvement of the spells cost Wang Lin too much energy. Although he still wasn't successful, the constant improvement allowed him to continue comprehending the direction of the third step. So Wang Lin's domain was gradually becoming stronger. Finally, on his 18th year on planet Qingling, his life and death domain reached completion without any flaws. This meant that once he had enough celestial spiritual energy, he would truly be at the peak of the first step. Wang Lin still had some celestial jades, but he didn't know if he had enough. Even if it wasn't enough, Wang Lin could still drink the celestial liquid. This time he had to reach the peak of the late stage of Ascendant and reach the peak of the first step of Cultivation. The first step of Cultivation. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. When I reached the Ascendant stage, ancient demon Bei Luo said that heaven-defying cultivators would attract divine retribution. I wonder if divine retribution will arrive once more when I break through the first step and enter the illusory in stage. Wang Lin looked up at the sky and his eyes turned cold. A large formation was built above the vast desert on the northwestern side of planet Qingling with celestial jades. Wang Lin sat down in the center of the formation and cultivated. Every time he took a breath, he would absorb a large amount of celestial spiritual energy into his body. This repeated again and again. The celestial spiritual energy in his body was slowly condensing. The peak of the late stage of Ascendant was not something unattainable for cultivators, but it was still a step only a few could take. The reason was not domain or celestial jades but origin energy. If the origin energy fused into one's origin soul was insufficient when they reached the Ascendant stage, then even if they could reach the Ascendant stage, they would never reach the peak. At the same time, even if one gathered enough origin energy but suffered injuries to their origin soul, causing them to lose their precious origin energy that was fused with their origin soul, then they wouldn't be able to reach the peak. It could be said that origin energy was the key to reaching the peak of the first step of cultivation. Adding on the fact that ascendant cultivators couldn't absorb origin energy from the world to recover, it was natural that not many could reach the peak. After Wang Lin cultivated inside the Thunder Lake, he reached the limit of origin energy his origin soul could hold and reached the most basic requirement. As his domain was refined, it helped drive his cultivation. He slowly stepped toward peak of the late stage of Ascendant as he absorbed celestial spiritual energy. However, the amount of celestial spiritual energy required to reach the peak of first step was a terrifying amount. After absorbing for a year, Wang Lin used up all of the celestial jades. He then took out the celestial liquid and drank it without any hesitation. The celestial liquid entered his body along with a powerful sense of drunkenness. Wang Lin's body gave off a white mist. This white mist contained the scent of wine and spread across the area. At the same time, the celestial liquid gave off a large amount of celestial spiritual energy inside Wang Lin's body. It was like a powerful force that was rapidly pushing his cultivation toward peak of the late stage of Ascendant. To complete with just a thought and celestial spiritual energy moved along with one's aura. This was the description for the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. One's domain was complete without a single flaw and a firm Tao heart. The body was filled with celestial spiritual energy, and it felt like even one's aura was filled with celestial spiritual energy. Wang Lin reached the peak of the late stage of Ascendant 19 years and 8 months after he arrived on planet Qingling. All the celestial jades within countless kilometers of Wang Lin turned to dust when he broke through. Grass started growing out from the deserted land, and it was now filled with life. Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes, which contained the heavens. After 1,000 years of cultivation, I finally reached completion. Wang Lin let out a breath of relief and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looking back to those 1,000 years, he was once merely a little person at the Hangyu sect, but at this moment, he was at the peak of the first step and had even surpassed Zhu. This was something no one on planet Suzaku could have expected. Wang Lin didn't get up but touched his bag of holding, and a golden celestial brush appeared in his hand. Wang Lin held it in his hand and began drawing before him as if his hands were dancing. His previous limit was 7 strokes. Now he completed 7 strokes in one breath and then drew one more to complete the 8th stroke. The dazzling light from the runes was enough to take one's mind. The power of 8 strokes is 1 level above 7 strokes. Wang Lin's eyes were peaceful. Right now he looked more like a scholar than a cultivator. When he put away the brush, the rune disappeared. The divine sense split into the runes returned to Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin stood up, took a step forward, and disappeared without a trace. Half a month later, a bolt of thunder left planet Qingling and went straight into the sky. Wang Lin sat on the back of the thunder beast with his eyes closed and remained silent. All of the cultivators on planet Qingling raised their heads. Along with the respect in their eyes, they also relaxed a bit. It was as if that invisible pressure gradually disappeared as Wang Lin left. Before leaving, Wang Lin picked all of the celestial ascension fruits that had grown during these 10 years. Also, another wave of resentment had gathered. With this additional resentment, the underworld river soul was showing signs of awakening. Thunder streaked across the stars and Wang Lin left planet Qinglin after living there for 20 years. This place was his cave. After obtaining a thunder furnace, he would come back here, as entering the thunder celestial realm from here would be safer. As the thunderbolt rushed through space, Wang Lin opened his eyes and began to ponder. If he wanted to go to the thunder celestial realm, he would need a thunder furnace. Without it, there would be no way to enter the thunder celestial realm. Wang Lin naturally knew this. However, the All-Heaven star system was different from the Alliance star system. The furnaces were not randomly dispersed. For some unknown reason, they all appeared together inside the Thunder Celestial Temple. The Thunder Celestial Temple would then assign a set amount to each cultivation family. Now there were only 3 months until the Thunder Celestial Realm would open. This was when all the families would obtain their thunder furnaces. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he made a decision. Since I don't have a thunder furnace, let's just steal one. Wang Lin's right hand lightly patted the thunder beast's head. The thunder beast let out a roar as if it was enjoying it. In truth, if he searched for Shengong, he could get one from him. However, Shengong, whose cultivation was too powerful. If they met too often, Shengong might see through him, so unless it was important, Wang Lin didn't want to look for that person. Not every cultivator that entered the Thunder Celestial Realm had entered the second step. After all, there weren't many second-step cultivators. Most cultivators were between the Soul Transformation and Ascendant stages. At the southern domain of the All-Heaven star system, with the help of the jade that Shengong left behind, Wang Lin found a cultivation planet. Wang Lin didn't bother to check the name of the 2 families. Every time the Thunder Celestial Realm opened, the 2 families here would obtain 1 or 2 furnaces. More importantly, neither of the 2 families had someone beyond the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. After arriving on the cultivation planet, Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense. He found that the 2 heads of the 2 cultivation families weren't there. He drifted among the stars as he closed his eyes and cultivated. Time slowly passed. 1 month before the Thunder Celestial Realm opened, more than 10 rays of light came toward Wang Lin like meteors. Among the 10+ cultivators, one of them was at the illusory Yin stage, while the others varied between the Ascendant stage and Soul Transformation stage. They moved very fast but suddenly stopped in the distance as their gazes fell on Wang Lin. The cultivator at the illusory Een stage was an old man who had silver hair and his eyes were shining. There wasn't much origin energy inside his body, and the origin energy that was present wasn't very stable yet. It was obvious that he had just reached the illusory Een stage not long ago. He stepped forward as he carefully looked at Wang Lin, and his eyes revealed a look of uncertainty. The old man asked, "Why has this Lord Messenger come to planet Xiangtan?" Wang Lin opened his eyes and frowned indiscernibly. His eyes were calm as he slowly asked, "Did you all come back from picking the thunder furnaces?" The old man's expression changed and he said, "That's correct. What does Lord Messenger want? Please speak." Wang Lin calmly said, "I need a thunder furnace." The old man looked at Wang Lin for a long time and then laughed. His laughter contained a hint of arrogance. His eyes lit up and he shouted, "During this trip to the Thunder Celestial Temple, I heard some rumors of someone posing as messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Originally, I thought it was absurd, but today after seeing you, this old man has determined that you are a fake." "Oh." Wang Lin's expression remained neutral as he calmly looked at the old man. The old man sneered. "Which messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple doesn't have a lot of subordinate families? Obtaining a thunder furnace would be extremely simple. Moreover, I have met all the messengers in the southern domain, but you are extremely unfamiliar. More importantly, all of the messengers are gathered at the Thunder Celestial Temple. Until the Thunder Celestial Realm opens, they won't come out." Wang Lin nodded and no longer wasted time with this nonsense. The shadow behind him moved and the Celestial Guard appeared. With one step, it immediately charged out and threw a punch. This punch contained a large amount of sonic booms as it charged toward the old man. The old man's expression changed. He thought that Wang Lin was only at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. He even thought that the Thunder Beast under Wang Lin was fake. He never would have expected Wang Lin to have such a puppet. After a cold snort, the old man formed a seal and pointed forward. A black flame suddenly appeared in his hand. With a flick, the flame shot out and split into countless sparks that immediately surrounded the area. His family members had already retreated and were watching from a distance. The celestial puppet didn't mind the sparks at all and let them land on its body. Not only did it not slow down, it moved even faster. The punch whistled through the air and with a step it arrived before the old man. The punch broke through space and shot toward the old man. The old man's expression changed slightly and he immediately retreated. At the same time, his hand formed a seal and a flame shield immediately appeared in front of his body. The Celestial Guard's punch landed on the flame shield, creating a loud explosion. Cracks immediately appeared on the flame shield and then it collapsed. As the sound echoed, the old man retreated with a pale face. The Celestial Guard was also pushed back several steps. There was a black flame burning its arm and slowly spreading over its body. "I only want a thunder furnace." Wang Lin calmly looked at the old man. The old man stared at Wang Lin. The punch from the puppet shocked him greatly. Unless he used origin spells, it would be impossible for him to defeat the puppet that was similar to his cultivation level. For this person to have such a puppet, he must not be ordinary. Even if he is impersonating a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, it has nothing to do with me. It's just, if I were to just hand over a thunder furnace, then all of my Zhang family's face will be lost. The old man was in a difficult situation. If Wang Lin had reached the second step, then perhaps the old man would have just handed one over. After all, the family had obtained 3 thunder furnaces, so giving one away as a gift wasn't an issue. However, Wang Lin was only at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. If he were to just directly surrender one, then he would lose all face. Wang Lin didn't want to deal with this nonsense. Although this person's cultivation level was outside his expectations, the old man had just entered the illusory Een stage and was not stable. With Wang Lin's peak late stage ascendant cultivation, along with his spells and treasures, battling this old man was not difficult. He slapped his bag of holding and a mountain stone immediately appeared in his hand. The stone immediately became a large mountain. It gave off rich celestial spiritual energy along with a hint of pressure. Wang Lin's right hand pressed on it and the mountain immediately trembled. Then an ancient aura gathered below his right hand. When he raised his hand, strands of fog gathered to form a fist-sized cloud of fog. At the moment the old man saw this, his expression changed greatly. Without any hesitation and with horror in his eyes, he exclaimed, "Soul extraction spell! You're only at the peak of the first step. How can you use a spell like this?" Wang Lin's gaze was calm as his right hand pushed forward and the fog immediately flew out with a powerful pressure toward the old man. At the same time, Wang Lin charged out, following closely after the fog. He raised his right hand and a bolt of thunder gathered in his hand. The roar of thunder suddenly came from the stars and in a flash, a real bolt of thunder formed in Wang Lin's hand. Right now Wang Lin was like a celestial that controlled thunder and lightning. With the lightning in hand, his eyes were cold as he walked toward the old man. The old man's expression changed greatly and he retreated once more. Both of his hands formed a seal and pointed between his eyebrows. The spot between his eyebrows began to move strangely, and a gap immediately formed as if there was a third eye. His third eye became crimson as the blood in his whole body rapidly circulated and seemed to have condensed on his face. The origin energy in his body also moved like crazy and gathered between his eyebrows along with his blood. Doing all of this made him feel as if he was being torn apart. The moment the large amount of pain filled his body, a third eye slowly opened between his brows. The old man let out a roar as he stared at Wang Lin. Then both of his hands formed a seal and pointed at the two pressure points below his ears. In an instant, the third eye between his eyebrows suddenly opened. A red light came from inside it and spread out like a fan. Wang Lin's expression changed. This person's spell was simply too strange, so he decided to slow down a bit. At this moment the mountain soul closed in, and at the same time the third eye opened. Within the red light, the mountain soul began to rapidly disintegrate. This caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow and he threw the bolt of thunder in his hand without any hesitation. The bolt of thunder charged straight at the old man. The old man was unable to use the origin spell at its full power, because he had just reached the illusory stage 2 years ago and was lacking in origin energy. Due to this, the red light from the third eye only lasted 3 breaths of time before he could no longer bear it. The third eye automatically closed and dissipated. As the lightning and the mountain soul that wasn't completely disintegrated closed in, the old man clenched his teeth. He then took something out from his bag of holding and raised it above his head. Wang Lin's left hand reached out and took the thing in the old man's hand. This object was the thunder furnace. After putting away the thunder furnace, Wang Lin didn't leave. His eyes gazed off a strange light as he looked at the old man and slowly asked, "Would you exchange the spell you just used with me?" The old man coldly snorted before he retreated and said, "I just stepped into the illusory stage 2 years ago. If I had a few more years, then no matter how much more treasures you have, you wouldn't be this old man's match." Wang Lin withdrew the scattered mountain soul and calmly said, "I'm talking with you about exchanging this spell." The old man sneered. "Don't even think about it. You already took the thunder furnace. Now leave quickly." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Then he raised his right hand and a ray of black light immediately shot out. The moment the black light appeared, the old man felt like his life force was about to be drained. The black light charged out directly toward the cultivation planet and immediately disappeared. However, the old man's divine sense closely followed it and saw the black light land on a plain. The vegetation on the plain immediately withered before turning into countless strands of vitality that flew out from the cultivation planet and entered Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin calmly said, "This spell is named Finger of Death." The old man snorted and said, "If I hadn't reached the illusory stage, then it would have barely caught my eye, but right now it is worthless." Although he said this, in his heart he was secretly shocked at how tyrannical it was. He wasn't interested in the spell's power but in its ability to absorb vitality. Wang Lin's right hand pointed once more, and a demonic aura appeared around his fingertip. It shot out like a bullet and stopped before the old man. This spell is the demonic finger. It turns celestial spiritual energy into demonic energy. When used with the finger of death, its effect is even better. The old man stared at the black aura before him and began to ponder. He lifted his right hand and immediately caught it with his hand before scanning it with his divine sense. After a long time, he looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Rumor has it that people from planet Dongling are good at demonic aura spells. So you are from planet Dongling. However, this spell is still worthless." Wang Lin pondered a bit. Back then, what Situ Nan cared most about was the underworld finger. The old man was startled and his heart was filled with disbelief. Even though the spell had defects, it wasn't something Wang Lin could use for an exchange. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he raised his right hand and slowly said, "This final spell is something I learned from a Nirvana Shatterer senior. If you still don't find it interesting, then forget about this matter." Wang Lin's mind gave a command, and then the celestial guard behind him turned into a ray of golden light and charged toward the Cultivation planet. The puppet's movement caused the old man's expression to sink. Shortly after, the celestial guard returned with a fierce beast in its hands. The beast looked extremely ferocious and its whole body was covered in thorns. It had the arm of a mortal in its mouth. Apparently, it was eating when the celestial guard caught it. Wang Lin's 2 fingers from his right hand formed a sword. He hadn't used the celestial slaughter art in a long time. The countless strands of slaughter energy he condensed back then were placed inside the puppet and were all consumed in a battle. However, Wang Lin still had a profound understanding of the celestial slaughter art. After all, he had cultivated the spell for more than 100 years. At this moment, he focused for a moment and sword energy gathered in his finger. The ray of sword energy shot out into the beast and the beast immediately let out a miserable groan. The old man's eyes suddenly widened as the beast quickly withered and turned into a skeleton. A strand of gray gas came out from the beast's corpse and wrapped around Wang Lin's fingers. Wang Lin flicked his finger and the gray gas flew out. He then pointed at it, causing it to immediately change into a life seal and fly toward the old man. This spell is named the Celestial Slaughter Art. The old man was moved. His right hand reached out and grabbed the seal. His divine sense carefully examined the seal. The more he examined it, the more shocked he became. In the end, his eyes were glowing. With his cultivation, he was almost immediately able to see through the celestial slaughter art. The life seal obviously had a certain protective element and the gray gas had offensive capabilities. Although it wasn't powerful, this spell could obviously be used many times and could be stored. This life seal is formed from the celestial slaughter art. It involves relying on slaughter to gather vitality and surrounding one with vitality to form life seals. The more life seals there are, the more powerful the defense will be. Back then, the senior who taught me the spell said that if one had 1 trillion life seals protecting them, then even if the cultivation planet collapsed, one would still be safe and sound. Wang Lin wasn't lying. This was exactly what the gray-robed all-seer told him. For the first time, the old man's expression revealed hesitation. It was obvious that this celestial slaughter art had moved him. With his insight, he could naturally see how powerful the celestial slaughter art was, and that it was not something ordinary cultivators could get a hold of. There was a certain credibility that this was learned from a Nirvana Shatterer senior. However, this third eye spell was a family inheritance, so it couldn't be casually taught to outsiders. The origin of the spell was unknown. It seemed to be something his ancestors had accidentally obtained. If it was the Alliance star system, a family like his would never be able to keep the spell to themselves. However, in the All-Heaven star system, where families held power, almost each clan had inherited something, and those things were not easily taken. What was more important was that he was the first person to successfully learn it after his family had obtained it. Wang Lin waited for a moment. After seeing that the old man was still hesitating, he waved his sleeves and stepped toward the thunder beast. He then said, "Since fellow cultivator is still unwilling, then let's forget this matter." With that, the thunder beast under him turned into a bolt of thunder and flew off into the distance with the celestial puppet following closely after. The life seal in the old man's hand collapsed and became ash. As it dissipated, a wave was set off in the old man's heart. It felt like it should have been his spell and it just was stolen away. Upon seeing Wang Lin disappearing into the distance, the old man's expression changed. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "Fellow cultivator, stop. I'll trade it for the celestial slaughter art along with the finger of death and demonic finger." Wang Lin stopped. The thunder beast let out a roar and turned around. It stopped 100 feet from the old man. Lightning came out of its nose and its eyes were filled with disdain. The old man clenched his teeth and said, "Exchange. This old man agrees to your exchange, but you have to promise not to spread it to others." Wang Lin nodded. Without wasting any time, he took out 3 pieces of jade. After recording the details of the 3 spells, Wang Lin threw them out, not fearing that the old man would back out. The old man looked through them. Although his expression was neutral, he admired Wang Lin's actions in his heart. He also took out a jade and recorded the method for the 3rd eye spell before throwing it at Wang Lin. However, he schemed and made a few alterations. If one cultivated according to this, there will be great hidden dangers in the future. Wang Lin caught the jade and examined it. He secretly tried the spell and even spent painstaking effort to compare it to the moment when the 3rd eye activated. He was immediately able to see through the issues, but he didn't point them out and simply nodded. Looking at the elder, Wang Lin felt somewhat bad. After all, he had gotten a great deal in this transaction. After hesitating a bit, he said, "Fellow cultivator, it is best not to cultivate more than 100,000 strands of slaughter energy, or else there might be great danger." After he said that, he immediately left as if he was in a rush to leave. The old man was startled before looking down at the jade in his hand. After pondering for a moment, he quickly returned to the cultivation planet with the others and then immediately went into closed-door cultivation. He had cultivate as much as possible so that he would be prepared for when the Thunder Celestial Realm opened in 1 month. Wang Lin sat on the back of the Thunder Beast with a strange expression on his face. He shook his head and said, "Trading 3 spells with problems for a spell with a hint of the 3rd step seems a bit too much." "A bit too much?" Wang Lin looked at the jade in his hand and a smile appeared on his face. The old man only treated it as an ordinary spell. Even if he cared about it, it was only to a certain extent. However, Wang Lin felt that this spell was extremely powerful as it contained a trace of returning to the origin. If Wang Lin had not seen the 3rd step, he wouldn't have seen the potential of this spell. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and carefully examined the jade. Wang Lin didn't care about the mistake left by the old man. As long as he had enough time, he could fix the mistake. This was a lot simpler than fixing the 3 other spells. The Thunder Beast rushed through the stars extremely quickly. Its target was Wang Lin's cultivation planet, Qinglin. The cultivators of Qinglin felt lucky that the eccentric senior with special interests had finally left. However, only a few months later, it became oppressive again as that senior with the special interests had returned. The area with 5,000 kilometers of Hongyun Peak became a restricted area once more, so no one dared to take half a step inside. After returning to his own cultivation planet, Wang Lin spent his time studying and fixing this 3rd eye spell. He also slowly attempted to control it. More than half a month quickly passed. On this sunny day, there were no clouds in the sky and the sky was very blue. The gentle breeze carried with it a sense of warmth. Wang Lin stood at the Hongyun Peak with the thunder furnace in his hand. This furnace was only the size of his hand and thunder moved through it. Their movement of the thunder created crisp sounds. A subtle gap would occasionally appear and disappear between his eyebrows, giving off red light. At this moment, he looked extremely strange. No one would believe that he was a righteous cultivator. No matter how one looked, there was a trace of evil about him. All this was due to the gap between his eyebrows. Not long after, thunderclouds appeared in the blue sky. These clouds appeared abruptly without any signs. The sky was blue before and then it was immediately covered by the clouds. Bursts of thunder moved within the clouds and gave off a series of rumbles. At the same time, the thunder furnace in Wang Lin's hand seemed to respond and the thundercloud grew denser. Just at this moment, a thick bolt of thunder descended from the clouds toward Wang Lin. As Wang Lin stared at the thunder, his eyes revealed a strange light. He knew that as long as the thunder hit the thunder furnace, he would be guided through the void toward the Thunder Celestial Realm. However, He withdrew the thunder furnace. This is celestial thunder. Ah, Wang Lin muttered to himself. Then the strange light in his eyes became stranger. His next move was unprecedented in the countless times the Thunder Celestial Realm had opened. When the Thunder Celestial Realm opens, it produces celestial thunder. The celestial thunder acts as a guide, and anyone with a thunder furnace will be led to the Thunder Celestial Realm. As for why it was like this, no one knew. It was as if it had always been like this. Some powerful cultivators wanted to search for an answer, but no matter how hard they searched, they ultimately still found no answers. Over time, people stopped looking for the cause of this. They all knew that as long as they had a thunder furnace, they could enter the Thunder Celestial Realm. At this moment, the celestial thunder arrived the moment Wang Lin put the thunder furnace away. The thunder had not yet landed, but the rumble could be heard. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light, and his origin soul operated like crazy. Bursts of thunder came from his body and even spread to the outside world. The current him was like a master of thunder and lightning. At the moment the thunder descended, Wang Lin's body charged out like a meteor. He opened his mouth and devoured the thunder without any hesitation. It was like magnificent sight. After he devoured it, the wind and clouds changed and the entire world seemed to dim. The originally bright thunder was devoured by Wang Lin. The loud series of thunderous rumbles quickly turned into muffled roars coming out from Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body trembled when he swallowed the thunder, and he had the illusion that he was hit by a punch from an ancient god. He directly fell from the sky like a broken kite and smashed toward the ground with a rumbling coming out of his body. At the moment his body landed on the ground, a large amount of thunder came out from his body and spread out. In an instant, the area with 5 kilometers of him was surrounded in a thunderstorm. There was nothing but a large pit in the ground. Explosions kept going off inside Wang Lin's body, and the force of the thunder smashed his body deeper into the pit. His whole body kept discharging intense amounts of thunder, and his eyes were shut tight. His origin soul was absorbing the celestial thunder like crazy. The thunder origin spell was also active, absorbing the origin energy from within the thunder. This scene was like the thunder lake within the asteroid field. The thunder in the sky echoed within the clouds as if the majesty of the celestial thunder couldn't be challenged. After the arrival of the celestial thunder, the clouds in the sky showed signs of dissipating and began to disappear. At this moment, deep inside the pit, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes exposed powerful thunder and also a hint of excitement. He licked his lips. The origin energy within the celestial thunder was extremely rich. It was several times more dense than the origin energy from the Thunder Lake. He had already reached the limit in the amount of origin energy he could store due to his cultivation. However, this excess origin energy had caused his previous situation to change. He quickly moved and charged out from the pit. At the same time, he slapped his bag of holding and the thunder furnace appeared in his hand once more. The moment the thunder furnace appeared, the dissipated thunderclouds stopped and condensed once more. Then another bolt of celestial thunder descended. Wang Lin laughed and put away the thunder furnace. Although that last bolt of celestial thunder had left his entire body aching and his origin soul was barely holding on, the amount of origin energy inside it was unimaginable. If other cultivators saw Wang Lin's current actions, they would be dumbfounded. This kind of action could only be described as crazy. Devouring celestial thunder. When the second bolt of celestial thunder arrived, Wang Lin's body was floating in mid-air and thunder was rumbling out from his body. Thunder moved around his whole body as the bolt of celestial thunder descended. Wang Lin charged out without any hesitation and devoured it. A sound that shocked the entire planet echoed across the planet and the entire planet trembled. This time, the moment his body hit the ground, he immediately sat down in the lotus position. His entire body was trembling violently. There wasn't enough time for Wang Lin to absorb it. After the 2 bolts of thunder, the clouds seemed unstable and were quickly dissipating. This time it was dissipating several times faster than before. A green light came out of Wang Lin's head while he was sitting in the lotus position. The moment the green light appeared, A blue mist came out as well, and Wang Lin's origin soul came out from his body. The moment his origin soul appeared, the thunder furnace came out from his bag as well. His origin soul absorbed the thunder furnace and then rushed toward the clouds. The quickly dissipating thundercloud issued a few unwilling bursts. It then stopped dissipating and condensed once more. However, it seemed angry this time as it gathered almost all the thunder and formed a bolt of celestial thunder much more powerful than the previous two. This thunder descended with a heaven-shattering rumble. At the moment the thunder descended, all of the thunderclouds were sucked into the thunder. From a distance, it didn't look like a bolt of thunder at all but a huge vortex instead. The vortex was formed by the thunderclouds with the third bolt of thunder at the bottom. A loud rumble echoed across the planet. None the cultivators dared to spread out their divine sense at this moment. All of the mortals, even the tyrants in the market and the experts of the martial arts world that didn't believe in cultivators, knelt on the ground, praying like devoted followers. Wang Lin's origin soul floated in the sky and stared at the terrifying thunder. He couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. It seems, it has gotten out of hand. Watching the thunder descend, Wang Lin's origin soul moved and quickly elongated until it looked incredibly similar to the ancient thunder dragon. After letting out a roar, Wang Lin's origin soul rushed out and devoured the thunder. However, he only devoured half before quickly retreating. The celestial thunder let out an angry rumble and angrily chased after Wang Lin. His origin soul moved extremely quickly toward the ground and threw out the thunder furnace. Then his origin soul returned back into his body, and as he opened his eyes, his right hand grabbed the thunder furnace. The thunder chasing after him seemed to let out a reluctant roar as it landed on the thunder furnace. Even the intense vortex that followed the thunder also landed on the thunder furnace. The thunder furnace flashed like crazy. It was so intense that even Wang Lin's right hand felt numb. Even when he held lightning, he wouldn't feel this kind of numbness. This just shows how terrifying the thunder was. At this moment, the thunder vortex above the thunder furnace rapidly rotated and absorbed everything inside. From afar, it looked like the entire world was going to be absorbed by the furnace. Someone who didn't understand anything would think that this furnace was a top-quality treasure because it seemed like would absorb the world. In almost an instant, the huge vortex entered the thunder vortex. As the vortex disappeared, the thunder furnace gave off crackling sounds and a crack appeared on it. This was the first time a crack had appeared on a thunder furnace since the thunder celestial realm opened. This kind of phenomenon had never happened before over the countless years. The amount of thunder furnaces was always the same and they could not be destroyed or lost. Every time the thunder celestial realm opened, they would appear from the void and then return to the void. When they reappeared again, it would always be the same amount. However, right now it seemed like all of this was going to change. Wang Lin's face was filled with a bitter smile. He really felt like he had overdone it. He didn't know if he would be affected if the thunder furnace collapsed. Maybe it would prevent him from entering the thunder celestial realm. It should not collapse. This thunder furnace is something from the thunder celestial realm after all. As Wang Lin stared dumbfoundedly at the thunder furnace absorbing all of the thunder clouds, more and more cracks appeared on it until it finally shattered. A thunderous echo echoed across the heavens and earth, forming a giant storm on planet Qingling. The thunder furnace shattered into countless fragments and each fragment had thunder connecting them together. Wang Lin let out a breath of relief. As long as the fragments were there was a chance to fix this. However, the moment the fragments split, they collapsed once more. This time the fragments shattered into dust. This was the first thunder furnace that had collapsed since the thunder celestial realm opened. From this day onwards, no matter how many times the thunder celestial realm opened, it will forever be short one thunder furnace and an entry will be lost for eternality. This was the first time this kind of thing had happened in countless years. As for what would happen afterwards, no one knew. The thunder furnaces were originally indestructible. Breaking one was even very difficult for people at the second step. Even if someone could do it, they wouldn't because it would gain them no advantage and have an extremely negative impact on the system. Wang Lin's bitter smile became even stronger. The moment Thunder Furnace shattered, all of the thunder inside it exploded forth. An unimaginably powerful thunder gushed out and surrounded Wang Lin. This thunder pulled him toward the sky at an extremely fast speed. This speed was too fast, as if it was trying to tear his body apart. Others would take the Thunder Furnace and be led toward the Thunder Celestial Realm, so their speed was relatively slow. Wang Lin's Thunder Furnace had absorbed the entire thundercloud to the point that the furnace itself couldn't withstand it anymore, so naturally his speed was several times faster. In almost an instant, this crazy thunder broke through the void and disappeared along with Wang Lin. His speed was almost indescribable, as if time was passing by in the blink of an eye. This space was clearly different from normal space. Wang Lin wasn't able to see his surroundings at all before he flashed by. There were many cultivators from the All-Heaven star system on the road to the Thunder Celestial Realm. They didn't have to fly on their own and were automatically being pulled by the thunder furnaces toward the Celestial Gate to wait for the gate to open. Every cultivator with a furnace was being pulled by their respective thunder furnace. Unless they were from the same cultivation planet, the distance between them was far too great to see each other. When they looked around, aside from the light coming from themselves, it was all just darkness. However, just at this moment, a powerful ray of thunder flew by like a meteor and carried with it a thunderous roar. The speed of this bolt of thunder was so fast that it had already reached an inconceivable degree. It instantly passed by several cultivators. The impact caused by its passing made the light around those cultivators flicker, as if they were about to extinguish. These cultivators were all from the same cultivation planet, and their expressions changed greatly. When they focused in that direction, they only saw a flash in the distance before it disappeared without a trace. What remained was the confusion and terror in the eyes of those cultivators. One of the cultivators muttered, What was that?" Wang Lin was inside the meteor-like thunderbolt. The extreme speed made it so that he couldn't open his eyes at all. It was as if there was something moving inside his body and countless concaves had appeared all over his body. He didn't even dare to spread out his divine sense. At his current speed, he would reach the range limit of his divine sense the moment spread out. Due to the extreme speed, he would lose that part of his divine sense and damage his origin soul. His speed was too fast. This meteor-like thunder rampaged through the road to the Thunder Celestial Realm. Some of the first-time cultivators were excited about reaching the Celestial Gate before they saw this terrifying meteor. Each of them were so stunned that they forgot where they were for a moment. Even those that wouldn't easily reveal their true emotions were dumbfounded. This was not the first time for some other cultivators. But even for them, when they saw the meteor-like thunder, their expressions changed and were filled with uncertainty. In this environment, very few people dared to spread out their divine sense. Even if they did, it was impossible to lock onto the fast meteor. What exactly was inside that meteor? That became the first question that appeared inside the hearts of almost all the cultivators before they had even stepped onto the Thunder Celestial Realm. At the end of this empty space was the gate to the Thunder Celestial Realm. This gate was a huge bolt of thunder, only it was so large that it was impossible to see where it ended. This bolt of thunder was dark red. It appeared from the void, and the other end disappeared into the void like a river. However, there was no life coming from it, as if it was a person whose life had come to an end. There were many legends about this bolt of thunder in the All-Heaven star system. The most accepted one was that originally there was no gate to the Thunder Celestial Realm. The entire Thunder Celestial Realm was a giant lake of thunder, and it didn't need the gate. As for this dark red bolt of thunder, it was formed by the souls of all the Celestials when the Celestial Realm collapsed. This became the gate after the collapse. At this moment, there were already several people sitting in the lotus position under this dark red bolt of thunder. Xingong, who was among them. Aside from the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple, there were some of the rare, solo cultivators from the All-Heaven star system. In the All-Heaven star system ruled by cultivation families, there weren't many solo cultivators. Without a terrifying cultivation level to back themselves up, it would be very difficult for survive. Almost every single solo cultivator was a powerful existence. The people under the gate to the Thunder Celestial Realm rarely talked to each other. All of them had their eyes closed as if they were unwilling to be disturbed by others. Sometimes there would be individual cultivators arriving through the guidance of the thunder furnace. Often, the first waves of cultivators were all those that had reached the second step. If one met an acquaintance, they would often exchange a few words, sit next to each other, or sit alone after greeting each other. A middle-aged man in blue was sitting next to Xingong Hu. His face was pale with no trace of color, but there was a coldness in his gaze. The middle-aged man had a strange tone as he slowly said, "I heard that the always arrogant Xingong who now has an lord. I didn't believe you at first, but seeing that brother Xingong is missing a part of your Tao soul, it seems like it is true. A pity, a pity." Xingong, whose expression remained the same as he coldly looked at the middle-aged man before he calmly said, "A short-sighted person who has no ambition can't understand the ambition of a man with great intellect. A superficial person can't comprehend the thoughts of an ambitious person. Tang Yongfeng, you're not me." The man named Tang's eyes became cold and he gloomily smiled. "I want to see what kind of intelligence you have." Xingong, who no longer spoke. During these 20 years, he had been under a lot of pressure. This pressure came from his family and the Thunder Celestial Temple. All of this was because he had pledged to Wang Lin. In his family, he was scolded for his rash decision. Although he was a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, he couldn't do anything against the family elders. As for the Thunder Celestial Temple, they didn't agree with a messenger pledging to someone else. Although they didn't obviously state anything, Xingong, who could feel that the Thunder Celestial Temple was alienating him. For example, with his talent he shouldn't have been here at all right now. He should have been with the majority of the other Thunder Celestial Temple messengers and entered the Thunder Celestial Realm through another path. Although he wasn't the only messenger here, those people couldn't compare to him at all in terms of status. Thinking about this, Xingong not only felt no regret, he felt a powerful sense of pride. Not only did he feel that he wasn't wrong, he also felt like it was the best decision he ever made in his life. What he said to Tang Yanfeng was also the same thing he said to the elders of his family. Even the head elder of the family is stuck at the Nirvana cleanser stage, so there is not even a need to talk about the legendary third step. What qualifications do they have to guide me? Xingong, whose eyes shined brightly. Tang Yanfeng sneered. This Xingong, who was the first one among their generation to become a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. However, due to one misstep, he was now in such a situation. Just at this moment, a bright light suddenly appeared in the distance. After an instant, a thunderous rumble rushed closer like a storm. All of the cultivators opened their eyes and looked over. Tang Yanfeng was no exception. At the moment he looked over, the light suddenly intensified and headed straight for this place. The light carried with it a powerful rumble and closed in at an incredible speed. It was too fast and closed in an instant. There was not a lack of powerful cultivators here. Many of them spread out their divine senses, trying to lock on the meteor-like thunder to try to find some clues about it. However, due to its crazy speed, the meteor-like thunder already quickly closed in before they could even lock onto it. It brought with it a powerful force, making everyone's eyes become even more serious. As it closed in, not only did it not stop here like normal, it became even faster. It flashed by the crowd and charged directly at the gate. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the meteor-like thunder suddenly hit the dark red bolt of thunder. Following a muffled rumble, the bolt of thunder disappeared into the dark red thunder, leaving everyone dumbfounded. "Enter." It entered. One of the cultivators was completely stunned. Not only him, but almost everyone around immediately stood up and stared at the gate. They had never heard of someone that could enter before the gate opened. It was completely beyond their expectations. Tang Yanfeng stared dumbfoundedly at the Thunder Celestial Gate. He muttered, "What is this? How could someone enter before it opened? Could it be that you can enter before it opens?" He frowned. He wasn't the only person who had this idea, but no one dared to try except for one person. This person's body flickered and a clone walked out from behind him. He pointed forward and the clone charged toward the dark red thunder. Everyone's gazes immediately followed. They all saw the clone touch the dark red thunder, but its body trembled and quickly collapsed. At the same time, a bolt of dark red thunder shot out toward the cultivator that sent out the clone. This cultivator's expression changed greatly. He was at the illusory stage, but when facing the thunder, his scalp felt numb and was about to lose his wit. He turned and quickly ran, but the red thunder chased closely after. The red thunder entered the person's body and flew back after making a cycle through that person's body. That cultivator trembled. Then his entire body, along with his origin soul and bag of holding, collapsed. Silence. All of the surrounding cultivators became silent. No one noticed that at this moment, Xingong who had lowered his head, but his eyes were filled with shock and unimaginable excitement. When he saw the meteor-like thunder pass, he felt a trace of his lord's aura inside due to his Tao soul. Xingong who was not wrong. Senior is really amazing person. The thunder he attracted reached this degree and could enter the thunder celestial realm before it opened. This kind of cultivation is really unbelievable. A person was standing on a peak covered in countless bolts of thunder on a fragment of the unopened thunder celestial realm. This person was an old man with a head of white hair flowing in the air. As his white clothes fluttered in the air, he had his hand behind his back and frowned as if he was thinking of something. However, he was startled as he looked into the distance and softly exclaimed, "Interesting." The old man revealed a look of interest. A gust of wind blew by and his body turned into countless golden specks and disappeared from this thunder mountain. If Wang Lin was here, he would immediately recognize that when the old man disappeared, there was a faint aura of returning to the origin. The meteor-like thunder that led Wang Lin to the thunder celestial realm became more crazy the moment it hit the dark red thunder. The amount of thunder inside it suddenly increased several-fold and reached a terrifying degree. It had entered Wang Lin's body like a crazy dragon. In just a breath of time, it caused Wang Lin's body to feel numb and completely locked Wang Lin's origin soul. This phenomenon was so fast that Wang Lin didn't even have time to think. His whole body was frozen, as if someone had casted the stop spell on him. When the meteor-like thunder collided with the dark red thunder, he was brought into the thunder celestial realm. Wang Lin wasn't able to check his surroundings at all because the thunder surrounding him was falling even faster than a stone smashing down. It carried with it a thunderous rumble as it smashed directly onto a broken fragment of the thunder celestial realm. The meteor broke through the air and smashed into the ground, causing the entire fragment to shake and setting off a huge dust storm. At this moment, the fragment was so dusty that one couldn't see past 30 feet. The entire earth shook violently like there was a giant earth dragon churning underground. After a long time, the dust storm settled and the earth gradually settled down as well. Only the hole on the surface of the eastern part of the fragment proved that everything that had just happened was real. Green smoke was coming from the hole. When the wind blew, the green smoke dissipated. At the end of the pit there was thunder moving through the earth and there was even some scorched earth. This hole was very deep, but the actual depth was unknown. At the very bottom lied Wang Lin. Blood was coming out of his orifices and many parts of his body were injured from the impact. He was in an extremely sorry state. Although this thunder celestial realm was more stable than the rain celestial realm, it was still on the brink of collapse. The only difference was between 50 and 100 steps. After experiencing the massive shock of the meteor-like thunder, the fragment became more unstable. Not long after the hole was formed by Wang Lin, the edge of the hole began to collapse and there were series of muffled rumbles. After the dust settled, there were only ruins, and the hole was completely buried. A white-haired old man's body seemed to appear out of the void. He arrived next to the ground where the hole was before, looking down and smiling. "I have lived for a long time, and this is the first time I've seen someone so greedy to enter the thunder celestial realm early like this." The old man's eyes narrowed. After taking careful look, he muttered, "This little guy's origin soul is giving off such powerful thunder pressure, and even his body is made of thunder. What a mess. Is he a human or a spirit? If he continues like this, he will become a thunder spirit sooner or later. However, the location of his landing is a bit interesting. Forget it, since he was seen by this old man, That means we are fated. The old man's eyes revealed a look of interest. He raised his right hand and pressed down on the ground. A ray of light quickly passed by the ground. Then the old man's body flickered and disappeared. There had been many people who were fated with him, but each of them ended up very helpless. Time slowly passed. Deep underground, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. Massive pain was coming from all over his body. Even his origin soul wasn't operating properly. Wang Lin wryly smiled as he looked around. This was a collapsed stone room with some soil trickling in from above. After looking around, Wang Lin struggled to sit up and closed his eyes to cultivate. He slowly activated his origin soul and found a trace of thunder that was incompatible with his own thunder. This thunder was the reason why his origin soul wasn't operating properly. The surroundings were completely silent without any sound, and Wang Lin was completely immersed in his cultivation. At this moment, the celestial guard walked out of his shadow. It sat down opposite of Wang Lin and protected him. 7 days passed by in a flash. Wang Lin opened his eyes and spat out mouthful of foul air. There was a trace of thunder in there. I can't take this kind of risk in the future. Fortunately, the amount of thunder that disturbed my origin soul wasn't much. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to expel it in a short period of time. After expelling that sliver of thunder, Wang Lin's injuries began to recover and his origin soul healed. His body was damaged, but it didn't affect his cultivation. Wang Lin looked at the earth above him. Then he took a step forward and charged straight toward the earth. Since I came to the Thunder Celestial Realm, I need to take a good look to see how it's different from the Rain Celestial Realm. Wang Lin's body turned into a ray of light, but right when he touched the dirt above him, there was a flash of light from the dirt. As if he had hit a wall of iron, there was a loud rumble and he bounced off the dirt. After landing on the ground, Wang Lin retreated a few steps and his eyes were filled with terror. This dirt contains origin energy. Wang Lin took a deep breath and his eyes filled with lightning. As he took a closer look, his expression darkened. This isn't origin energy formed naturally. It's from a spell that someone casted. Someone doesn't want me to leave. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. Although he was injured when he smashed down, he was more or less aware of his surroundings. Although the ground was harder than normal, it wouldn't stop spells from going through. However, this dirt had changed, which immediately shocked Wang Lin. Was it someone who casted a spell or a change that occurred due to the celestial thunder being too violent? Wang Lin pondered for a moment, and with a thought, the celestial guard charged out. Tried to break through at multiple locations. The result was that every direction was impassable aside from directly forward. Wang Lin's expression became even more gloomy. He was even more certain this was man-made. Someone had seen him and imprisoned him here, leaving him only one road. They even arrogantly told him that the only path left was forward. Wang Lin silently pondered. He had used several days to heal and didn't know if the Thunder Celestial Realm had opened. He also wasn't able to deduce the identity of the person who used the spell. However, this person is able to lock down a part of the Celestial Realm. I fear that this person's cultivation is not simple. However, what purpose does he have for wanting me to move forward? This method doesn't make sense. If that person is hostile to me, he could have just attacked directly. Wang Lin pondered and his eyes lit up. He then looked at the hole the Celestial Guard made while looking for a way out. Forget it, it is pointless to stay here. Let's see what mysteries lie ahead. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he slapped his bag of holding, and a golden celestial brush appeared in his hand. While holding the brush, a sliver of red light came out from the crack between his eyebrows. This made him look very evil. Then his right hand formed a seal and a celestial wind immediately appeared, blowing away the dirt before him and revealing a passage. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and found countless winding channels leading to the unknown. His divine sense spread out even further but still wasn't able to find where it ended. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin's body charged directly forward. As he charged forward, his divine sense was spread out, looking for an exit. As he rushed through the tunnels, he tried breaking through at multiple points, but all of the dirt was reinforced by the spell, so he wasn't able to charge out. As he moved, his eyes narrowed. His divine sense had found the exit at a fork ahead. Wang Lin suddenly sped out toward the exit. However, he was a bit puzzled because the search for the exit seemed a bit too easy. Could this place not have been created by a spell but caused by the thunder? Wang Lin began to ponder and slowed down. Just at this moment, the exit he was locked onto released a flash of light. When the light disappeared, the exit also disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin was startled and his expression became even more gloomily. After pondering a bit, he let out a cold snort and headed toward the exit. After arriving at the exit, he looked around for a long time. He didn't say anything as he turned around and headed for the other fork. His divine sense was spread out and carefully observing each tunnel. Half an hour later, his divine sense found another exit. Gray light was coming through the exit. Clearly that exit led to the surface. Wang Lin didn't hesitate and charged directly at the exit. He was already moving very fast, but he couldn't teleport. However, he soon arrived near the exit. When H was only 100 feet from the exit, he rushed forth. However, just at this moment, the exit gave off a flash of white light and disappeared. Wang Lin had missed the exit. He clenched his fist and put on an extremely gloomy expression. He then raised his head. It was as if his eyes could penetrate the earth. After taking a few deep breaths, he turned around and left. This place must have been created by a spell. As Wang Lin gloomily moved through the endless tunnel, he calmed his previously anxious mentality. These exits were clearly being controlled by someone. They wanted him to see the exit but not be able to leave. If he became anxious and rushed, it would be even more difficult to leave. At this moment, somewhere in the Thunder Celestial Realm, the old man had his hand behind his back. He smiled and muttered, "It has been a long time since someone fated with this old man has appeared. If this junior can leave within 7 days, that means he is even more fated. I really hope this little guy can make it out in 7 days." There are many interesting places in this Thunder Celestial Realm that are extremely suitable for people fated with this old man. 3 days of time flashed by. Wang Lin was moving through the underground passage like lightning with his divine sense spread out. He would find an exit almost every half an hour, but he would never head over and continued his own journey. Using 3 days of time, he walked through all the passages underground. As a result, a complete map appeared in his mind. He also found the method to leave this place. Since this place collapsed when I fell, that means that this place is unstable. So even if this place is sealed with a powerful spell, it still won't be able to withstand the collapse of the celestial realm. Wang Lin calculated that staying in this tunnel would get him out of here. To be more exact, this location was the connecting point for all the tunnels. Almost all of the branching paths were connected to this tunnel. Exits that appear at fixed times to lure me and make me increasingly irritated when I try to rush at them. This person sure is bored. A hint of coldness flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. How could he be willing to be fooled by another person like this? Right now he had to break through the scheme with his own strength. Wang Lin raised his head and locked onto the dirt above him. He then slapped his bag of holding and the god-slaying war chariot flew out, turning into the Thunder Beast. At the moment the Thunder Beast appeared, it let out a roar. It was connected to Wang Lin, so without waiting for Wang Lin's order, a large amount of thunder moved through its body and gathered at its silver horn. At this moment, its silver horn gave off a bright light. As it roared, the beast charged up carrying the powerful light. It was like a sharp sword that charged toward the dirt above the tunnel. A loud rumble echoed across the passages and a violent tremble suddenly appeared. Wang Linu could clearly feel the powerful tremble that spread across the tunnels and immediately affected all the other tunnels. The Thunder Beast's body was knocked back. The powerful rebound force was something it almost couldn't bear. After retreating a few steps, its body trembled, but its eyes were filled with battle intent and an unyielding gaze. Just at this moment, a shadow flickered behind Wang Lin and the celestial guard flew out. Its body was covered in a golden light, and it threw a punch at the spot where the Thunder Beast's attack landed. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion caused a violent tremble that spread across the area. The celestial guard's body was sturdy, so it withdrew its fist and threw another punch, causing more trembling. The rebound force was intense, and after 5 punches, the celestial guard had to back up. The golden glow around the celestial guard dimmed and its aura became unstable. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. The location he chose couldn't be wrong. At this moment, the celestial guard retreated and Wang Lin took out the celestial sword containing the awakened Su Ligua. The celestial sword rushed forth along with Su Ligua's cursing. The thunder beast, celestial guard, and celestial sword's successive attacks caused the fragment to tremble violently, especially this tunnel. Because this tunnel was connected to all the other tunnels trembled violently as well. Wang Lin let out a roar. Then his hand formed a seal and the celestial spiritual energy in his body surged. His origin soul gave off thunder and thunder gathered in his hand. He threw the thunder, and the thunder beast also roared and charged out with the thunder. The celestial guard followed closely after. The entire fragment began to tremble violently. At this moment, the violent trembling caused the tunnel to collapse. The collapse of one tunnel caused a chain reaction, so all the connecting tunnels instantly collapsed as well. The collapse spread and a large amount of dirt fell. However, a trace of origin energy appeared and surrounded the surrounding area. The origin energy threads were very dense and rarely intersected. However, every time the lines intersected, a light door appeared. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He didn't think the spell would still exist after the collapse of the tunnels. However, without the obstruction of the dirt, it was much easier for Wang Lin to leave through the exit that appeared every half an hour. At the moment the next light door appeared, Wang Lin's body flickered and he charged out of the door at his fastest speed. The celestial guard and thunder beast followed closely after. At the moment he came out, he didn't pause. He stepped into the void and let out a big breath. What is this person's purpose? If he wanted to kill me, it wouldn't have been hard with this spell. If he wanted to trap me, then simply make those doors disappear. However, this why? Wang Lin lowered his head and looked at the ground. The line forming the prison was still there. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin put away the thunder beast and celestial guard. However, when he looked at the line of origin energy below him, he felt his scalp tingle. He looked around as he pondered and muttered, "This place is the Thunder Celestial Realm. Celestial jades should be dispensable things for those cultivators that have stepped into the second step. After all, second step cultivators focus on origin energy." This question had been sitting at the bottom of his heart ever since he found out about origin energy. He wondered why so many second step cultivators were so eager to come to the Thunder Celestial Realm. After meeting Xingong, Wang Lin made some guesses and gradually understood something. Aside from the celestial jades, there were celestial pills and treasures in the Thunder Celestial Realm. Although some were taken every time it opened, there would still be some remaining. As for whether one could find any, it would depend on one's own fortune. There were even rumors about complete celestial spells. Although most of the celestial spells were incomplete, the cultivators of the All-Heaven Star system was confident that there must be complete celestial spells here. In addition to all of this, there was another key reason. So far, 8 completely intact corpses of celestials had been found in the Thunder Celestial Realm. If one could find the corpse of a celestial, even if it was only a clue, they could sell it to the Thunder Celestial Temple. If the clues were accurate, one would receive great benefits. If one could obtain a corpse of a celestial by themselves and handed it to the Thunder Celestial Temple, then the individual gains would be unimaginable. Even the benefits one's family would receive would be a great harvest. If the person who obtained the corpse of a celestial had enough talent, they may even be taken as a disciple of one of the 10 great elders. From then on, they would be above others and their futures would be limitless. Aside from all of this, what really attracted second-step cultivators of the All-Heaven Star system to this place were the origin energy pits. More than 10,000 years ago, a cultivator found a semi-abandoned origin energy pit. That cultivator was only at the ascendant stage, and after cultivating inside the origin energy pit, he miraculously broke through the first step and reached the second step. For some reason, this news spread and caused every cultivator to go crazy over it. As for how the origin energy pit formed, no one knew and no one had ever seen it the countless times the Thunder Celestial Realm had opened before. It was as if this origin energy pit had appeared out of nowhere. There was a large amount of origin energy inside the origin energy pit. The origin energy there was extremely rich and didn't need any refining. Even if one wasn't at the second step, they only needed to cultivate to absorb it. Various rumors spread by different people caused countless cultivators to gather at the Thunder Celestial Realm. Aside from the origin energy pit, there was a tool called the Origin Tool by all heaven cultivators. The energy contained inside the Origin Tool was different from the energy inside Celestial Jades. If a first-step cultivator absorbed it, it would become Celestial Spiritual Energy, but if a second-step cultivator absorbed it, it would become Origin Energy. All of these were the real reasons why Wang Lin was tempted to come. He was also suspicious about why he had never even heard of these things in the Rain Celestial Realm. There was no answer, but he vaguely guessed that the Rain Celestial Realm was a little small compared to the Thunder Celestial Realm. This, of course, could be the fact that the collapse was more serious, so a lot of areas no longer existed. However, it was also possible that some areas were made inaccessible by others or weren't open to the public at all. My cultivation still isn't enough. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Then his whole body turned into a ray of light and he was about to leave. At this moment, the lines of origin energy suddenly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin stopped and stared at the scene. At this moment, a faint fluctuation of celestial spiritual energy came from the collapsed ground. A grayish-white handle was half exposed inside the dirt. The celestial spiritual energy fluctuations were coming from this object. On a fragment somewhere in the Thunder Celestial Realm, the old man had his hands behind his back and was staring at towering mountain ahead of him. He licked his lips and was about to walk forward, but he suddenly stopped as if he had detected something and laughed. That little guy took the shortcut, or else it would have been impossible for him to leave within 7 days. However, there is no harm in taking a shortcut. Since you want to become a fated person with this old man that badly, then this old man will reluctantly agree. However, there are still more important matters at hand. This old man has prepared materials for tens of thousands of years for this matter to finally succeed. After I retrieve this mountain soul and place the great all-heaven formation, I'll come and find you. The old man's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. With his experience, there was hardly anything that could make him excited. If there was anything that brought any excitement to his life, then it would be this terrifying plan that he had been working on for tens of thousands of years. The old man chuckled as he stepped forward toward the towering mountain. This old man will become the #1 person in the all-heaven star system. Once this plan is complete, I can sweep across the Alliance star system and make that damn Master Zhong Xian die without a grave. As for Wang Lin, he slowly landed, reached out and pulled out the thing from the ground. This thing was incomplete, as if it was part of a water vase. His eyes shined and looked at the ground. He could vaguely feel that there were several more fluctuations underground. Why didn't I notice this before? I only detected it after this place collapsed. Wang Lin looked at it and pondered. Just at this moment, a ray of light broke through horizon. This ray of light was black and seemed to carry a dense devilish energy. The ray of black light seemed to notice something and then it charged directly toward Wang Lin. The devilish energy contained undisguised killing intent and arrogance. Junior up ahead. Leave behind the thing in your hand and scram out of here. If you disobey, die. What followed the voice was a devilish flame that covered the entire sky. The black flame emitted a heat that could burn one's origin soul, and it instantly covered the sky. It was as if the thin layer of clouds in the sky was eroded by the devilish flame and was filled with devilish energy. It was as if they only needed to gather the water within for an intense rainstorm to begin. Carrying a trace of rain, the flame moved with the wind and rushed toward the ground. The devilish energy around the ground became monstrous in an instant. If someone were watching from far away, they would see that the devilish energy had formed a huge phantom with a single horn. A purple-robed young man appeared on the head of the phantom. His eyes were giving off a bloodthirsty light and his black hair was floating behind him. He stepped on the phantom and then it rushed toward the ground. Wang Lin stood on the ground as he calmly looked up at the sky. He waved his right hand and put the broken handle into his bag. When the devilish phantom closed in, the young man on top looked down at Wang Lin and coldly said, "You're courting death." He didn't move, but the rain near him quickly condensed and rushed out. Rain formed arrows that penetrated through the air. They flew toward Wang Lin while creating a strange, whistling sound. The youth was at the illusory stage, and it was obvious that he wasn't new to this cultivation. Although he wasn't at the peak, he was still at the mid-stage. His cultivation could match the Thunder Taoist, and his devilish spells made him even more fierce. Even the Thunder Taoist wouldn't necessarily have the upper hand against him. The arrows formed by the rain contained a fierce killing intent. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he retreated several steps. His hand reached out and bursts of thunder exploded forth. At the same time, balls of thunder appeared, and they were each connected by lightning. With a point of his finger, these balls of thunder charged toward the arrows. The moment the balls of thunder closed in on the arrows, they immediately exploded. The violent explosion caused the arrows to immediately disintegrate. The countless rain arrows all dissipated 100 feet before Wang Lin. The youth above the devilish phantom calmly and slowly said, "A little interesting." However, before he finished speaking, not only did Wang Lin not retreat, he stepped forward. He was already angry from being trapped inside the tunnel, and now he had met this youth that attacked with killing intent right away. It was as if he was so weak in everyone's eyes that they could attack him as they wished. It seems I have been too low-key in the all-heaven star system. If the youth was at the corporeal yang stage, Wang Lin might have hesitated and chosen to retreat. However, he had killed illusory cultivators before, and he stepped directly toward the phantom. Using devilish spells before me, I have even battled a scattered devil. With one step, Wang Lin stepped into the air. He then raised his right hand and his origin soul became active. A large amount of thunder came from his body and quickly gathered in his right hand. A blue ball of thunder suddenly appeared, and it simply contained too much thunder. The moment it appeared, it caused the surroundings to change. This place was the Thunder Celestial Realm, so it was not lacking in thunder. The moment Wang Lin's ball of thunder appeared, strands of thunder appeared on the ground and even the sky seemed to be affected. Countless strands of thunder were attracted to the ball of thunder. Holding the ball of thunder, Wang Lin jumped forward and pushed the ball. The ball of thunder rushed directly toward the youth on the devilish phantom. The youth's expression slightly changed. Not only did the killing intent in his eyes not lessen, it became even stronger. His hand rapidly formed seals, and at the moment the ball of thunder closed in, he shouted, "Devil, devour!" Two bloodthirsty devilish lights suddenly appeared on the originally blurry-looking devilish phantom. Then a crack appeared and became bigger and bigger before it devoured the ball of thunder. Such weak thunder isn't even qualified for me to use my devilish flame. The youth raised his right hand and all the rain gathered. The rain moved around inside his hand. In an instant, a long spear formed. It was formed by rain, but it seemed to be made of ink. The spear was black and seemed to be flowing. Then the youth waved his hand and a water curtain charged toward Wang Lin with dense devilish energy. Wang Lin was calm as he slapped his bag of holding and something appeared in his hand. It was the celestial mountain. The moment it appeared in his hand, it immediately increased in size until it was as big as a mountain. At the moment the water curtain arrived, Wang Lin pressed his right hand on the mountain with a mysterious light in his eyes. When he raised his hand, strands of the mountain's soul were pulled out as if they were drawing each other out. When Wang Lin's right hand completely lifted, the mountain's soul had turned into a ball of mist in his hand and was giving off an ancient aura. Wang Lin's body was like lightning. He was so fast that at the moment he moved, he caused a thunderous roar. Holding the mist in his hand, Wang Lin rushed out right when the water curtain was closing in. The water pierced into his body and immediately turned into countless drops of cold, devilish water droplets that instantly surrounded Wang Lin. However, As soon as it surrounded Wang Lin, the mist in his hand gave off a rich celestial spiritual energy fluctuation that allowed Wang Lin to charge through the water curtain. Without pausing at all, he charged forward and pressed the mist toward the youth on the devilish phantom. The youth's expression sank the moment the mist appeared. He immediately threw the spear and it charged out like a dragon. The spear rushed through the air and penetrated the ball of mist. After Wang Lin threw the ball of mist, he didn't stop but rushed forward and shouted, "Scatter!" The ball of mist suddenly spread out and swelled several times, becoming a dense mist that covered the entire spear. The youth's expression changed and was about to use a spell. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he shouted, "Thunder! Explode!" The ball of thunder devoured by the devilish phantom hadn't disintegrated. It was hiding. At the moment Wang Lin shouted, the powerful thunder exploded within the phantom's body. A blue light immediately appeared within the phantom. The light became bright and brighter before instantly reaching its limit. Finally, in a series of thunderous rumbles, countless bolts of thunder burst from the phantom's body. Its large, illusory body completely collapsed. The drastic change caused the youth's expression to become even more gloomy. At the breath before the phantom collapsed, the youth had already left the phantom's body. However, Wang Lin had already closed in. Wang Lin's shadow flashed and the celestial guard quickly stepped out. In the youth's eyes, it was as if Wang Lin had split into two. The celestial guard's entire body gave off a golden glow that flowed like water toward its right hand. At this moment, it seemed as if the celestial guard was holding the sun. One punch was thrown. Because Wang Lin's cultivation had reached the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, it wasn't as easy as before to see that the celestial guard was hiding in his shadow. All of this happened in an extremely short period of time. It happened so fast that the youth didn't even have time to think. He didn't expect a mere peak late-stage Ascendant cultivator to be able to create a ball of thunder this powerful and draw out the mountain soul. What shocked him the most was the punch from the puppet. The storm formed by this punch was too powerful. Not only was the golden light blinding, even his origin soul felt pain when the light shined on him. This punch was the peak of the celestial guard's power. It was a punch that could shatter the world. It was incredibly fast and landed directly before the youth. The consecutive changes caught him completely unprepared. From the slow attack at his start to the sudden change that came after, the youth felt a life and death crisis he hadn't felt in a very long time. He didn't hesitate to quickly retreat, as this punch made his scalp tingle. He had a feeling that if he didn't retreat and was hit by this punch, even with his illusory cultivation, he would undoubtedly die. As the youth retreated, the celestial guard's punch exploded. The youth bit the tip of his tongue without hesitation and spat out essence blood that contained origin energy. His expression became fierce and he shouted, "Screen of Dong Lin!" The essence blood exploded like water falling in hot oil. The blood mist gathered before the youth to block the puppet's punch. When the punch landed on the blood mist, a sound that shocked the entire fragment suddenly echoed across the fragment. This sound was beyond loud and the impact rapidly spread. It was as if the entire earth had 10 feet of it scrapped off by the shockwave. Large amounts of dirt flew up into the air and debris that gave off celestial spiritual energy fluctuation appeared. The blood mist dissipated and the puppet fell to the ground before retreating several more steps to steady itself. However, the golden light was completely gone and it seemed to have used all its energy. It was clear to anyone that the celestial guard's body was trembling lightly. The youth that came with murderous intent flew toward the ground like a meteor and smashed into the ground with a bang. An illusory black lotus emitting a powerful, black devilish flame appeared above him. In 5,000 years, you're the first person to make me Su Fenghan. However, before he could finish speaking, there was a loud, muffled explosion from inside the mist formed by the mountain soul. There was a loud echo as the mist dissipated and the thread returned to the celestial mountain. The spear inside had lost its power and had dissipated, and the rain fell to the earth. Su Fenghan's words were interrupted by the disappearance of the spear. As his slender figure walked out from the dust, his face was pale and was in a somewhat sorry state. His eyes were cold and were carrying a crazy amount of killing intent. "You're very good, very good." A cold voice came from his mouth and was also gnashing through his teeth. To be pushed this far by a first-step cultivator was a disgrace. He had forgotten that he came here for the pieces of treasure fragments underground. The only thing in his mind was killing Wang Lin. Wang Lin secretly sighed. It was very difficult to kill a second-step cultivator. All of the calculations and attacks were done to give the Celestial Guard a chance for that punch. If it was any first-step cultivator, they wouldn't have been able to block that attack. However, he could only injure but not kill an illusory cultivator who couldn't even be considered to have truly reached the second step. This person is much more powerful than the Thunder Taoist from back then. Wang Lin waved his hand and all the fragments exposed on the surface were gathered by him. Wang Lin was staring at the devilish lotus flame above Su Fenghan's head. Su Fenghan took a deep breath. Then he pointed at the sky with this right hand and grimly said, "Even if you have that puppet, thanks to the Tao of my devil lotus that formed when I reached the illusory stage, you will still be reduced to ashes." Devil Lotus Tao. First rotation. When Su Fenghan finished speaking, his devil lotus began to slowly rotate. The rotation caused the devil flame to immediately become more intense and cover half the sky. Wang Lin's expression was very serious. This was a rare chance to see a cultivator with their own Tao. The rotation of the devil lotus seemed to have replaced the world itself. It was as if the world was turning. This feeling was very unreal but also extremely real. It was as if he had become a grain of sand in the world and was being mercilessly erased by the rotation of the world. "I can't let it keep rotating." Wang Lin's expression suddenly turned pale. Thunder suddenly echoed across the sky that was half covered by the black flame from the devil lotus. In an instant, an underworld river appeared in the sky. This underworld river was extremely long, as if a great river had suddenly appeared in the sky. Bursts of mournful cries came from within, making it seem as if the entire world was filled with endless resentment. The underworld river squeezed into Black Flame's territory, creating an opposing force. At this moment, the rotation of the world gradually stopped and Wang Lin revealed a serious expression. Cultivators that had their own Tao and could materialize it were terrifying. Wang Lin was very clear on this point. Su Fenghan's eyes narrowed as he stared the underworld river and slowly said, "So you can materialize your own Tao too. You can also draw the soul from the mountain and have so many magical treasures. If my guess is correct, you are a second-step cultivator as well, but due to certain circumstances, your cultivation fell to the peak of the late stage of Ascendant." Only this explanation could prevent Su Fenghan from feeling bad. Otherwise, he really couldn't face the fact that an Ascendant cultivator could be this strong. "I believe that that puppet is your original body and this body is your clone. You must be too injured for your origin soul to return to your original body." The more Su Fenghan spoke, the more clear his mind became and the more he was sure of his speculation. "Let us see which of our Taos is stronger." Su Fenghan's eyes became cold and were filled with killing intent. The lotus above his head immediately began to rotate even faster. The black flame became even more monstrous to the point that it formed a wall of black flame that would make anyone's throat feel dry the moment they saw it. Su Fenghan shouted, "Devilish flame, burn!" The flame vortex separated from the lotus and charged toward Wang Lin. The vortex rotated rapidly, creating a powerful wind that carried intense heat. This wind created a storm that closed rapidly on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes released a golden glow. This battle was his first life and death battle since reaching the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. As the devilish flame closed in, Wang Lin raised his hand and shouted, "Second ability, Condense River Soul." The underworld river immediately trembled and all the resentment inside condensed. This resentment was too powerful. It was all the resentment Wang Lin had gathered from all the mortals on planet Qinglin. All of the resentment combined to form a monstrous amount of grievance. The monstrous resentment turned solid and charged out as shadows. Each shadow had the figure of a mortal. In an instant, countless shadows of mortals appeared in the world. At this moment, the world seemed narrow and crowded. However, The mortals formed by the resentment all fused in the blink of an eye. The result was a human-shaped resentful spirit that had no specific appearance. The resentful spirit was born from the underworld river. Just as it appeared, the underworld river wrapped around the spirit and charged at the devilish flame vortex. The resentful spirit and devilish flame vortex collided, creating an unimaginable power. At this instant, an extremely harsh sound came from the sky. The entire sky seemed to be torn by this power. The earth shook violently under the impact of the force. A crack appeared before Wang Lin and Su Fenghan and quickly spread. It was as if the entire continent was being split in half. The resentful spirit shattered into countless strands of resentment and returned to the underworld river. The underworld river collapsed. The underworld river was his Tao, and its collapse meant the collapse of his Tao. When Wang Lin felt the effect of the collapse, his expression immediately turned pale and he staggered a few steps backwards. The devilish flame's power was transmitted into the underworld river, and when the underworld river collapsed, it was transmitted into Wang Lin's origin soul. This devilish flame burned as if was going to burn the entire world. Wang Lin's face turned red. Then he coughed out a large mouthful of blood and was immediately filled with killing intent. Third ability, Power of the Underworld River. Wang Lin's head jerked upward and he stared at the crumbling underworld river. His unyielding nature was revealed through his gaze. He would never yield. If his Tao collapsed, then he would reform it once more. If the underworld river collapsed, then he would reform it once more. The devilish flame was forced out through the pores in his body. The devilish flame was invisible, but then black gas rose into the air. Su Fenghan's expression was also pale and he also took several steps backward. Although the devilish flame formed by his Tao didn't collapse, it was as if rain had fallen on it, and more than half of the flames had extinguished. Even his body was eroded by the resentful spirit from the underworld river. Luckily, his cultivation was powerful enough that he could suppress it after many attempts. If he hadn't suppressed it, it would have invaded his mind and he would have gone crazy before Wang Lin even had a chance to attack. Battles of Tao are the most dangerous. Those words are not false. For the first time, Su Fenghan put Wang Lin on the same level as himself. Battles of Tao often shake the roots of cultivators. This was not their origin soul or their flesh but their Tao heart. The consequences of a damaged Tao heart were extremely terrifying as it was extremely difficult to recover. Su Fenghan saw that Wang Lin's underworld river had collapsed. But at this moment, a powerful, unyielding will actually cause the collapsing underworld river to reform. This scene shocked him greatly and his eyes revealed a mysterious light. This was the first time he had seen a Tao spell like this. His eyes lit up and knew he couldn't retreat right now. This was a battle of Tao, and if he retreated, the consequences would be very serious. His right hand formed a seal and he shouted, "Devil Lotus, 100 rotations." The lotus trembled and rapidly rotated. At this moment, the feeling that the world was rotating appeared once more. This feeling was so terrifying that Wang Lin's body retreated subconsciously. He didn't want to retreat, but he had no choice. It felt like he would be obliterated by the rotating world if he didn't retreat. I have killed illusory in cultivators before, so it's not impossible to kill another. Wang Lin's right foot stomped on the ground and his body stopped. His unyielding gaze fell directly on the underworld river. This will also contained Wang Lin's confidence. This combination of unyielding will and faith caused the underworld river to stop collapsing. A powerful suction came from within the underworld river. This suction was extremely powerful. It was as if it wanted to suck everything into the underworld river. No matter how one rotated, one couldn't escape from the suction comprehended from the intersection of two star systems. This suction was so powerful that it even caused the lotus to slow down. It was as if it was inside water, as its rotation was obstructed and slowed down. This change caused Su Fenghan's expression to change greatly. Without hesitation, he jumped up. He was about to sit down on the lotus and use his own power to make the lotus rotate. How could Wang Lin give him that chance? Wang Lin immediately shot out. Under the suction of the underworld river, his right hand pointed into the air. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he shouted, "Karma whip!" A curved line suddenly appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows. This thin line slowly extended until it became a long whip. The moment the whip appeared, it immediately shook and gave off snapping sounds. It caused countless ripples to appear, and it was like an intangible object. It mercilessly whipped at Su Fenghan, who was charging toward the lotus. The whip was only lashing at the air, but it mysteriously affected Su Fenghan. His body trembled, his face turned pale, and his body paused. The karma whip attacks karma. This person's Tao heart has a flaw. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he rushed out without hesitation. Su Fenghan's body felt cold the moment the whip hit his body. All of the chaotic thoughts in his mind surged forth like a flood. They became an extremely chaotic existence inside his body and made him feel like he was being torn apart. His steps involuntarily slowed and even his Tao became unstable. He couldn't imagine what kind of whip this was to have such a terrifying power. At this moment Wang Lin charged out. He didn't charge towards Su Fenghan but towards Su Fenghan's lotus, stealing one spot. At this moment, Wang Lin's hair moved without any wind and his cloth flapped in the wind. His eyes were shining like lightning, and although his face was pale, he gave off an extraordinary aura. Standing on top of Su Fenghan's Tao lotus, Wang Lin turned around. His eyes were bright as a torch as he looked at Su Fenghan. He stood on the lotus, which was the same as standing on Su Fenghan's Tao. Although in reality this had no effect symbolically, it was amazing attack on one's mind. Su Fenghan finally suppressed all the chaotic thoughts in his mind. His Tao heart had already weakened, and when he saw Wang Lin standing on his lotus, his expression immediately paled. Wang Lin didn't say a word as he coldly stared at Su Fenghan. He waved his sleeves and actually sat down on the lotus. At this moment, the power of the underworld river became even more intense, and it instantly surrounded the lotus. Su Fenghan had lost the battle of Tao. His expression turned pale and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He then immediately retreated with a self-deprecating smile, and at the same time his hand formed a seal. The origin energy inside his body instantly gathered at his hands. "I still have an origin spell. Origin formed devil god." Su Fenghan's face became ferocious. He already hated this enemy, whose name he didn't even know, to the bones. Origin energy gathered in his hands, and then a black devilish flame suddenly formed between his hands. This devilish flame was like a flickering candle flame. It was as if there was a heart-devouring devil struggling inside the flame. In the blink of an eye, the devilish flame absorbed a large amount of origin energy, causing it to flash brightly and expand greatly. It gave off thick, black smoke that turned into the shape of a single-horned devil. Its appearance was similar to the scattered devil, but it was not as strong. A powerful sense of crisis appeared inside Wang Lin's heart. His right hand hit the lotus and then he jumped off it. Then his right hand pressed between his eyebrows and he charged directly toward the devil. His speed was extremely fast, and when he closed in, the third eye between his eyebrows released a powerful red light. The red light didn't spread out but gathered. Right now he looked extremely demonic. The moment the devil had appeared, it let out a roar and bit Su Fenghan's shoulder. It then dragged him into the air and swallowed him. After it finished devouring him, it turned its head and stared at Wang Lin. It then charged out while letting out a roar and swung its claws. The claws seemed to be tearing the heavens and earth, releasing a harsh shrill. At this moment, the veins on Wang Lin's face bulged. The third eye between his eyebrows instantly opened and released a ray of light in the shape of a fan. That devil's body was immediately exposed to the fan-shaped red light and looked as if it was becoming transparent. Even Su Fenghan, who was like a fetus inside the devil, became visible. The moment the devilish claws closed in, Wang Lin's right hand pointed at it and he shouted, "Stop!" The stop spell descended like a great force. It was as if the entire world had stopped at this moment. Although the devil recovered almost immediately, that pause gave Wang Lin an excellent opportunity. Right now the devil was completely surrounded by the red light and its body was giving off a large amount of black smoke. It let out bursts of miserable groans, and its screams were extremely violent. Even Su Fenghan, who was in a dormant state inside the devil's body, opened his eyes. Wang Lin's expression was pale. He couldn't maintain the red light from the third light for too long, because the spell used up too much origin energy. Wang Lin only kept the third eye open for 2 breaths of time before the red light disappeared. However, at this moment, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the celestial sword appeared in his hand. He raised the sword and it quickly fell. Heavenly chop. A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens and earth. What was chopped wasn't the flesh or power but the law of the world. At the moment the law was chopped, the spell would naturally collapse. This chop also allowed Su Ligua to play his part. Dense ancient sword intent immediately filled the world. The celestial sword had fallen. But the devil wasn't injured at all, and Su Fenghan's eyes lit up inside the devil. However, at this moment, whether it was the devil or Su Fenghan, neither of them moved an inch. A moment later, cracks appeared on the devil and devilish energy escaped from the cracks. After all the devilish energy dissipated, Su Fenghan was exposed. Su Fenghan was already dead. A trace of blood came out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. Killing an illusory cultivator was really difficult. Wang Lin put away the celestial sword and reached out toward the ground. He collected all of the shattered fragments of the treasure and quickly left. As for the devil lotus inside the underworld river, it didn't disappear for some reason. Instead, it was absorbed by the underworld river and was slowly being refined. When he noticed this, Wang Lin revealed a thoughtful expression. I wonder if the physical manifestation of Tao can be refined into a magical treasure. As he flew, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out. This battle would definitely attract some cultivators. So Wang Lin quickly flew away. Even after he was tens of thousands of kilometers away, he still didn't stop. This fragment was extremely vast, and it was far more stable than the Rain Celestial Realm. If this was the Rain Celestial Realm, this battle would have definitely caused the fragment to collapse. Wang Lin flew for 3 days before he finally saw the edge before him. At this point he stopped and looked around. Not far away, there was a mountain filled with thunder. Wang Lin charged directly toward the mountain. He used the celestial sword to make a cave before sitting down and cultivating. During the battle with Su Fenghan, Wang Lin used the heavenly chop and third eye, so the origin energy inside his body was consumed. However, he had devoured 2.5 bolts of celestial thunder that he had not refined but kept inside his body. He quickly refined them and recovered the origin energy he had used in the battle. In addition, this place was the Thunder Celestial Realm, so everything here, including the plants and mountains, contained thunder. This was like a holy land for Wang Lin, and cultivating here would be much faster than outside. He was like a fish in water. While cultivating, Wang Lin took out the lotus from the underworld river. The lotus was bleak, and at the moment it left the underworld river, it showed signs of dissipating. Wang Lin observed it for a moment before putting it back into the underworld river. Then he took out all the fragments he had gathered. From the fragments, he could tell that this was a vase-shaped treasure. The celestial fluctuations coming them were extremely strange. It looked like celestial spiritual energy but also not. While looking at the fragments, Wang Lin began to think. Then his eyes suddenly narrowed and he muttered to himself, "Could this be a shattered origin tool?" At this moment, a blood-red light quickly flew through the all-heaven star system. At the end of this red light was a dark red planet. This planet was very large and gave off a very strange aura. It was impossible to determine if this aura was celestial spiritual energy, devilish energy, or demonic energy. In the end, it was extremely strange. This planet wasn't stationary but slowly moving. The red light stopped before the planet and then disappeared, exposing a person. This person had red hair, red eyebrows, and was wearing a red robe. He looked very handsome and was in his 40s. As he looked at the surrounding space and the dark red planet, a trace of melancholy appeared in his eyes. He clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Yao Luodong's son, Yao Kong, returns to the family." The surroundings were completely silent. After a long time, the dark red planet suddenly stopped and a hoarse voice came from within. When your father left the family, didn't he say that no matter how many generations passed, you all would never return? Yao Kong let out a sigh. He really didn't want to come back to the All-Heaven star system and use the All-Heaven stone his father left him. However, if he didn't return to the All-Heaven star system, he couldn't be at peace. All of this was for his daughter Yao Shixue. This person was the blood ancestor. Just as he spoke, he was interrupted by the hoarse voice. Leave this place and go back to the Alliance star system your father chose. My Yao family's temple doesn't have the name Yao Luodong. This voice was filled with determination and resolve, and it didn't allow any to doubt or question it. The blood ancestor clenched his fist and said, Grandfather, my only daughter Yao Shixue was kidnapped from the Alliance star system and was brought here. Whether she is alive or dead is unknown. She has the blood of the Yao family. That hoarse voice became silent. After a long time, an ancient sigh came from it. Yao Shixue. The voice was very soft. After a while, it slowly said, I have calculated that she is inside the Thunder Celestial Realm. You go and bring my great-granddaughter back. Go to the Thunder Celestial Temple with my token and they will send you in. If you are late, then even they won't be able to send you into the Celestial Realm. The Thunder Celestial Realm was far larger than the Alliance star system's Rain Celestial Realm. To be more accurate, the Thunder Celestial Realm was better preserved than the Rain Celestial Realm. At the edge of one of the fragments there was a mountain that constantly gave off thunder. Bursts of thunder that looked like silver snakes constantly moved through the mountain. Anyone who saw this would feel shocked. The sky was dark and thunder would occasionally fall down on the mountain. It was as if the sky and mountain were linked. Thunderous rumbles would continuously echo and wouldn't dissipate for a long time. There was a cave in the middle of the mountain. Wang Lin was sitting in the lotus position in this cave, healing his injuries. The Celestial Guard was also cultivating at the entrance, recovering itself. On this day, Wang Lin opened his eyes and released a golden flash. Before him were 10 pieces of differently shaped fragments that slowly floated into the air, as if a giant hand was holding them. Wang Lin began to ponder. He had not seen what the origin tool from the Thunder Celestial Realm looked like. However, he guessed that there was a 70% chance that these fragments belonged to an origin tool. Wang Lin raised his hand and took one of the fragments. After carefully looking at it, he put it down before picking up another piece. Just like this, he engraved every piece in his heart and then closed his eyes. Just like how he deduced restrictions, he began deducing the most accurate combination inside his mind. Time slowly passed. 1 hour later, Wang Lin opened his eyes. He frowned as he looked at the fragments before him. It is impossible for these fragments to form a complete magical treasure, as there are pieces missing. After silently pondering for a moment, Wang Lin waved his hand. The fragments were surrounded by celestial spiritual energy and began to move. The pieces connected together to form a vase. There were scar-like cracks between each fragment, making it give off a sense of incomplete beauty. In addition, on one side of the vase there were several pieces missing that prevented it from being complete. After looking for a while, Wang Lin waved his hand and the fragments fell apart once more. He then put them back into his bag of holding. That Su Fenghan was an illusory cultivator, so why didn't he have a bag of holding? Wang Lin was puzzled by this after he killed Su Fenghan. After Su Fenghan died, his body dissipated. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and he found out that he didn't leave behind a bag of holding. This was a very odd phenomenon. That person's cultivation level was very high. Even if he didn't prepare any magical treasures for this trip to the Thunder Celestial Realm, he still should have prepared some pills. Moreover, if he had any gains, he couldn't just be holding them in his hand. Wang Lin frowned and was completely baffled. There must be some reason I don't know of, or there is a method of storage not known to outsiders. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he thought about the devil lotus inside the underworld river. Could it be? Wang Lin's eyes shined and with a thought the underworld river appeared around him. The underworld river was formed by his Tao so its size could change. Wang Lin's right hand hit the underworld river, causing the large amount of resentful spirits inside to pull out Su Fenghan's devil lotus. His eyes shined as he stared at the devil lotus. This thing couldn't leave the underworld river for too long, or it would disappear. Only by being inside the underworld river could the dissipation be slowed. At this moment, the devilish flame had already extinguished, leaving behind the bleak lotus. Wang Lin's hand formed a seal and celestial spiritual energy gathered in his eyes. He looked at the lotus. There seemed to be a cloudy aura inside the lotus, but this aura was not dead, and it was slowly rotating. When Wang Lin looked at it, the rotation immediately sped up and he could vaguely hear a roar coming from inside. It seemed like it was using some mysterious method to come out through Wang Lin's gaze. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he let out a cold snort. Not only did he not withdraw his gaze, he even gave the strange aura an opportunity to come out. The black gas came out and immediately turned into a devil that tried to devour Wang Lin. The moment that devil tried to devour Wang Lin, its body immediately shivered as if it had discovered something unbelievable. It let out a scream and immediately turned around to return back into the devil lotus. However, it was too late. Wang Lin's origin soul charged out and chased after it while giving out bursts of thunder. He directly grabbed the devil. As the devil gave off bursts of anxious screams, it was dragged back into Wang Lin's body. I can't refine a scattered devil, but such a small devil doesn't stand a chance. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as the scream of the devil was drowned out by thunder. The scream became weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared and the devil was devoured by his origin soul. Ordinary cultivators didn't possess devouring abilities like this. Normally, this came from some demonic cultivation methods. As for Wang Lin, this was because he was a soul devourer. After devouring the devil, Wang Lin's eyes gave off a dark glow, as if it contained a trace of devilish energy. However, thunder soon flashed through his eyes, dispelling all of the devilish energy, and Wang Lin returned to normal. He licked his lips. At this moment, he could clearly feel that not only had all his origin energy been recovered, but it had also increased a bit. It was as if all the origin energy had been compressed. After the black gas disappeared, the inside of the lotus was no longer cloudy and Wang Lin could see another space inside the lotus. There were 4 crystal clear beads emitting bright light floating inside. However, they looked unstable, like they could break down at any moment. Just at this moment, Wang Lin looked over and one crystal bead collapsed and dissipated. Seeing that the other crystal beads were about to collapse, Wang Lin's right hand immediately reached in and grabbed 2 beads. Just as he was about to grab the third, that bead collapsed. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he withdrew his right hand with 2 beads inside. After taking them out, the beads stopped collapsing. Wang Lin's divine sense entered the beads and he was immediately shocked. What an interesting spell, using something formed by Tao as a bag of holding. Wang Lin took a deep breath and understood why Su Fenghan didn't have a bag of holding. Using one's Tao to form its own space and store precious things inside for maximum protection. This spell is very practical. At this moment, after the lotus lost the crystal beads and the black gas, it withered rapidly. It was as if thousands of years had passed. It completely withered and eventually disappeared. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and crushed one of the crystal beads, causing a pill bottle to appear. The bottle was still sealed by wax, which meant that it had never been opened before. A very delicate Su was engraved on the bottle. After breaking the wax, the smell of celestial spiritual energy came out, making one feel extremely comfortable both physically and mentally. There was only one pill inside the bottle, and although Wang Lin didn't know the effect of the pill, it was absolutely not normal. After looking at it for a long time, Wang Lin put away the pill and broke the other bead. There was a flash of light and a talisman appeared. This talisman looked extremely ordinary with nothing unusual about it. There was a simple rune drawn on it using cinnabar. What is this? Wang Lin was startled, and he picked up the talisman to take a closer look. This looked like the talismans he had seen in his early days of cultivation that were used by low-level cultivators. If Su Fenghan stored it inside his Tao, it can't be normal. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and after looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't find any clues. After pondering for a while, He put away the talisman and no longer thought about it. Then his body flickered and he moved directly out of the cave. The celestial guard followed and merged with his shadow. Right before the mountain of thunder was the edge of the fragment. There was a field of thunder at the edge of the fragment. The thunderbolts were like rusty chains that extended into the darkness. In the rain celestial realm there were transfer arrays. However, the thunder in the thunder celestial realm is too powerful to place transfer arrays, so traveling depends on the power of one's feet. Wang Lin pondered. He didn't rush to leave this fragment, but carefully searched the area for any location with celestial spiritual energy fluctuations. As he flew, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. 2 rays of sword energy flew toward him from the front. There was a man and woman on those 2 rays of sword energy. The man was wearing dark blue robes with his long hair bundled up in a blue ribbon. He looked around 30 years old and had an extraordinary appearance. The woman looked to be around 28 years old. And although her appearance was also beautiful, her phoenix eyes looked evil and made it look like she had some strange temper. While the 2 of them were flying, they caught a glimpse of Wang Lin, and the 2 couldn't help but stop. They carefully spread out their divine senses and were slightly relieved to find that Wang Lin was only at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. The 2 looked at each other and without a word flew far away. While the 2 were probing Wang Lin's cultivation, Wang Lin also saw through theirs. Both of them were at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant and hadn't broken through yet. They didn't have much origin energy inside their origin souls, unlike him, who had already reached a point of saturation. The 2 of them didn't want any trouble and quickly left. Wang Lin only took one look before withdrawing his gaze and continuing to look at the ground. The thunder celestial realm had opened many times, so the harvest each time would be less. However, once there was a harvest, there was a high chance for it to be some top-quality treasure. Wang Lin had experience from the rain celestial realm, so it was much easier. In a flash, the remainder of the month passed by. Wang Lin didn't meet many cultivators, only 3 to 5 people. Among them, he hadn't seen any illusory cultivators. Most of them were ascendant, and there was even one soul transformation. Wang Lin searched the entire fragment once in 1 month of time and found nothing. After pondering a bit, he stopped searching and moved at full speed back to where he started. On this day, while Wang Lin was flying, his eyes suddenly narrowed. On the ground in the distance, a restriction formation had suddenly appeared. Although this restriction was hidden, it was clear as day to a restriction master like Wang Lin. He clearly remembered that he hadn't seen this restriction when he passed by here before. After taking a few looks, Wang Lin landed. This restriction wasn't very large, only about several thousand feet wide. What was wonderful about this restriction was that it was intertwined with the mountain nearby, so it was extremely well hidden. If Wang Lin wasn't confident that there were no restrictions here before, then he could have easily missed this. What was more important though was the celestial spiritual energy this restriction gave off. This restriction contains celestial spiritual energy which merged with the surroundings. This is quite amazing. However, it is precisely this celestial spiritual energy that is the flaw. After all, these are 2 types of celestial spiritual energy, and they wouldn't completely merge in a short period of time. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and deduced the restriction in his mind. Just as he was about to step forth, he thought of something. Wait, with how ingenious this restriction is, such a loophole shouldn't exist. The celestial spiritual energy could have been removed, making the restriction even more hidden. With how skilled the person who set up the restriction is, that person shouldn't have made this kind of mistake. Wang Lin slightly frowned before spreading out his divine sense and finding no clues for kilometers. He pondered for a while and muttered, "Strange. There is clearly an aura of a restriction, but I see no restriction. Could I be seeing things?" His eyes lit up before disappearing over the horizon. He flew toward the edge of the fragment and completely disappeared. Time slowly passed. 1 hour later, on the restriction 100 feet to the side of the mountain, a ripple appeared and 2 people walked out. These 2 were the man and woman Wang Lin met 1 month ago. The woman stared with hatred at where Wang Lin disappeared and said with dissatisfaction, Didn't you say that your restriction can merge fake with reality and attract all cultivators on this fragment? Why wasn't that person fooled just now? The man beside her frowned slightly and said, maybe that person hasn't truly left. We shouldn't have appeared so hastily. The woman coldly said, don't try to dodge the subject. I'm asking you a question. The man sighed and whispered, maybe he saw through it. Don't think too highly of others. Didn't you hear that person mutter to himself that he couldn't even see that there was a restriction? Before, I told you to leave more flaws, but you were too self-righteous. The woman was rather dissatisfied and her tone became worse. The man revealed a hint of contempt in his eyes, but it was very well hidden. He plainly said, cultivators that come to the Thunder Celestial Realm are people who have cultivated for a long time and are highly intelligent. If I leave too many flaws, no one would believe it. If I leave no flaws at all, even if second-step cultivators come, I'm confident they won't see through it. A flash of killing intent appeared in the woman's eyes and she coldly smiled. Li Yuan, you have guts. Are you saying my cultivation time is too short? The man pondered for a long time and respectfully said, my life soul is in my lady's family's hands. How would I dare? The woman coldly said, it's good you remember. If it were not for my grandfather, who took pity on you and gave you the pill, you would have died 100 years ago with your injuries. Li Yuan revealed a bitter expression and let out a sigh. His expression suddenly changed and he whispered, quickly return to my restriction. Someone is coming. As he spoke, he stepped forward. The woman was even faster and directly stepped into the ripple. The two entered the ripple and soon the ripple disappeared. Even if one checked with their divine sense, all they would see was an ordinary rock. A ray of sword energy came from afar and circled the area before landing. Then the light disappeared, revealing a middle-aged man. This person stared at the restriction and exclaimed. After looking cautiously for a long time, his eyes lit up and his divine sense spread out. When he found no abnormalities, his eyes released a mysterious light. He pondered for a bit before taking a few steps back and slapping his bag of holding. A ray of white light immediately shot out. When it landed on the side, it turned into a puppet made of wood. The puppet had inscriptions and markings engraved on it that gave off bursts of white light. The middle-aged man's hand formed seals and he muttered to himself. With one point of his finger, the wooden puppet began to slowly move. It became more flexible until it was finally like a real person. It jumped into the restriction, and after walking a few steps, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he shouted, explode! The puppet's body trembled, the white light intensified, and with a bang, the puppet's body collapsed. The shock from the collapse quickly spread and broke the restriction, exposing a hole that was hidden by the restriction. The middle-aged man's eyes revealed joy. He slapped his bag of holding and took out another puppet. This puppet directly jumped into the hole under the control of the middle-aged man. Shortly after, the man's eyes revealed ecstasy, and he charged into the deep pit without any hesitation. Right after he entered, he immediately let out a scream and his origin soul came out of the hole filled with fear. However, just as he left, a green shadow came out and pulled him back in. Ripples appeared once more from the rock 100 feet away and Li Yuan and the woman walked out. Looking at the hole, Li Yuan let out a sigh and turned his head. As for the woman beside him, she revealed a look of excitement. She walked to the hole and then reached in with her hand as if she was stroking something. She softly said, be good. Eat one more and we will change places. This time I'll definitely let you eat your fill in the Thunder Celestial Realm. Interesting. Wang Lin's figure appeared not far away. He never left but used an illusion as a disguise and saw a good show. The woman's expression changed as she turned around and stared at Wang Lin, who had suddenly appeared. She frowned and was about to speak when Li Yuan stepped forward, standing before the woman. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin and slowly said, fellow cultivator, before, we offended you with the matter regarding the restriction. Right now, why are you wasting time with him? This person's cultivation level is same as ours. If both of us attack, we can feed him to my pet. The woman let out a cold snort and charged forward. She slapped her bag of holding and a feather fan immediately appeared. The fan flew out with fierce killing intent toward Wang Lin. Li Yuan bitterly smiled as his right hand formed a seal and restrictions immediately appeared. The restrictions combined together and began attacking Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He could be considered the top first-step cultivator. At this moment, he charged forward and flicked his finger, shooting out a bolt of thunder. The bolt of thunder hit the feather fan. The thunder dissipated and the feather fan collapsed without any ability to resist. Since her magical treasure was destroyed, the backlash of it caused her body to tremble violently, and she coughed out blood. She then took several steps back and her face was filled with horror. Wang Lin had only taken one step. Instead of the fan, what Wang Lin paid more attention to was Li Yuan's restriction. The restriction split into 18 restrictions that overlapped and connected with each other. This restriction was very strange. If one looked at it purely with the intention of cracking it, it would take some time to do so. However, right now it was a battle. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't try to crack it but raised his hand. The thunder inside his origin soul appeared once more, forming a giant palm. The palm smashed down directly toward the 18 overlapping and interconnecting restrictions. After several bangs, the 18 restrictions collapsed one by one as they weren't able to withstand the power of the palm. After all the restrictions collapsed, the palm still hadn't dissipated and landed directly on Li Yuan's chest. Li Yuan coughed out blood, his face turned pale, and he retreated a few steps. He stared at Wang Lin with a look of disbelief. At this moment, Wang Lin took the second step and directly stepped over the two people. He arrived next to where the restriction was and looked down into the pit. There was a cloud of green Yin energy inside the pit. At the moment Wang Lin looked down, the Yin energy flew out, forming a huge skull that gave off a green glow and immediately rushed to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light, and he softly said, "Heavenly Ghost." At this moment, the woman revealed a horrified expression and shouted, "Devour him!" The skull formed by the heavenly ghost gave off a green light that made the world look green. As it rushed toward Wang Lin, there was a flash of light from between Wang Lin's eyebrows and the karma whip suddenly appeared. The moment the whip appeared, it immediately whipped at the heavenly ghost. The heavenly ghost let out a miserable scream and a large amount of green gas released from its body. It was about to retreat, but how could Wang Lin let it escape? The karma whip immediately wrapped around the heavenly ghost and pulled it back. Then Wang Lin took out the 1 billion soul flag and immediately threw the heavenly ghost inside. With this, the chance of refining the second celestial guard will be much greater. Wang Lin turned around and looked at Li Yuan and the woman. The woman revealed a terrified expression. She couldn't imagine how this person was able to easily capture the heavenly ghost that her family had been raising for many years. Li Yuan's expression was extremely. Just now, he saw the whip that had suddenly appeared next to Wang Lin. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said, with a complex expression, "Senior, the two of you setting up a restriction to trap people have nothing to do with me. However, since the two of you took the initiative to attack me, then I can't let you off easily." Wang Lin's expression showed no joy or anger, but those words caused the woman's body to tremble. Li Yuan let out a sigh in his heart. He pondered for a moment while looking at Wang Lin and respectfully said, "Senior, this matter was our fault. This junior knows an extremely secretive place where restrictions exist and presumably celestial treasures as well. Junior offer this place to settle this matter." The woman beside him no longer had any spirit and didn't dare to speak. Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan with a smile that was not a smile. His gaze was like a sword that directly saw through Li Yuan's heart. Li Yuan's expression didn't reveal any panic and instead became even more calm. There was no discomfort as he respectfully said, "Senior must be wondering why Junior didn't go there and broke the restrictions himself." Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan. This person's intelligence was far from something that woman could compare to and was not ordinary at all. From what he heard from the two of them, this person was rescued by the woman's family, but the price was handing over his life soul. However, Wang Lin had always felt that their conversion earlier had been led by the person named Li Yuan, as if he was trying to point something out. Li Yuan's expression remained neutral. Then he revealed a look of sincerity and said, "In my earlier days, I found an ancient map that depicts a forbidden area in the Thunder Celestial Realm from before the Thunder Celestial Realm collapsed. Junior is confident in finding that place as long as it still exists. As for the restrictions there, Junior is 70% confident in breaking them." Wang Lin's expression didn't change and he didn't speak. If Junior is not wrong, there are origin tools inside the Forbidden Land. These are origin tools that are completely preservers. If the restrictions can be removed, Senior can take half of the origin tools. The woman beside Li Yuan opened her mouth, but in the end she chose to remain silent. Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan. After a long time he smiled and nodded. "Okay, but..." As Wang Lin spoke, he suddenly raised his right hand and reached out. The woman's body immediately trembled and a ghost-like shadow was pulled 3 inches out of her body. All of this happened in an extremely short period of time. The woman's face was deathly pale, as if she lost a lot of energy. "I need to obtain a soul as a safety precaution." The shadow condensed into a ball of light and Wang Lin put it into his bag. Li Yuan's expression was neutral, but he was extremely vigilant inside his heart. He knew that this person's intelligence was not below his. This person decided to extract this woman's soul rather than his. Could it be that this person had seen through something? "Also, I'm very interested in the method you used to hide your restriction." Wang Lin's gaze fell on Li Yuan. Li Yuan pondered a bit before taking out a piece of jade and spending a long time marking it. He then gave it to Wang Lin and said, "Since Senior is interested, then Junior won't be stingy." Wang Lin caught the jade. After scanning it with his divine sense, he immediately frowned. At this moment, although Li Yuan had his head down, he still saw the faint frown Wang Lin had. He thought to himself, "This cultivator is strange and is extremely knowledgeable, or else he wouldn't have seen through my restrictions earlier. However, no matter how knowledgeable he is, he can't see through my restriction methods." While thinking about the source of his restrictions, Li Yuan felt a bit depressed. Wang Lin indeed didn't understand this restriction. Even with his understanding of restrictions, when he first saw the restrictions in the jade, he felt like he couldn't tell head from tails. This restriction was clearly different from the restrictions he had learned, and they might not even be celestial restrictions. When he started to observe the inside of the jade, 10 statues appeared. When he attempted to comprehending them, they began to overlap and caused his mind to be shaken. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense. Although he couldn't see through it, he managed to find something familiar within. He didn't point it out but put it away and softly said, "Lead the way." Li Yuan quickly nodded and arrived next to the woman named Gu. However, the woman waved him away and with a snort jumped on a ray of sword energy before flying into the distance. Li Yuan didn't mind. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin before a ray of light appeared under his feet and he flew into the sky. Wang Lin unhurriedly followed behind them. His eyes flickered as he examined Li Yuan. There was probably both true and false information in his speech. Right now I'm starting to wonder if he calculated all of this from the moment he first saw me. If that is really the case, then his scheme runs too deep. Wang Lin was always suspicious of others. Although Li Yuan looked ordinary, Wang Lin always felt something mysterious when talking to him. If what he said was all true, then I can forget this matter. However, if there were any lies that are disadvantageous to me, then I will kill those too. Wang Lin's killing intent was very well hidden. The woman named Ge was filled with resentment, but she didn't dare to vent it on Wang Lin. However, her heart was filled with hatred for Li Yuan. If it wasn't for the problems in Li Yuan's restriction, how could it have attracted that person? I just managed to create a connection with my heavenly ghost, and it was taken by that person. Moreover, if that person wanted security, why did he take my soul but not Li Yuan's? The more she thought about it, the more she hated Li Yuan. Just at this moment, Li Yuan flew next to the woman. He looked ahead and said, "I remember that place is not on this fragment. We need to go past that thunder area to find it. The woman named Go let out a cold snort and didn't speak. However, Li Yuan's voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Lady Gu, I have already wrapped my divine sense in restrictions, so he can't hear us. This person heard our talk earlier, so he knows that my life soul is in the hands of your family. As long as he controls you, he controls the two of us. However, lady can rest assured. I'll definitely find a way to retrieve your life soul. Li Yuan's voice was very cautious, but it revealed sincerity and determination. Although the woman named Go let out a cold snort, her heart became much more calm. It seemed she at least somewhat believed Li Yuan's explanation. Several days later, as the three flew, the edge of the fragment appeared. Strands of thunder extended into the darkness like chains. Once they were at the edge of the fragment, Li Yuan turned around and respectfully said, Senior, these thunder chains contain a lot of power. Even powerful cultivators have to be extremely cautious on them. Senior, please be careful. When standing here, one could experience the majesty and might of the thunder celestial realm. Here was also where one could feel how broken the thunder celestial realm was. If one looked from above, the edge of the fragment was an irregular zigzag shape. It was as if a giant pair of hands had torn the fragments apart. On the edge were broken layers of dirt that extended downwards. There was no end in sight, only the endless void. It was as if this fragment was floating in the void. When standing here, one could hear the thunderous rumbles before them. The sound was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. This created an illusion that made people not know where they were. It was also as if they were at the center of the world and they were stepping on the void. On the side of the fragment, strands of thunder were flashing. These strands of thunder seemed to be nailed into the side of the fragments and were extending into the void. The strands of thunder overlapped, forming chains. Although they looked like they led to the void, Wang Lin could imagine them connected to another fragment on the other side. This entire thunder celestial realm was linked together with these thunder chains. They were like wires that connected a majority of the fragments of the collapsed thunder celestial realm. If one looked down from high above in the thunder celestial realm, they would immediately see it all. All of the fragments were linked together with these thunder chains, allowing the broken thunder celestial realm to remain standing. Those fragments really looked as if a pair of giant hands torn them apart. Wang Lin sighed in his heart. I was just like when he saw the giant handprint in the rain celestial realm. These scenes made it so he couldn't help but guess what happened countless years ago to cause the celestial realm to collapse like this. It wasn't that Wang Lin hadn't guessed that this was caused by the ancient gods, but there were many problems with this theory. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin focused and looked at Li Yuan and the woman named Gu. How did the two of you get past these thunder chains? Li Yuan had been closely observing Wang Lin's expression and found a trace of confusion when they arrived at the edge of the fragment and saw the thunder chain. This confirmed his speculation that this was this person's first trip to the thunder celestial realm. After hearing Wang Lin's question, Li Yuan respectfully said, The key to getting past the thunder chain depends on Lady Go. The woman named Go let out a snort as she slapped her bag of holding and a black iron sword flew out. This sword looked extremely normal without anything special about it. However, after it appeared, Wang Lin noticed Li Yuan reveal a hint of uncontrollable excitement, but that was quickly hidden. Just as that excitement disappeared, he seemed to casually look at Wang Lin. After discovering that Wang Lin hadn't noticed him, he relaxed a bit. The woman named Ji's gaze fell on the iron sword. She bit the tip of her tongue and spat out blood. Then her right hand moved and she drew a rune with the blood. A similar rune appeared between her eyebrows and flashed along with the one she drew as if they were checking if they matched. Then the rune suddenly fell on the iron sword. The sword trembled and a circle of light spread out. Li Yuan suppressed the agitation in his heart, stepped into the light, and landed on the sword. He stood in a strange position. He was on the tip of the sword. His back was facing Wang Lin and his face revealed a trace of reminiscence. At the moment Li Yuan's feet landed, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and stared at his feet. Wang Lin seemed to have noticed something, and lightning flashed across his eyes. The woman named Go frowned before stepping forward and landing on the hilt of the sword. Wang Lin's gaze fell on Li Yuan's feet. At the moment his feet landed, Wang Lin had a strange feeling. It was as if that person and the iron sword had become one. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and then withdrew his divine sense. He stepped forward and entered the void. The moment he entered the void, it was as if he had passed a boundary, and the rumble from the thunder seemed to increase several-fold. The woman named Gus snorted in her heart and thought, "This magical treasure is inherited from the family. Although it has no power, it is unmatched in resisting thunder." With her thought, the flying sword began to move along the thunder chain. The thunder from the chain seemed to have no effect on the flying sword. The woman named Go looked at Li Yuan and frowned. The location he was standing on made her feel very uncomfortable. However, this was not the moment to say anything. Although the sword wasn't very fast, it was stable as it flew along the thunder chain. The surroundings were filled with nothingness, and one couldn't see anything before them. However, no cultivator in the thunder celestial realm would get lost. As long as they followed the thunder chains, they would find the right direction. Shortly after, as the sword flew, they slowly entered the void. The woman couldn't spread out her divine sense, so she didn't see Wang Lin. She wondered if she had lost him. So she turned around and immediately felt as if a bolt of thunder had penetrated her. She was frozen, her eyes were filled with aghast, and the terror she felt toward Wang Lin reached a peak. She saw Wang Lin treading on the thunder chain in his white robe. He walked step by step as if he was walking on flat ground. The thunder moved through his body, but it had no effect on him. In fact, he felt very comfortable, and his origin soul was even absorbing all the thunder. As Wang Lin walked, he set off violent waves of thunder behind him. This scene was very clear even from a distance. It was like a bright beacon at night. Li Yuan, who was on the sword's tip, was filled with melancholy. As he stood on the tip of the sword, waves of emotions were set off in his heart. He was almost unable to control it. "Old friend, it has been a long time, since we meet." Li Yuan let out a sigh in his heart and then immediately focused his thoughts. He immediately became aware of the woman named Ji's change and subconsciously looked back. When he saw Wang Lin walking on the thunder chain, his pupils immediately shrank. "He can stand on the thunder chains between the fragments with his body." Li Yuan's expression shrank but quickly returned to normal. Wang Lin didn't speak along the way, but the thunder was like a burning fire at night. The thunder behind him gradually disappeared. After spending most of a month in the void, the trail of thunder behind Wang Lin had disappeared completely. Only at this moment did Wang Lin relax. That thunder wasn't something he wanted. It was because his own body contained thunder. That thunder was formed by the friction from the thunder inside his body and the thunder outside. Wang Lin didn't like this kind of phenomenon because it was too showy and could invite unwanted trouble. Now that his body had adapted to the chain, he relaxed a bit. When listening to the two of them, it seemed the reason Li Yuan's life soul is in the woman's family's hands is because they saved him. However, I fear there is something more. While he moved along the chain, he was still observing the two and pondering the situation. That woman's sword can cause Li Yuan to have such a reaction. I guess being saved and then locked to the woman's family was all part of his plan. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the iron sword. After taking many careful looks at the iron sword, he wasn't able to find any clues. This iron sword had very strong resistance toward thunder. The deeper one traveled on the thunder chain, the stronger the thunder became, but the iron sword wasn't affected at all. Along the way, the three of them didn't speak at all. Every time the woman named Gu looked at Wang Lin, there was fear in her eyes. She was now really afraid of Wang Lin. He had captured her heavenly ghost with ease and was able to safely step on the thunder chain. All of these things made her develop a fear toward Wang Lin, especially when she considered the fact that a part of her soul was in his hands. It made her even more terrified. The woman thought, "I don't have any real death grudge with him, only some conflict. Since he is a senior, as long as I remain obedient along the way and follow orders, I should be able to survive." As for Li Yuan, he suppressed the shock in his heart about Wang Lin and quietly stood at the tip of the sword. He remained motionless as if he had always been like this. Time quickly passed. The three of them had flown in the void for almost 2 months. The Thunder Celestial Realm was too big, and in these 2 months they met no cultivators. It was as if, for these 2 months, the three of them were the only people left in the world. The boring flight made the woman named Gu extremely irritated. However, each time she wanted to vent on Li Yuan, she would have an inexplicable feeling that this scene was somewhat familiar. This familiar feeling made her suppress her temper. However, no matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't remember what this familiar feeling was. I always feel like I have seen this scene somewhere before. The woman named Gu spent most of her time pondering this question. On this day, as they proceeded farther, the thunder became even stronger. The roars of the thunder echoed endlessly. The thunder spread out like dragons and scattered in all directions. Wang Lin also felt discomfort from the chain, and he became vigilant because what made him feel uncomfortable wasn't the thunder but the vibrations coming from the thunder chain. These vibrations were coming from ahead, and they were causing the thunder chain to tremble and send thunder scattering in all directions. Even the light screen around the iron sword flickered as if it could break at any time. The woman named Gu seemed to panic and increased her control. Li Yuan frowned slightly. As they moved forward, the vibrations increased even more. The thunder seemed to contain a violent aura, and a slight touch would cause a thunderous rumble. Wang Lin was still frowning, and the caution in his eyes became stronger. He had a bad feeling, as if there was a terrifying existence ahead. Senior, although Junior hasn't been to the Thunder Celestial Realm before, I know that the chains connecting the fragments shouldn't shake so violently. Senior, look over there. Li Yuan pointed toward the void on the left. At the end of the void there were vague flashes of light. Senior, there should also be a thunder chain over there, but we can still see the light. I fear that the shaking is not only our chain but a majority of the thunder chains in the region. I think there is something big happening. How about we return? Before I came here, the old ancestor in the family told me that if the thunder chains connecting the fragments shake, that means that the two fragments are going to collapse. The woman's expression was pale, and she could also feel the vibrations from the chain. The vibrations became more frequent and more violent. The thunder that the vibrations were giving off was very shocking. Wang Lin had already become aware of where Li Yuan pointed. After pondering for a bit, he gloomily looked ahead and slowly said, "The answer is before us. There is already no path for retreat, so we'll know once we see it." Li Yuan nodded. He also had this idea. They had already traveled this far. Turning back now wouldn't help. Although cultivators needed to be cautious, when faced with a path of no retreat, they needed to bravely move forward. Li Yuan looked at the woman and explained, "Lady Gu, although the vibrations of the chain have to do with us going deeper into the void, it is too late to retreat." Wang Lin didn't speak anymore, but his body flickered and he increased his speed. He jumped over the two and charged ahead. Li Yuan looked at Wang Lin's back and thought, he indeed wasn't using his full strength before. This person is not simple. My ability to gauge a person is not wrong. How could someone who defeated an illusory cultivator be simple? Not long after Wang Lin charged into the void, his eyes suddenly narrowed and he stopped. He stared ahead and saw a large area of fog filled with celestial spiritual energy spreading out. The fog was boundless and blocked all paths forward. At this moment, the iron sword caught up. When Li Yuan saw the fog, he was startled. After taking a closer look, his expression changed and he shouted, "This is a restriction." Wang Lin had recognized that this fog contained traces of the power of a restriction. He slowly said, "Since this is a restriction, are you confident in cracking it?" Li Yuan frowned and carefully looked at it. His eyes shined and he said, "I'm not confident. This isn't a single restriction but many restrictions combined, and they are borrowing the power of thunder from the Thunder Celestial Realm. Just who has the courage to actually place a restriction like this?" His expression was very serious as he slapped his bag of holding and a compass appeared in his hand. The pointer spun non-stop as his hand formed seals while he calculated, and his eyes shined even brighter. Just at this moment, the compass in his hand exploded into dust and dissipated. This is a mid-heavenly restriction that uses the Thunder Celestial Realm as its base with 9,999 spirits to act as formation eyes. It can form a huge and incomparable formation that can refine everything in the world. Just at this moment, a laugh came from the fog in the distance, followed by an old man walking out from the fog. He was holding something in his hand. It was a thunder chain. Meeting you here proves that you are indeed someone fated with this old man. I was about to find you, but you came here yourself. Very good, very good. Wang Lin's expression became gloomy and his pupils shrank when he saw the thunder chain in the old man's hands. His heart was filled with terror. Even Wang Lin with his thunder origin soul and thunder body could not casually hold the thunder chain like that. After all, just the thunder it gave off contained a trace of celestial thunder, so there was no need to mention the entire chain. He couldn't see any clue about the old man's cultivation level at all, but he could imagine it was extremely high. In addition, he could vaguely feel a sense of returning to the origin from this old man. Wang Lin subconsciously took a few steps back. He was very unfamiliar with this old man, so presumably, the fated person was not him. His gaze turned and fell on Li Yuan. Li Yuan was also extremely surprised. When he saw Wang Lin's movement, he guessed that Wang Lin didn't know this old man. Then it became obvious that the fated person the old man talked about might be himself. He carefully looked at the old man and felt rather puzzled. He respectfully said, "Senior, the person you are talking about is..." The old man walked out from the thick fog and stared at Li Yuan. He pointed at Wang Lin and said with dissatisfaction, "Little fellow, the fated person this old man talked about is you. Come here." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he said, "I have never met Senior before. How are we fated?" The old man examined Wang Lin a bit and smiled. "Have you forgotten already? Anyone who can escape from the old man's prison tunnel is fated with this old man." Wang Lin's expression immediately changed. He looked at the old man, and after pondering a bit he slowly said, "So it was Senior who set it up. I just don't know why Senior did it." The old man revealed an impatient expression and stepped forward. Then his hand reached toward Wang Lin and he said, "What is all this nonsense? If this old man says you're fated, then you are." Wang Lin's expression became gloomy and he quickly retreated. He couldn't see through this old man's cultivation, so he couldn't do battle and could only run. The old man let out a mischievous smile and his hand reached out. In an instant, the area within 5 kilometers was filled with a powerful force. This force was simply too strong, and it also contained an unimaginable amount of origin energy. One grasp caused Wang Lin's expression to become pale, and he found that he couldn't move at all. It was as if someone had used the stop spell on him. He could only watch as the old man's hand reached toward him. His eyes shined brightly, and as the old man's hand closed in, he bit his tongue. Rather than spitting it out, he swallowed the essence blood and activated the escape spell he learned from the old man in the demon spirit land. The blood had already formed an internal cycle inside his body. As this internal cycle moved, his body loosened and disappeared in a flash. He reappeared a distance away and escaped without looking back. The old man softly exclaimed. His eyes revealed a hint of interest and he smiled. He is indeed worthy of being fated with his old man if he knows such an incredible spell that damages oneself to escape. He then withdrew his hand and shot toward the void. That grab earlier only used 10% of his power. At this point, he was more serious and used 20% of his power with this palm. One palm caused the void to twist like it was about to be torn apart and ripples appeared. Then the old man softly said, "Reverse!" In the blink of an eye, the entire void flickered as if everything had changed. Wang Lin's eyes blurred and his body quickly moved backward. This posture was exactly the same as when he ran. In almost an instant, when he regained his vision, he was actually standing 30 feet away from the old man. Cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. This kind of spell was already beyond his imagination. The old man looked at Wang Lin and smiled. Why are you not running? Wang Lin pondered a bit before clasping his hands and respectfully saying, I don't know what senior wants, but junior's cultivation level isn't high enough to meet senior's requirements. The old man's gaze fell on Wang Lin's bag and he said, No problem. You can't help me, but the thunder beast inside your bag can. Let this old man borrow it for a while and then I'll return it to you. Wang Lin secretly let out a sigh. He didn't know how the old man knew what he had in his bag of holding. He slapped his bag of holding and the thunder beast flew out. The moment the thunder beast appeared, before it could even let out a roar, it was grabbed by the old man and dragged away. The old man smiled. Very good, it is actually a silver-horned thunder beast, very good. Little fellow, this old man is not only taking this thunder beast. Every Thunder Celestial Temple Messenger's thunder beast will belong to this old man for a period of time. The thunder beast finally regained its senses and was shaking from terror. This was the first time the thunder beast had showed this kind of behavior. Upon seeing that the old man was about to leave, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and loudly said, With senior's cultivation, how could senior just take a junior's possession like this? The old man stopped and turned around to look at Wang Lin. He smiled and his eyes revealed admiration. You want compensation? Interesting, but I can't just use your thunder beast in vain. He looked at Wang Lin and said, Your cultivation is a mess. A thunder origin soul and a thunder body. What is this? Let this old man give you a helping hand. The old man's right hand reached out and a large amount of dust gathered in his hand to form a ball of light. He then spat out a mouthful of energy into the ball of light and threw it without even looking. The ball of light shot directly toward Wang Lin. The ball of light was too fast for Wang Lin to dodge, and so it directly entered his chest. After doing all of this, the old man waved his sleeves and laughed. You guys can't break through here, so let me give you all ride. As he waved his sleeve, a powerful force appeared, taking Wang Lin, Li Yuan, and the woman named Gu before disappearing. That iron sword is a bit familiar. Forget it, the matter at hand is more important, so I'm not going to think about it. The old man looked at the thunder beast in his hand. The more he looked, the more pleased he became and he smiled. Yes, after this old man uses some spells, this thunder beast should be able to pull the chain. The thunder beast carefully looked at the old man. Its heart was beating wildly, but it didn't dare to make a sound. The old man's body flickered and then he disappeared with the thunder beast. However, almost right after he reappeared, he looked at where Wang Lin disappeared to and muttered, Just then how much energy did I put into it? It seems I put a little too much. That little guy should be all right. Regardless, if he doesn't die, then he really is fated with this old man. The old man stepped forward and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin's group of 3 was sent through the fog by the old man and they were currently whistling through the fog. This kind of speed couldn't be described anymore. It was simply too overwhelming. In an instant, Wang Lin's vision blurred and his body fell and landed on the ground. Li Yuan's expression was pale as he landed 100 feet from Wang Lin. As for the woman named Gu, her face had no trace of blood and she immediately began to puke. The speed was so fast that her body was almost unable to bear it. The moment he landed, Wang Lin immediately felt a powerful pain coming from the ball of light in his chest. This pain was so intense that it almost completely drowned him. His body trembled. This feeling was like when a mortal swallowed a piece of burning coal. Imaginable heat was coming from inside his body, as if it was trying to burn his entire body to dust. Li Yuan adjusted his breath and his eyes lit up before looking at Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin looked like he was in a lot of pain. It was as if a flame was burning inside his body. The woman named Ji's eyes revealed a hint of viciousness as she stared at Wang Lin. She could tell that Wang Lin's current condition was not good. She gently touched her bag of holding and a black dagger appeared in her hand. The moment the dagger appeared, countless ghosts appeared around it. This dagger was also an inheritance from her family and was highly toxic. The toxin could corrode the flesh, and the ghost sealed inside was extremely harmful to one's origin soul. Li Yuan slightly frowned, but he didn't stop her. If this person was killed like this, then even if this person went to that place, he wouldn't be able to reach the final destination. The woman named Gu knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she gave up this chance, she might never have another. She clenched her teeth as she held the dagger and was about to step forth. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. They were no longer filled with thunder but instead flames. He stared at the woman holding the dagger and said, in a hoarse voice, "The dagger is not bad. Are you going to gift it to me?" The woman named Gu was frightened and her eyes were filled with fear. She subconsciously took a few steps back and said, "Yes, yes." With that, she quickly threw the dagger on the ground. Wang Lin closed his eyes. When he reopened them, he regained his clarity. His right hand reached out and the dagger flew into his hand. After taking a closer look, Wang Lin put it inside his bag of holding. The ball of light condensed by the old man had exploded in Wang Lin's body, placing him in a huge crisis. That feeling of his body burning still existed. However, what was surprising was that this burning had no harm to his cultivation and instead was very beneficial. As it burned, Wang Lin could even feel his cultivation slowly improving, and he became infinitely closer to breaking through the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. However, this process was painful enough to make him go crazy. Fortunately, Wang Lin's mental strength was as stable as a rock after 1,000 years of cultivation, so he simply endured the pain. On the surface, others couldn't see anything abnormal at all. Wang Lin's expression was neutral and his voice was no longer hoarse as he calmly asked, "Li Yuan? Is the place you talked about on this fragment?" Li Yuan's eyes gave off an indiscernible flash as he bowed and respectfully said, "Senior. Right now Junior is not sure. I need to go to the center of the fragment and observe for a while." Wang Lin glanced at Li Yuan and nodded. Li Yuan's body moved and he flew forward. As for the woman named Gu, she was now extremely terrified of Wang Lin and followed closely after Li Yuan. However, she could still feel a pair of eyes filled with killing intent watching her from behind. Wang Lin casually followed behind them. The reason he didn't kill this woman was because she was a key for Li Yuan. Li Yuan was probably a big reason why she was able to come to the Thunder Celestial Realm. According to his previous speculation, if Li Yuan's purpose was just the Iron Sword and the restrictions, he could have easily taken it from the woman when they entered the Thunder Celestial Realm. There must have been karmic cause and karmic effect behind his actions. Wang Lin was calm. While he followed behind them, he was also enduring the pain inside his body. Right now he felt very complicated toward the old man. On one hand, he was grateful that this person had given him the opportunity. Although he was suffering from great pain, his cultivation level was slowly increasing. On the other hand, he hated the old man for taking the Thunder Beast and toying with him twice. After letting out a secret sigh, Wang Lin focused his mind and suppressed the pain. He could clearly feel that his body was undergoing some kind of change after the ball of light entered him. He felt as if the ball was trying to condense the thunder his body and form a true body of flesh and blood. Wang Lin didn't know how long this process would take. However, he had a feeling that the moment his body finished changing and the pain disappeared, he would break through the first step of cultivation. Wang Lin's cultivation had reached the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, and even his domain evolved to the Karma domain. However, he had no clue on how to make a breakthrough. At this moment, he took a deep breath and decided to not suppress the pain. Instead, he let the pain explode and thus increased the speed of his cultivation. If one looked from a distance, they would see a faint flame coming from Wang Lin's body, as if he was burning. If one was close, they would even hear the crackling sounds of his flesh burning. It was as if it was burning away impurities. As Li Yuan flew, he didn't turn around, but there was a flicker of restrictions between his eyebrows. With these restrictions, he could complete a lot of spells that normally required his divine sense. He clearly saw through the state of Wang Lin's body. After pondering a bit, he regained his focus. The higher Wang Lin's cultivation level, the smoother this trip would be. However, he couldn't let Wang Lin actually reach the illusory Yin stage, or else there might be problems. Li Yuan thought, "It looks like I can't hesitate anymore." 1 month later at the center of the fragment, Li Yuan carefully looked around as if he was trying to match an image in his head. After a long time he nodded. After looking at 2 fragments, I have determined the general location of the forbidden area. However, it is not here, but to the east. Li Yuan turned and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral as he calmly said, "Just lead the way." After the location was determined, their speed naturally picked up. Li Yuan no longer tried to stall for time and sped out. From the eastern edge of the fragment, they once more got on the thunder chain and headed into the void. The woman named Gu was helpless and could only follow. 3 months later they had crossed 4 fragments. On this day, Li Yuan stared at the towering mountain ahead and revealed a trace of extremely well-hidden excitement. "This is the place." Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he looked at the mountain. The mountain was so tall that he wasn't able to see the peak. It was as if there was another universe past the peak. Bursts of silver, dragon-like thunder were coming from the clouds along the peak. There were also muffled echoes of roaring thunder. When Wang Lin looked at the mountain, he could feel an ancient aura. This was the mountain's soul. As the woman named Gu stared at the mountain, her eyes revealed a mysterious light. Her body trembled and she subconsciously looked at Li Yuan. At this moment, he had his back toward her, and his back clearly entered her vision. After looking at the mountain and then at Li Yuan, that sense of familiarity suddenly came back and exploded. The woman named Ji's expression was filled with fear. This fear was several times stronger than when she looked at Wang Lin. She remembered. Just at this moment, Li Yuan turned around and meaningfully looked at the woman, causing her words to stop at the entrance of her mouth. She lowered her head and remained silent for a moment before she looked up once more. Her eyes were calm, as if she had understood everything. Li Yuan looked at the mountain and slowly said, "This mountain is nameless. There are many restrictions inside. The Thunder Celestial Realm has opened countless times, but you can see that not many have cracked the restrictions inside." The woman named Gu silently pondered and calmly looked at the mountain. She was extremely familiar and unfamiliar with this mountain at the same time. Wang Lin calmly said, "Let's go." Li Yuan nodded and walked in front. He stepped closer and closer to the mountain. The thunder was extremely loud at the base of the mountain, and one could clearly see flashes of thunder descending. Li Yuan's steps were firm as he stepped on the mountain. This mountain had no path, but since the Thunder Celestial Realm had opened countless times, a path naturally formed as people came and cracked the restrictions in the mountain. The woman named Gu followed behind Li Yuan and leaned slightly to the side. She bit her lip as she looked at Li Yuan and thought, "I should have already seen through this, that figure when compared to that thing in the family. So familiar. So it wasn't a legend." The woman revealed a bitter expression. She understood why this Li Yuan had appeared in the family. This was all because he had purposely contacted them. She also realized that if it wasn't for Li Yuan using some special method, the family wouldn't have let her come to the Thunder Celestial Realm. The family ancestors' complex gaze from when they left appeared in her head. Back then, she felt that it was strange, but now she understood. The family ancestor knew all of this. Otherwise, why would no family member come to the Thunder Celestial Realm for tens of thousands of years? It was as if the Thunder Celestial Realm was a forbidden area for their Gu family, and all of this changed due to the arrival of Li Yuan. She became the first family member in tens of thousands of years to enter the Thunder Celestial Realm. The only person to accompany her was this Li Yuan. So the ancestor sent me to the Thunder Celestial Realm for atonement. This is why the ancestor gave me the family inheritance treasure. The woman named Gu let out a pitiful smile. Li Yuan promised to bring back my sliver of soul, probably because the sacrifice won't work if my soul isn't complete. At this moment the woman named Ji's mind was clear, as if she had seen through everything. Her various changes in expression would naturally not escape Wang Lin. He noticed that after she saw this mountain, her emotions had been changing constantly. His gaze moved from the woman and landed on Li Yuan's back. Although his expression was calm, his mouth revealed a sneer. Wang Lin had concluded that Li Yuan had long taken notice of him. Even the restriction was probably to lure himself to appear. It could even be said that the various matters before were all due to Li Yuan's scheme. Although there were few things Wang Lin wasn't clear about, it didn't stop him from seeing through this matter. A hint of killing intent flashed through his eyes. He would not show mercy to those who plotted against him, but right now he had other plan. The killing intent that came out from his body was like a sharp sword. Just at this moment, Li Yuan also stopped. He didn't turn around but said, "Brother Su, I'm not as unbecoming as you think. Meeting you was part of my plan. But there was also fate." The way he called Wang Lin subconsciously changed. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he calmly asked, "What exactly is in the peak of this mountain?" Li Yuan silently pondered before he looked at the peak of the mountain that extend endlessly into the clouds. His eyes revealed a hint of melancholy and he softly said, "My master is there." Wang Lin frowned. At this moment, Li Yuan turned around and looked at Wang Lin. The current him was very different from before entering the mountain. It was as if he had become a different person. He softly said, "Brother Su, with your cultivation level, you won't be able to leave this mountain without my permission." Wang Lin calmly said, "The 18-plum restriction, I know a thing or two." The moment he said this, Li Yuan was startled. This was not fake, he was indeed shocked. It was as if it was the first time he had seen Wang Lin. Li Yuan frowned and said, "Although not many people know of the 18-plum restriction, it is not as if no one knows it. It is not surprising that Brother Su knows." Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan and smiled. "So what you used is indeed the 18-plum restriction." His shadow flickered and the celestial guard flew out. The moment the celestial guard appeared, its punch landed on the void behind them. When the punch landed, the entire peak shook and a vortex appeared. This vortex led outside. The celestial guard withdrew its fist and returned back into Wang Lin's shadow. Wang Lin didn't move. He calmly looked at Li Yuan and slowly said, "This place can't trap me." Li Yuan's expression immediately became gloomy. He looked at Wang Lin for a long time before slowly saying, "It seems I have underestimated you. However, even if you have this puppet." Wang Lin sneered and his right hand pointed forward. The final strand of Ling Tianho's sword energy came out. After his cultivation level increased, his control of this sword energy had become very refined. The moment the sword energy appeared, a whistle echoed across the heavens and earth and the entire peak trembled. The sword energy was so fast that, in the blink of an eye, it stopped before Li Yuan's forehead. It was like a real sword was being pointed between Li Yuan's brow. "What if I add this?" Wang Lin's voice was cold. Li Yuan closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes and slowly said, "Since Brother Su is like this, I presume you think the reward isn't enough. Please clearly state what you want." Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. This Li Yuan was very intelligent, so he was able to understand what Wang Lin wanted. The reason Wang Lin was willing to take out Ling Tianho's sword energy was to force Li Yuan to say this. "I want your 18-plum restriction method." Wang Lin's voice was quiet, but the meaning was shocking. Wang Lin knew that the 18-plum restriction was very famous back in ancient times, but it was kept very secret. Outsiders could never learn it, and as for disciples, depending on their status, they could only learn up to 9-plum restriction. Only the master could learn up to the full 18-plum restriction. Today, this restriction method was long lost and many restriction masters felt that it was regrettable. The first time Wang Lin had heard of the 18-plum restriction was inside the cave in the demon spirit land. When he saw 18 restrictions appear the moment Li Yuan moved his hand, Wang Lin began to suspect it. What made him suspect even more was that when he received the jade with information on the hidden restriction, 18 statues appeared the moment he examined it. These 18 statues were very different from plum blossoms. At that time, Wang Lin was confused, but after pondering carefully, he saw through some clues. Although his voice was calm, he was only testing Li Yuan. If Li Yuan refused, then Wang Lin would no longer be interested. Whether Wang Lin wanted to attack or leave would only require a single thought from him. This was the main reason why Wang Lin had followed them the entire way. If it was only for the vague possibility of the origin tool, Wang Lin wouldn't have followed them until now. However, this Li Yuan was too mysterious. Wang Lin wasn't sure if this person was really only at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. This was why Wang Lin didn't act on the way here. Wang Lin only acted after they had arrived at the destination. Li Yuan pondered for a bit before smiling. Only the 18-plum restriction? If Brother Su fancies it, then I'm happy to oblige. He slapped his bag and took out a piece of jade. The jade was placed between his eyebrows for a few moments before he threw it to Wang Lin. That is he 13-plum restriction. I'll naturally give you the remaining 5 after we enter the mountain. Wang Lin caught the jade and scanned it. Although his expression looked neutral, his heart began pounding. There were no chants inside. Only 13 large statues and a total of 13 plum blossoms. From beginning to end, the woman named Gu remained silent, as if nothing was related to her. She silently looked at the mountain before her and was in a trance. Brother Su, the 18-plum restriction is not the only restriction I know. Do you know of the 4 great restrictions? Li Yuan turned toward the mountain and started walking. It seemed like he wasn't afraid of Wang Lin leaving with the jade at all. After putting away the jade, Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he walked toward the peak. Rumors have it that when the world was born, the law of the world came to be. A long time ago that law split into 9 parts, and one of them was a restriction. It was also called formation, different names, but the same meaning. Heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow were the 4 grades of restrictions for a long time. Li Yuan didn't turn around as he casually walked toward the peak. The woman named Gu followed behind and was still in a trance. However, there is another grade above those 4 and we call it void grade. The void grade is split into the 4 great restrictions. This mountain has the annihilation restriction of the 4 void grade restrictions. No one has been able to reach the peak because this peak has no end. Li Yuan's voice slowly entered Wang Lin's ear. Brother Su must be puzzled on why I know all of this. Li Yuan stepped over a protruding rock. Then his right hand formed a seal, and he pressed it down randomly in the void. This press caused the entire mountain to flash and shake violently. A rumble echoed across the mountain and the entire mountain shrank by half. Although one still couldn't see the peak, it was obvious that the peak was a lot lower. So what if you embark on the path to the peak? Without a way to crack the restriction, one can search the entire mountain and not even see through the clouds. Li Yuan turned around and looked at Wang Lin with a smile that was not a smile. Brother Su, do you have any questions? Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan and calmly said, You're very noisy. Li Yuan frowned and immediately smiled before turning around and continuing. However, he stopped talking and his eyes were filled with nostalgia, as if every plant on the mountain was extremely familiar to him. When they reached the middle of the mountain, Li Yuan's right hand formed more complicated seals this time, and he pressed it down on the void. The mountain rumbled again and shrank once more. Wang Lin's pupils shrank as he could vaguely see the peak. Just as Li Yuan was forming the seal, a voice faintly entered Wang Lin's ear. Senior, save me. This person is crazy. This voice came from the woman named Gu. But before she finished speaking, Li Yuan coldly looked at her, causing her to stop. Gu Hong, if you want to speak, just directly speak. There is no need to use divine sense. Li Yuan's eyes were cold and contained a hint of mockery. After entering the mountain, he was completely different from before. Gu Hong pondered a bit before clenching her teeth and taking a few steps back until she was next to Wang Lin. It was as if only by doing this would she feel safe. I know who you are, but you didn't come to my family by accident. You have a purpose. Gu Hong didn't want to die. Even if she already had an answer in her heart, she wanted to fight for that chance at life. Li Yuan smiled and nodded. That's correct. Gu Hong's face was pale and she snapped. Why me? The person who took your master's thing was not me but the Gu ancestors. Li Yuan's eyes became cold and he smiled. Because you are a direct descendant of that thief. In the entire Gu family, you are his only direct descendant. Gu Hong's eyes revealed fear as she took out her bag of holding and screamed. I'll give you everything in here. There are the scroll, the iron sword, and the compass. Those are the only 3 things. I'll give you them all, so let me go. I'm begging you to let me go. Li Yuan accepted the bag of holding. His eyes were filled with a complex expression. Then he gently patted the bag and 3 things flew out. First was the iron sword, then a simple compass, and finally an ancient scroll. Li Yuan picked up the scroll and opened it up with a shake. As he stared at the painting inside, his eyes filled up with melancholy. The painting on the screen was a mountain. This mountain was very tall, with most of it in the clouds. At the base of the mountain there was a flying sword heading toward the sky. There was a man standing on the hilt. This person was only a blurry shadow. There was also a figure standing on the tip of the sword. The back of this person was very similar to Li Yuan's. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He looked at Li Yuan and had a speculation in his heart. This painting was obviously from before the celestial realm collapsed. If that was the case, could this Li Yuan be a celestial? Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. But he also felt like this wasn't true. Li Yuan let out a sigh as he put away the scroll. Then he put away the sword and compass as well before looking at Gu Hong and calmly saying, "Let's go." He turned around and walked toward the top of the mountain. Gu Hong's face was pale and she clenched her teeth. She didn't follow him up the mountain but charged down the mountain at full speed. Wang Lin's expression remained the same and he moved forward. As for Li Yuan, he didn't mind Gu Hong leaving. He continued to walk forward without turning back or stopping. Brother Su must have a lot of doubts. But please don't ask. When we reach the peak, I'll naturally tell you. Even I'm a bit fuzzy on the matter. Li Yuan's voice was a bit strange. Wang Lin didn't speak as he walked toward the peak with Li Yuan. Along the way, all of the restrictions were cracked with a wave of Li Yuan's hand. The restrictions he used got more and more complex, and they caused the mountain to shrink more and more. Every time the mountain shrank, the peak became closer. Eventually, the mountain shrank enough that the peak was in sight. There was a huge stone statue on the top of the mountain. This was a sculpture of a middle-aged man, and beside him was a flying sword. There was a person standing at the tip of the sword. When he saw the stone statue, Li Yuan became excited and subconsciously sped up. He dashed forward and arrived next to the statue in the blink of an eye. Standing before the 100-foot-tall stone statue, his eyes were filled with sadness. Wang Lin also arrived at the top of the mountain and looked at the stone statue. There was a natural feeling coming from the stone statue, and it gave off a sense of majesty. It also gave off a hint of restriction. In particular, this statue's right hand formed a seemingly simple seal, but upon closer inspection, it was shockingly complex. When Wang Lin's gaze fell on it, his mind trembled. It was as if there was a mysterious power trying to pull out his soul. Countless whistles of swords entered his ears and his vision became blurry. He looked around and saw countless celestials holding various weapons. They were charging into the sky to battle the heavens. These celestials gave off flashes of thunder. When they raised their hands, they released powerful bolts of thunder that charged into the sky. But the sky was completely empty. There were no enemies fighting these celestials, but there were celestials exploding one by one. The strange scene shocked Wang Lin's mind. At this moment, a celestial flew out from the pack. His sword was covered in purple thunder, and there was a person standing on the hilt. This person was the same person as the stone statue. There was also a person on the sword tip, but this person didn't resemble Li Yuan at all. When the sword charged out, all of the celestials scattered. It gave off a sword energy that caused Wang Lin's soul to tremble from just a glance and charged into the sky. During that instant, he seemed to heard a quiet cry in this silent illusion. As long as I'm alive, the soul won't die. The moment this voice came, the man standing on the hilt of the sword collapsed, leaving behind the servant standing at the tip of the sword. He was staring at the empty hilt. An extreme sense of sadness came from the servant's eyes. It was as if the master on the sword hilt was his sky. Now the sky had collapsed and there was no one on the hilt. From then on, there was only him and the sword left in this world. There was only emptiness above the hilt of the sword. He looked up at the sky with the will to die. He stepped on the tip of the sword and, following his master's footsteps, he charged into the sky. When the master dies, The servant follows. The person standing at the tip of the sword charged into the sky. A soft wind blew by the person, causing his body to tremble. Then he suddenly collapsed and fell to the ground. The sword seemed to let out a cry of sorrow as it fell from the sky and stabbed into the top of the mountain. There was a ripple, and then a large chunk of the mountain fell off. A large amount of shattered rocks gathered around the sword, and in the blink of an eye, the sword turned into a stone statue. Beside it, a statue of its owner also appeared. The figure of the servant at the tip of the sword slowly formed as the shattered stones gathered. These stone statues were very rough-looking, but as time passed, they became more and more distinct, as if they were gaining spirit. The seal from the stone statue had occupied Wang Lin's mind. The seal emitted a powerful light in his eyes. It was as if the statue was coming to life and the stone eyes had begun to show intelligence. Future generations with my bloodline, release the restriction and let me awaken. If you don't have enough power, then remember this for future generations. The moment that sentence appeared, the imprint that occupied Wang Lin's mind wanted to take root and brand itself onto Wang Lin. Luckily, the intense pain from Wang Lin's body stimulated his mind and shocked him out of it. He immediately retreated a few steps and closed his eyes to sober up. At the same time, the power burning his body filled his whole body and dispersed the imprint in his mind. The moment he became sober, Wang Lin opened his eyes, and they were filled with aghast. He took a deep breath and retreated several more steps. This stone statue was simply too strange, but thanks to his 1,000 years of cultivation, he was able to take some guesses. The seal from the statue was obviously a celestial spell, and it was some kind of inheritance. However, what it passed down wasn't power, but a slave imprint that lasted for generations. However, no spell in the world could escape the passage of time. This celestial spell might have been extremely powerful before, but as time passed, it became weaker and weaker. Even so, if Wang Lin's body wasn't burning, it would have been hard for him to fully awaken. However, what confused Wang Lin was that the collapse of the imprint wasn't because of the burning force. Although the burning force helped push it to collapse, the source of the collapse was the imprint itself. Li Yuan looked at the stone statue and softly said, "Did you feel it? Brother Su can rest assured. That imprint will not enslave you and will dissipate, because it has already imprinted on someone. My ancestors came here a long time ago and broke the restriction with their methods to arrive at the top of the mountain. From then on, they became slaves to this celestial. The following generations of descendants of my ancestors also had the slave imprint." Li Yuan looked at the statue. It was as if he was muttering but also speaking to Wang Lin at the same time. Li Yuan softly said, "The statue of the celestial can't be broken." He lifted his right hand and pressed down on the statue. The celestial spiritual energy in his body surged out and countless cracks appeared on the statue. The cracks climbed all over the statue like centipedes. In an instant, the stone statue collapsed into countless pieces. However, the moment it collapsed, those shattered pieces reformed once more and it was back to normal in an instant. "Brother Su, you saw?" Li Yuan turned around and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was serious as he nodded. Li Yuan let out a bitter sigh and slowly said, "A long time ago, Miley family was famous in the All-Heaven star system as one of the 6 ancient cultivation families. The family cultivated the Tao of restriction. Every generation, there were people who broke through the first step of cultivation into the second step. The Li family from back then was at the zenith. However, after my family's ancestors entered this place, no one in the future generations was able to break through the first step of cultivation. The peak of the late stage of ascendant was the limit. It was as if the potential of the family members were slowly sucked away at birth. In addition, even our lifespans slowly disappeared. In the same cultivation realm, my Li family members' lifespan is only 30% of others. All of this is because of the slave imprint." Li Yuan suddenly turned around and stared at the statue with monstrous hatred in his eyes. The hatred was immediately replaced by melancholy, and Li Yuan's face began to struggle. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He stood on the side and silently pondered. Shortly after, It seemed as if Li Yuan's body had been standing under rain, as his clothes were completely soaked in sweat. It was as if he had suddenly become a lot older in an instant. His hand formed many brandings and he placed them between his eyebrows. Each branding was formed by countless restrictions, and as they imprinted between his eyebrows, his eyes slowly regained clarity. Li Yuan let out a mouthful of foul air and bitterly said, "Brother Su, when I get too emotional, it becomes hard to control the slave imprint. Over the countless years it was because of this slave imprint that my Li family gradually declined. The clan members died one by one and their cultivations we stuck at the first step. They slowly lost the glory of the past. Until tens of thousands of years ago, my Li family had an incomparable genius. He had talent far greater than all the ancestors. He had a terrifying comprehension of restrictions. If it was before my Li family was branded with the slave imprint, he would have become the strongest person in my Li family. Although this ancestor's cultivation was stuck at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, his control over restrictions made it so that not even second-step cultivators would carelessly provoke him. In order to break the slave imprint on my Li family, he used his limited lifespan and left the All-Heaven star system. He traveled to visit experts on restrictions in hopes of finding a method to break the imprint. In the Alliance star system, he traded his restrictions for a scroll from a powerful cultivator. In the Cloud Dust star system under the Wind celestial realm, he traded the family's savings for a compass. Before his lifespan was about to end, he returned to the All-Heaven star system and came back to the Li family. Half of the remaining Li family members voluntarily gave up their lives and used their souls to imitate the soul of the celestial to refine an iron sword. He used the iron sword to gather the souls, then condensed them with the compass, and finally sealed them with the scroll. When that ancestor's lifespan was about to end, the Thunder celestial realm opened. He took the 3 treasures along with all of my Li family's hopes into the Thunder celestial realm. Unfortunately, there were no more news from the ancestor. From then on, my Li family fell into despair and declined even more. The family members died one by one. The slave imprint was like a curse that lasts reincarnation cycle after reincarnation cycle, and my Li family could never escape. To this day, including me, my Li family only has 3 people. Li Yuan's voice was filled with sorrow. He suddenly turned and gloomily said, "It wasn't until 1,000 years ago that my father saw the iron sword by chance at a remote cultivation planet. If that was all, it wouldn't have been much. After all, it had been too long, and we had no way to judge if it was something that belonged to our ancestor. But this iron sword was refined by half of the souls of my family. My father was able to see the anger and grievance of my family members at a glance." Li Yuan's right hand reached out, and after creating a flash of light, a vortex appeared. As the vortex rotated, Gu Hong appeared with a terrified expression. To her horror, her body was dragged out of the vortex and thrown to the foot of the statue. The family that owned the iron sword had the surname Gu. Li Yuan's eyes became vicious and were filled with hatred. If it was in the old days when my Li family was still strong, destroying something like the Gu family would only take but a flick of my finger. However, now my Li family's cultivation is stuck at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, and even with the help of restrictions we can't beat the Gu family, which has 2 second-step cultivators. Several years later, I went out in disguise and entered the Gu family. I found out about everything. Li Yuan bitterly looked up at the sky. The Gu family already knew of my identity since a long time ago. However, they said nothing about the past and sent me to the Thunder celestial realm along with Gu Hong and the 3 treasures. Even though they didn't say anything, I could have guessed what happened back then, given my intelligence. Li Yuan's eyes became vicious as he stared at Gu Hong and slowly said, "Today I came to complete the wishes of my ancestor, but before this, I need your blood to appease the tens of thousands of years of despair that my Li family ancestors have suffered." When Li Yuan said this, his right hand reached out and immediately grabbed Gu Hong. His hand held her forehead and her eyes were filled with despair. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't speak. Wang Lin frowned and slowly said, "Fellow cultivator Li, The matter between your Li family and the Gu family have nothing to do with me. Why did you brother bringing me here? Li Yuan turned around toward Wang Lin and calmly said, I saw Brother Su's battle with that illusory cultivator through my restrictions. One of Brother Su's spells is very useful to me. Brother Su can relax. I will not ask you to help for nothing. After this matter is complete, I'll give you the complete 18-plum restriction along with my family's annihilation restriction as compensation. Now, I ask Brother Su to not be impatient, as I must first offer sacrifice to my family's souls. Li Yuan's eyes were filled with deep hatred as celestial spiritual energy surged out from his body and rushed into Gu Hong like a raging dragon. The woman revealed a bitter expression, but her eyes were extremely clear. She struggled to look back at the stone statue, and after taking one look, she suddenly understood something. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end she never got the chance. Her body exploded into a mist of blood and covered the stone statue. Her origin soul was absorbed by the statue and disappeared. Li Yuan silently pondered as he looked down at his hand with a confused expression. After a long time, he let out a sigh and said, with an ancient tone, Ancestor, your family member, Li Yuan, will finish what you started. The wind blew by and dissipated all the blood mist. Wang Lin calmly watched all of this. This had nothing to do with him, so he naturally wouldn't have tried to help. Moreover, even if he wasn't here, Gu Hong's fate was sealed from the moment they stepped into the Thunder Celestial Realm. This Li Yuan's scheme runs deep. If what he said is true, then the way he endured being next to Gu Hong the whole way can be considered terrifying. Only after arriving at the mountain did he finally spill everything, and only because this mountain was filled with restrictions. It seems this restriction has a lot to do with his ancestors. However, I haven't confirmed if everything he said is true. Wang Lin calmly looked at Li Yuan. His calmness showed no sign of joy or anger, making it impossible to see through what he was thinking. However, Gu Hong's eyes were a bit strange. Why did she want to turn around to look at the stone statue before her death? Li Yuan took a deep breath before he turned to Wang Lin and calmly said, Brother Su, my restrictions can't compare to my ancestors. What I need from Brother Su is the spell that allowed you to stop the illusory cultivator from escaping. Wang Lin's expression was normal, but his thoughts moved. From this, he would determine if Li Yuan had really witnessed his battle against the illusory cultivator and saw him use the stop spell. In my entire life, that was the first time I saw a spell like Brother Su's. That spell is very powerful and can be considered unsurpassable. All things freeze at that moment. With Brother Su's help, I'm confident I can break the stone statue completely and restore Miley family's freedom. I offer the Annihilation restriction and the 18-plum restriction as compensation. Wang Lin calmly looked at Li Yuan. If this matter was as simple as what Li Yuan said, then it wouldn't be a problem lending a hand. Forgetting the annihilation restriction, just the complete 18-plum restriction would increase his power greatly. There were even parts of it that could be used to enhance his spells. As he pondered, Wang Lin looked at the stone statue. He only took a quick look while avoiding the handprint and then quickly withdrew his gaze. He seemed to vaguely notice something. The appearance of the celestial seemed somewhat similar to Gu Hong. Brother Su, my cultivation can't match yours. Even with the restrictions, I can't match you, let alone that sword energy. So why do you still doubt me? Forget it. In order to show my sincerity, I'll give you the complete 18-plum restriction. After the seal is broken, I'll give Brother Su the annihilation restriction. Li Yuan's voice was filled with sincerity as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin showed no expression, but he nodded. Li Yuan took out a piece of jade without any hesitation. After imprinting on it, he threw it toward Wang Lin. What was inside were the remaining 5 statues. After looking at it, he put it inside his bag and slowly said, I can help. Although he said this, Wang Lin became even more cautious. He felt like there was something wrong. Although Li Yuan seemed to have said everything, Wang Lin felt like Li Yuan was still shrouded in a layer of fog. Wang Lin coldly snorted in his heart. I want to see what exactly this Li Yuan is planning. Li Yuan revealed a joyous expression. He then took a deep breath and slapped his bag of holding, causing the iron sword to fly out. While holding the iron sword in his right hand, his left hand gently stroked the iron sword. A stream of blood immediately flowed down from the sword's body, emitting a red, demonic glow. Li Yuan muttered to himself, but Wang Lin couldn't clearly hear what he said. Li Yuan kept muttering, and then a powerful resentment aura came from the iron sword. It was not a single strand of resentment, but many fused into one. A red flame burst forth from the iron sword. Inside the red flame, the strands of resentment turned into various human faces that constantly changed. There was a similar branding between the eyebrows of every single face. As the faces changed, this scene started to look extremely strange. Just at this moment, Li Yuan bit the tip of his tongue and spat blood into the red flame. The red flame absorbed the blood and suddenly grew. Bursts of ghostly wails started coming from inside the red flame, and they surrounded the area. The entire mountain was shrouded in these ghostly wails. Li Yuan's expression was lit up by this red flame, and it gave off a fierce feeling. He touched his bag of holding and the compass flew out. The moment the compass appeared, Li Yuan threw it into the red flame. When the compass was thrown into the flame, its pointer was started spinning rapidly. Each turn caused a ripple to spread inside the red flame and diffuse outward. This allowed the red flame to quickly spread outward. In the blink of an eye, the red flame from the iron sword became dozens of feet tall. It was as if it wanted to fly into the sky and give off a constant red light. The red flame flickered violently, and then the compass inside shattered. The moment the compass shattered, the red flame became more intense. After that, it was the iron sword that collapsed. It turned into molten iron that was absorbed by the red flame, causing it to grow even more. The red flame was now more than 100 feet tall, and it pounced on the stone statue. The red flame suddenly surrounded the stone statue. Even the statue of the sword and the servant was surrounded in the red flame. The stone statue seemed to be refined when the resentment inside the red flame entered the stone statue. Cracks gradually appeared on the statue, and more appeared as if it was about to collapse. Li Yuan's eyes glowed as he slapped his bag of holding, and a jade bottle immediately appeared. He threw the jade bottle and strands of white light flew out into the red flame. The strands of white light entered between the cracks of the statue. More and more cracks appeared on the statue, and the statue crackled endlessly. As the white light and resentment entered the statue, it was as if something inside it was awakening. Just at this moment, Li Yuan took a deep breath, and without any hesitation, he took out the last treasure from his bag of holding, the scroll. The scroll suddenly opened, and at the moment the painting appeared, the statue surrounded by the red flames suddenly trembled, and the feeling of something awakening became even stronger. Li Yuan shouted, "Brother Su, use the spell and let me seal the remnants of the immortal soul inside the stone statue." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he sneered. Not only did he not use the spell, he quickly retreated. He was almost able to see the true karmic cause and karmic effect behind this matter. Wang Lin's retreat caused Li Yuan's head to suddenly turn and look at Wang Lin. He revealed a fierce expression and shouted, "Fellow cultivator Su, if you don't act now, when will you?" At this moment, even more cracks appeared on the statue, and it even showed signs of collapsing. The feeling of something awakening became even stronger. A majority of the resentment inside the red flame had been absorbed, and all of the white light was also absorbed by the stone statue. This resentment and white light were like nutrients that gave the statue the power to break free. However, there was also a seal preventing the soul from escaping. The seal wanted the soul to collapse with it. Wang Lin retreated even faster and retreated 1,000 feet in an instant. Li Yuan's eyes became cold and his cultivation exploded like crazy. Although his cultivation was still at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, there was a terrifying aura within him. His charge was like teleportation, allowing him to directly catch up to Wang Lin, and he shouted, "Fellow cultivator Su, why are you retreating?" Fellow cultivator Li's story is very beautiful, but I fear your purpose is not to break the Li family's seal, but to revive the celestial statue. As Wang Lin retreated, the shadow behind him flickered. The the celestial guard stepped out and threw a punch at Li Yuan. There was a huge bang followed by this punch, and its momentum was shocking. Li Yuan sneered and revealed a hint of contempt. His hand formed a seal and he waved it, causing a black line to appear. The black line expanded and formed a triangle. As the punch closed in, the triangle flashed and appeared before the celestial guard's fist. In an instant, the triangle expanded rapidly and made contact with the celestial guard's first. Then it spread across the celestial guard's fist like a flexible cord. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped itself tightly around the celestial guard. At this moment, the celestial guard was wrapped tightly by this triangle that gave off bursts of black light. No matter how hard the celestial guard struggled, it was useless. A mere low-grade celestial guard dares to act presumptuous before me. Li Yuan's laughter was shocking. However, Wang Lin's expression remained neutral, and he gently said, "You were indeed lying before." Li Yuan looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "I don't want to attack you. Now, obediently go back with me and use the stop spell you inherited from the Rain Celestial Realm. Once this matter is complete, I won't be cheap with your reward." Wang Lin faintly smiled and shook his head. "You even dared to kill the descendant of your master. How can I believe you?" After his remark, Wang Lin immediately retreated and rushed away from his place. Li Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He charged out and slowly said, "It seems I really underestimated you, but you can't run away from me." As Li Yuan spoke, he waved his hand and a restriction flew out from between his eyebrows. The clouds in the sky suddenly opened, and in the distance, the space distorted and then Wang Lin appeared. After being forced to appear, Wang Lin showed no signs of panic, as if he had already planned everything. At this moment in the center fragment of the Thunder Celestial Realm. This fragment was not big, so the landmass was naturally smaller. Thunder-like iron bars surrounded the edge of this fragment. There was a huge formation at the center of this fragment, and 4 elders were sitting there. Each one of the elders had white hair, but their bodies were gaining large amounts of origin energy. The formation suddenly flashed violently, but the 4 elders didn't budge at all. Not even their eyelids twitched. A moment later, a shadow appeared inside the formation. This shadow became red, and soon, a powerful blood aura diffused across the aura. The 4 elders opened their eyes and revealed serious expressions. "Junior Wang Lin, this old man has arrived." The shadow condensed to form a middle-aged man wearing a red robe with red hair and red eyebrows. "Blood ancestor." Li Yuan looked at Wang Lin and felt doubt in his heart. If this person had already understood the entire situation, why was he still so confident? There was something strange about this. After letting out a cold snort, Li Yuan didn't waste any time and stepped out. His right hand formed a seal. In a flash, a restriction suddenly appeared. This restriction was unpredictable and suddenly split into 18 restrictions. However, these 18 restrictions showed signs of collapse, as if they were extremely difficult to handle. However, this sign of collapse was extremely well hidden and difficult to notice. The 18 illusory statues suddenly took physical form due to the restrictions around Li Yuan. The 18 statues shot toward Wang Lin like 18 celestial gods. These 18 celestial statues gave off bursts of restriction light. In an instant, they surrounded Wang Lin. This is the real 18-plum restriction. Look closely. Li Yuan's eyes became cold and his right hand pointed at the air. Wang Lin leisurely and casually said, "To kill the blood of your own master, such a person is without shame and conscience. Li Yuan, when you sacrificed the blood of your master's descendant, did you not feel the sadness from your master's statue? Do you dare to turn around and look at the seal on your master's right hand? Don't try to break my faith. Everything I do is to revive my lord. It is not something a mere child like you can understand." Li Yuan's eyes were gloomy. Wang Lin had now confirmed his own guess, that Gu Hong was the descendant of the celestial in the stone carving. Back then, Li Yuan's ancestor came with the ancestor of the Gu family. For some unknown reason, Li Yuan's ancestor died and the treasures were taken by the Gu family ancestor. However, Wang Lin was still confused about something. However, At the moment Li Yuan recognized the celestial guard and named the stop spell, Wang Lin was suddenly enlightened and understood everything. You don't even remember who you are. You are not Li Yuan. Wang Lin's voice was filled with mystery. As he spoke, the 18 celestial statues rushed toward him. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and a mountain stone appeared in his hand. The stone immediately grew until it was the size of a small mountain and gave off an ancient aura. Wang Lin's hand slapped the mountain, causing the mountain soul to appear and expand. Wang Lin stood inside the ring, his eyes shining brightly. Li Yuan is a descendant of the Li family. He spent his life trying to release his family from the slave imprint. However, you are doing the opposite. Not only are you not trying to release the slave imprint, you are using the soul of all those slave imprints as sacrifices to revive your master. The key to all of this is the blood of the descendant, to use the blood as an offering to awaken the dormant soul sealed inside. Who the hell are you? Li Yuan's eyes became cold. His hand formed a seal and pointed at Wang Lin. The 18 celestial statues trembled and turned into 18 plum blossoms that rotated rapidly around Wang Lin, created a vortex with Wang Lin at the center. The vortex gave off a terrifying aura. Wang Lin's expression was calm without any sign of hesitation. His hand formed a seal and a restriction immediately appeared. This restriction flickered and divided into 18 as well, but 6 of them were still only illusions. With a flick, the 18 restrictions flew out toward the 18 plum blossoms, causing the 18 plum blossoms to pause. At the same time, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the celestial sword appeared in his hand. Holding the celestial sword, Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he slashed down. Heavenly chop. When the sword fell, the surroundings seemed to freeze, waiting for the sword to descend. Bang bang bang. Among the 18 plum blossoms, 3 of them immediately collapsed. Wang Lin took a step and walked out of the vortex formed by the 18 plum blossoms. You are the soul of the servant of the celestial. As the slave imprint was engraved into the Li family, they became slaves to the celestial and followed your commands. Not only are you not Li Yuan, even the Li ancestor from tens of thousands of years ago that collected the 3 treasures was not himself. It was you who merged together with the slave imprint and reincarnated into the Li family. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he stepped out and spoke with resolve in his voice. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly as he coldly said, "That is why tens of thousands of years ago, when you first reincarnated, you were able to make the Gu family comply. Today, after tens of thousands of years in your second reincarnation, you are still able to make the Gu family comply. This is because you are driven by a sense of self-righteousness that you must revive your master even at the expense of the entire Gu family. You can cheat others, but you can't cheat me. As long as it is related to reincarnation cycle, there is nothing I can't see through." Li Yuan silently pondered. When he heard Wang Lin's words, the ripple caused a trace of resistance to suddenly appear in his heart. Li Yuan's face revealed a sign of struggle. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He had been waiting for this moment. At this moment, the mountain soul condensed into a ball of fog and was thrown at the stone statue. At the same time, Wang Lin pointed at the sky and with a thought, the shadow of a whip appeared. The karma whip appeared with a series of snapping sounds. The moment it appeared, Wang Lin grabbed the whip, stepped forward, and mercilessly swung the whip. Bang! This whip was too fast. What it hit wasn't the flesh or the origin soul but the karmic cause and effect. When the whip landed on the struggling Li Yuan, his body trembled and he quickly retreated. Even the flesh you're in rejects you, because your soul is not of the Li family. Wang Lin let out another roar and his eyes released a mysterious light. He then took out another step and pointed at Li Yuan. Stop spell. Li Yuan's retreating body suddenly paused and the karma whip whipped him once more. There was a crisp snap as the whip landed, causing Li Yuan's body to tremble once more. The struggle on his face became ferocious. Wang Lin was about to continue, but he suddenly stopped because the struggle on Li Yuan's face suddenly disappeared without a trace. Li Yuan's body quickly retreated and rushed ahead of the mountain soul. A restriction appeared in his hand and he pressed it down on the mountain soul. He then looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "I'm not wrong." As if responding to Li Yuan's words, the collapse of the stone statue became even more intense. All the resentment and white light inside the red flame was absorbed by the stone statue. Even the red flame began to shrink as if it would eventually be absorbed by the statue as well. "I'll allow my master's spirit to break free and enter the reincarnation cycle. I'm not wrong. Not wrong. Even if all of master's descendants die, I'm still not wrong." Li Yuan's voice became more calm. As he stared at Wang Lin, his right hand lifted from between his eyebrows and a black line appeared from his hand. This black line was exactly the same as the one that trapped the celestial guard. However, the moment it appeared, it showed signs of collapse, as if it wasn't complete. Wang Lin noticed this and remained calm. Those 2 hits with the whip had opened a hole in Li Yuan's mind. This person was indeed as he had speculated. Only the remnant soul left inside the slave imprint. Although I don't know why you failed during your first reincarnation tens of thousands of years ago, it is obvious that you're not confident this time either. Otherwise, why would you have taken interested in me midway? What you're interested isn't my stop spell, but this. In Wang Lin's right hand, the karma whip flickered in and out of existence. Li Yuan's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he stared at the karma whip in Wang Lin's hand and slowly said, "You are very smart. Yes, what I want is the whip containing the power of the reincarnation cycle and karma domain. Without it, I'm only 70% confident, but with it I'm 90% confident." With that, his right hand pointed at Wang Lin. The black line connected at both ends to form a circle and flew straight at Wang Lin. Wang Lin quickly retreated, but he didn't panic at all. A majority of his previous actions were all to confirm his final speculation. Once he confirmed the last speculation, he became 100% confident in leaving this place. He was finally able to confirm his speculation when he heard Li Yuan's answer about the karma whip. The black line closed in and Wang Lin retreated even faster. "Since you failed during your first reincarnation tens of thousands of years ago, then you still won't succeed during your second reincarnation. All of this is because your own master is unwilling." "Shut up." This was the first time Li Yuan's emotions had fluctuated so violently, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He rushed out and waved his right hand, causing 3 more black lines to appear in his palm. The 3 lines formed 3 swords that shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a laugh and a ray of white light shot out from his mouth. The light turned into a screen that contained the mountain and river screen, revealing its majesty. This was the first time Wang Lin had used this mountain and river screen. Even if Li Yuan had seen his battle against the illusory Cultivator, it would be impossible for him to know he had this. The moment the mountain and river screen appeared, the mountain and river painting appeared around Wang Lin. The current Wang Lin was like someone inside the painting. The black lines immediately entered the mountain and river screen and became dots in the painting that slowly moved toward Wang Lin. "Tens of thousands of years ago, you also came here with these 3 treasures like today and also came with someone of the Gu family. The reason you didn't succeed back then was because even your master wasn't willing to awaken using such a method. As a servant to your master, are you really not wrong?" Wang Lin's voice came out from the mountain and river. His voice carried the might of thunder and echoed across the world. This voice was so loud that the rumbling words echoed inside Li Yuan's ears. Li Yuan's body trembled and the struggle appeared once more on his face. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. With a point of his finger, the karma whip appeared once more and whipped toward Li Yuan. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he shouted, "Look back at your master's statue. What is that under your master's eyes?" The karma whip pierced through space and landed on Li Yuan, causing his body to tremble. However, there seemed to be an invisible force that made him look back at his master's statue on the mountain peak. The red flame was completely absorbed by the statue the moment Li Yuan turned around. More and more cracks appeared and rays of red light shot out from the crack. The red light carried the scent of blood. This scent was from Guhong. These red lights seemed to contain powerful aura and spread out toward the scroll. However, at this moment there were also many cracks under the statue's eyes. When the red light came out from those cracks, there was an illusion. It was as if the celestial statue was crying two streams of blood. Was I wrong? Li Yuan stared at the stone statue as he muttered to himself, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. This Li Yuan was not dangerous. With only his peak late-stage ascendant cultivation, Wang Lin could easily win. However, there was a powerful aura coming from inside Li Yuan's body, and the source of this was the slave imprint. It was because of this aura that this person always gave off a mysterious aura. Wang Lin was very wary of that power. He first noticed it when Li Yuan was explaining everything under the stone statue. That moment where Li Yuan convulsed and was soaked in sweat had a very different meaning in Wang Lin's eyes. At that moment, Wang Lin only kept this in mind. It wasn't until Gu Hong's gaze at the stone statue before death that Wang Lin felt like a bolt of lightning had struck him and he suddenly gained enlightenment. The Gu family was the descendants of the celestial. As for the Li family, perhaps they really were innocent. It was all because their ancestors had boldly entered this place and received the slave imprint that caused the entire family to decline. Generations of the family contributed their cultivation and lifespans to slowly allow this indestructible celestial soul to recover. The Li family may have really wanted to rebel, but it was obvious it had failed every time. It wasn't until the Li family ancestor from tens of thousands of years ago did the Li family had a chance. However, the slave imprint that had nourished its master for tens of thousands of years had gathered enough for the soul hidden inside it to awaken. This was how the talented Li family ancestor appeared. As a result, when the Li ancestor said that he was releasing the Li family from the slave imprint, he was, in fact, resurrecting his master. Wang Lin had really thought that the failure tens of thousands of years ago was due to some problem with the Gu family. However, it wasn't until he thought about why Li Yuan had to find him that he came to a different conclusion. Li Yuan's preparations were most likely very complete, and he couldn't have planned on meeting him before entering the celestial realm. When Wang Lin saw the stone statue and understood the karma between the Li and Gu family, he suddenly understood. It was because Li Yuan had seen the karma whip when he used in the battle against the illusory cultivator. This was why Li Yuan chose him. The karma whip affected karma. The failure tens of thousands of years ago was not because of the servant, the treasures, or the Gu family. It was because the celestial was unwilling to be revived this way. The celestial was unwilling to pay the price of the life of all his descendants to release the sealed soul. It can be imagined that Gu Hong's blood was not enough for the resurrection of a celestial. It was likely that outside the celestial realm, the Gu family was carrying out some kind of sacrifice with death as the price. The karmic cause was the resurrection of the celestial statue. The karmic effect was the removal of the celestial soul resistance. But how could the soul of a celestial be so simple? If Wang Lin were to use the karma whip, he himself would have been dragged into it, and even he didn't know if he would survive. If Wang Lin hadn't appeared, Li Yuan would have still used other methods after the failure from the first time. However, even Li Yuan wasn't sure if these methods would succeed, which was why he said he was 70% confident and 90% if he had the karma whip. Wang Lin boldly speculated that this Li Yuan also had a karma-related treasure inside his bag. This would explain why, after failing tens of thousands of years ago, the Gu family used various methods to retain the three treasures. Instead of hiding them, they made the whole clan aware of the situation. Their goal was to wait for the second reincarnation of the slave imprint in the Li family. This was why everything had gone so smoothly when Li Yuan went to the Gu family. However, Wang Lin remembered the way Li Yuan treated Gu Hong along the way. After constantly watching their interaction, it was as if Li Yuan was constantly changing personalities. Adding on the change that happened to Li Yuan under the stone statue, Wang Lin confirmed his own speculation. Li Yuan's real soul hadn't died and still existed. To be more accurate, there was exactly one soul inside Li Yuan's body, but this soul had two different sides. One was the true Li Yuan and the other was the remnant soul inside the slave imprint. The conflict between the two made it so Li Yuan couldn't use the full power of his family's restrictions. Every time Li Yuan used a restriction, it would show signs of collapse. The 18-plum restriction was like this, and the black lines formed by the annihilation restriction was also like this. After understanding all of this, Wang Lin stayed inside the mountain and river painting and silently stared at Li Yuan. He felt that this Li Yuan was somewhat pitiful. He was such a loyal servant that he was willing to do whatever it took in order for his master to revive. Just like the image he saw through the illusion from the statue. When the master died, the servant standing at the tip of the sword looked back with vacant and sad eyes. The master on the sword hilt was no longer there. It was as if he was the only one left in this world as stood on the sword tip. Countless years of waiting and 2 attempts at resurrection. But ultimately he was still unable to escape. Li Yuan stared at the statue and knelt on the ground. Master, am I really wrong? More and more cracks appeared on the statue at this moment. As the cracks spread, the red light became even more intense. The red light under the statue's eyes gathered together as if they were real tears of blood. Why aren't you willing to wake up? I just want the sword hilt to no longer be empty. The master can always stand on the sword hilt, and I can stand on the sword tip to help you battle the heavens and earth. Li Yuan muttered to himself, and his eyes were filled with sorrow. Wang Lin stood within the mountain and river painting as he silently watched this. He had no life and death grudge with Li Yuan. He let out a sigh and put away the karma whip. It was because of extreme paranoia that he became lost. After the first failure tens of thousands of years ago, his belief was unstable. Now that he has failed a second time, his faith has collapsed. More and more cracks appeared on the statue. Even the stone sword with the servant on it was covered in cracks. Red light came from within the cracks and colored half the sky. The stone released even more red light until it slowly extended outward and was absorbed by the scroll. At the beginning, the scroll didn't absorb much red light. However, as the statue released more and more red light, the scroll began to absorb the red light from the statue even faster. In the end, the red lights seemed to link together and were rapidly pulled out from the statue. This scene caused the stunned Li Yuan to expose excitement in his eyes. Master! More and more red light appeared, but none of it leaked out and it was all absorbed by the scroll. The red light from the statue gradually dimmed as if all of it were released by the statue. Finally, when the last ray of red light came out from the stone statue and into the scroll, the entire statue trembled. It was as if it had lost its soul and no longer had any intelligence. It now looked very ordinary. The scroll that had absorbed all the red light emitted a bright light. A flame appeared at the corner of the scroll and slowly grew larger. The scroll began to burn from the edge. It wasn't just one edge, but all the edges of the scroll began burning at once. Green smoke came out from the burning scroll and didn't dissipate. As Li Yuan looked at this scene, the excitement in his eyes became even more intense. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he carefully observed. The burning of the scroll slowly moved toward the center form the edges. The celestial on the sword hilt seemed to possess a soul at this moment and flickered inside the burning scroll. In the end, the flame covered the entire scroll and soon the scroll became a pile of dust that was blown away by the wind. The green smoke formed by the burning scroll wasn't blown away by the wind but floated in the air. It then vaguely took the shape of a person. This person's figure was extremely blurry and his appearance couldn't be clearly seen. However, Wang Lin clearly saw a sword formed by the green smoke under the person's feet, and this person was standing on the sword hilt. There was some smoke swaying near the sword hilt. It was difficult to see if it was the sword's tassel or just green smoke. The person standing on the sword hilt rose into the air and waved his hand gently, summoning Li Yuan. Li Yuan, who was standing on the ground, immediately trembled. A complex rune appeared on Li Yuan's forehead. This was the slave imprint. As the imprint flickered, the remnant soul inside the slave imprint flew out into the sky and landed on the tip of the sword. The green smoke charged into the sky and disappeared without a trace. All of this seemed like an illusion. The real and unreal seemed to not exist and everything was but a dream. Wang Lin's expression was a bit confused as he looked at the statue that had lost its spirit. Then his gaze fell on the seal on its right hand and he fell into a trance. It was still the same ancient celestial realm, still the celestial sword flying into the sky, and still the same two people on the sword. However, the difference this time was the sound that came from the celestial before he died. "I'm dead. My soul extinguished." The statue collapsed into countless pieces of stone. It was now just a pile of debris. Did the celestial die back then, and all of this was a lonely dream formed by the remnant soul of the servant? Or was it really what Wang Lin had guessed before? There were some questions that Wang Lin wouldn't be able to get satisfactory explanations for. There was no answer, just like how there was no way to tell if the green smoke was real or fake. Wang Lin thought that he knew everything, but when he saw the green smoke, everything felt fake. Perhaps only the servant's remnant soul was real, the only one that knew all the answers. From this day onward, there was an extra sword made of green smoke in the Thunder Celestial Realm. There was a figure that stood at the tip as if it would last for an eternity. "Where is this?" A weak voice came from Li Yuan's mouth as he lied on the ground. He looked around until his gaze finally fell on Wang Lin. There were many celestial caves scattered across the numerous fragments of the Thunder Celestial Realm, along with the treasures of their previous masters. These places were also filled with countless restrictions. It was not simple to enter the dwellings of celestials. Despite the fact that the Thunder Celestial Realm had opened countless times over the years, there were still places with restrictions not broken. These restrictions were often too powerful, and sometimes there were places that cultivators shouldn't touch. In an area filled with debris, Li Yuan squatted down, touched the earth and said, "Brother Su, look here. This is a typical use of the fourth law of the 8 laws of celestial restrictions. What it focuses on is causing disorder in the surrounding celestial spiritual energy in order to hide from divine sense. If I'm not mistaken, once this restriction is broken, the cave of a celestial should be revealed here." Beside him, Wang Lin looked attentively and nodded. "Brother Li means that the restriction here is primarily made of this soil?" The fragment they were on wasn't very big. Looking at it from afar, the earth was black and the sky was dark. There wasn't any thunder here, but one could hear the muffled sounds of thunder. There wasn't anyone within tens of thousands of kilometers of these two. These two figures looked quite desolate here. Li Yuan nodded and smiled. "I admire Brother Su's understanding of restrictions. In this past month, most of the times I said something, you were able to see the key points." Li Yuan grabbed a handful of dirt and put it inside his bag of holding. He then said, "Brother Li should take some of this restriction dirt as well. Once we leave the Thunder Celestial Realm, the dirt may change after leaving the Celestial Realm environment. If that is really the case, then once we return to the Li family, it will be a good material for making the restriction compass." "Many thanks, Brother Li." Wang Lin smiled slightly as he squatted down and grabbed a handful of dirt. Li Yuan was very emotional as he sincerely said, "It should be me who is thanking you. If not for you, I would have already died. And let's not mention you freeing me from the slave imprint." He became sober 1 month ago. After the initial confusion, his memories slowly emerged inside his mind. In particular, the various acts he committed while under the control of the slave imprint made it difficult for him to calm down. After understanding everything, he was very grateful toward Wang Lin. He shared his study of restrictions without any hesitation with Wang Lin to express his gratitude. "Once we return to the Li family, I'll take Brother Su to the Ancestral Inheritance Temple. Once there, I can pay respects to the ancestors and then teach you the annihilation restriction to repay our debt." As Li Yuan looked at Wang Lin, his eyes were crystal clear. Wang Lin backed up a few steps and clasped his hands at Li Yuan. Although Wang Lin didn't speak, his eyes showed the gravity of it all. The annihilation restriction was one of the 4 great restrictions, and over the last month, Li Yuan had explained a lot of it to him. This restriction was a lot like a spell, and although it wasn't a celestial spell, it was comparable to one. In order to learn this restriction, one must learn it at a place of inheritance. In this world, the Li family was the only place left. Unfortunately, the restriction here isn't complete. It must have been broken by someone many years ago, but the method they use to break it is extremely crude. Li Yuan looked at the earth and pondered a bit. He pointed between his eyebrows and a black line flew out. Then his hand immediately formed a seal and he pressed the seal down on the earth along with his finger. Break! With one word, the earth seemed to shake. With Li Yuan's index finger as the center, the earth trembled and suddenly the restrictions broken layer by layer. What appeared before Wang Lin was a celestial mountain and a beautiful pavilion. This mountain wasn't very tall and there was also a magnificent palace on its side. However, the mountain was filled with holes, as if there had been countless celestial plants there that were taken away. The only plants remaining were some very ordinary-looking trees that swayed in the wind. The palace was also in ruin. It merely looked dignified. It is indeed as I suspected. Li Yuan bitterly smiled and looked back at Wang Lin. Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, Brother Li's restriction is really amazing. In the last month, you were able to see through restrictions right away. Although most of the time someone else had been there before, as time goes on, perhaps we will really find a complete celestial palace. Each of the 4 ancient restrictions will have powerful spells when cultivated to the peak. Whether it is the celestials or the demons high above, or the mortal beasts below, they can all be sealed. The 18-plum restriction is something derived from the annihilation restriction. However, it was spread outside, and that's how the world outside found out about it. As Li Yuan spoke, he was filled with confidence. Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan and said, with how powerful the annihilation restriction is, there must be a lot of people seeking it in the all-heaven star system. Li Yuan wryly smiled and nodded. I don't want to lie to Brother Su. Over the countless years that the Li family suffered under the slave imprint, the annihilation restriction has been taught outside the family 7 times. Every time was because it was the last resort. But, Li Yuan looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, what they learned was indeed the annihilation restriction. The Li family didn't hide anything from them and even let them comprehend it at the inheritance temple. However, without the restriction heart, it can't be considered the real annihilation restriction. The restriction heart is something only the head of each generation can inherit. After we leave the Thunder Celestial Realm, I'll go to the Ancestral Temple and permanently give you half of the restriction heart. Wang Lin was silent for a moment and then clasped his hands at Li Yuan once more. Li Yuan quickly waved his hand. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly exclaimed and stared at the palace on the mountain. Brother Su, look over there. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the palace. The dilapidated palace looked normal, but after staring at it for a long time, he seemed to have found some clues. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slowly said, the tree behind the palace. This whole time, only the left side has moved, while the right side didn't move at all. Li Yuan's eyes revealed shock and he nodded. Although Brother Su hasn't learned the annihilation restriction, just your observation skills are enough to surpass many restriction masters. Wang Lin smiled and said, it looks like our luck is pretty good. Li Yuan laughed and flew toward the mountain with Wang Lin. They soon arrived next to the palace. Wang Lin immediately noticed a gloomy aura coming from the motionless half of the tree. This gloomy aura gave off a sense of danger. Wang Lin stopped and Li Yuan stopped almost at the exact same time. Under the tree there were 2 white skeletons, and one of them was wearing leather armor. This armor was very rough and had some natural cracks. At the moment Wang Lin saw the armor, his eyes suddenly widened, revealing a rare look of disbelief. This is ancient god skin. Wang Lin's expression immediately darkened as he stared at the leather armor on the skeleton. He couldn't tell what feeling it was, but the moment he saw the armor, Wang Lin felt sorrow. He carefully looked again. This was indeed leather armor made from the skin of an ancient god. Although he didn't know how many stars this ancient god had, when looking at the leather armor, he thought of his original body. Li Yuan whispered, does Brother Su know this thing? Wang Lin shook his head and calmly said, I don't know, but it looks similar to something a friend owned. Li Yuan didn't ask more but looked at the tree next to the skeleton and began to deduce. A moment later, his hands formed a seal and pointed at the tree. The 18-plum restriction immediately appeared and charged at the tree. One by one, the plumb restrictions landed, and then the space around the tree began to twist. Countless ripples appeared, and even the skeleton below the tree began to twist. Finally, a sound like a mirror shattering echoed, and everything before them suddenly collapsed. The tree was gone, and the skeleton was gone as well. The only thing that remained before Li Yuan and Wang Lin's eyes was a transfer array that gave off a soft light. Li Yuan looked at the transfer array and said, "This is the third law of the 8 laws of celestial restrictions. Its main purpose is mirages. The skeleton we saw wasn't really lying under the tree. Using the skeleton as bait to attract people and then kill them with this restriction. I can't begin to guess how many people have died over the years." Wang Lin nodded. He had also seen through this. If that skeleton was real, it would have been impossible for it to have remained intact for so long. This is a slaughter restriction. It looks like that leather armor is a very tempting celestial treasure. Li Yuan's eyes became cold. Wang Lin pondered a bit and slowly said, "I just don't know if this restriction was left by the Celestials or a trap set by someone who came later." Li Yuan also silently pondered. He was also pondering this question. Then he slowly said, "In any case, I can determine that this is the first time that this restriction has been broken. After all, I observed it for a long time and it showed no trace of having been reorganized. The time the restriction has been around also matches this." Wang Lin's eyes were focused as he slowly said, "It could be that some changes happened to the restriction over the years. This allowed some light to leak out and showed us the inside of the restriction." Li Yuan pondered slightly and nodded. "What Brother Su said contains some truth. There is 70% chance it is as Brother Su said. Of course, there is also the chance that this was deliberately set by someone to kill and steal treasures." Wang Lin and Li Yuan were both astute people with extraordinary minds. The two only needed to discuss a bit to be able to calculate an answer infinitely close to the truth. Just at this moment, the transfer array that appeared after the restriction was broken began to show signs of instability. It was as if it had been hidden in the dark for so long that once it appeared, it began to conflict with the celestial spiritual energy in the surroundings. Countless small vortexes had appeared on the edge of the transfer array. This was a sign of collapse. Some illusions appeared form the vortexes. Although they were all fragments of images, one could see the wreckage of ancient buildings. Wang Lin and Li Yuan both noticed this at the same time and both of their eyes narrowed. Li Yuan laughed. "It looks like Brother Su's speculation is correct. Why don't the two of us go and check it out?" Just as Wang Lin was about to speak, a powerful divine sense spread out. This divine sense was too powerful. It was as if the divine sense itself contained a spell. As it spread out, the clouds in the sky spread out as if didn't dare to provoke it and allowed the divine sense to scan this fragment at will. Li Yuan's expression changed. At the moment the divine sense swept by, he felt like it was even difficult to breathe. It was as if this divine sense was corporeal and was pressing down on his body like Mount Tai. It also caused the celestial spiritual energy in his body to go out of control and forced him to cough out a mouthful of blood. The divine sense originally only swept by, but then it immediately came back and locked onto this location. Wang Lin was even more shocked. This divine sense gave him a familiar feeling. However, at this moment, he immediately moved without any hesitation and charged toward the transfer array. Li Yuan's face was pale and he almost lost his wit as he followed closely behind Wang Lin. The two of them were originally not far away from the transfer array. At this moment they moved very fast and got even closer to the array. However, the divine sense suddenly became crazy and the area within 1,000 feet of them suddenly became red. Strands of red smoke suddenly came out and became something like ghosts. They let out a sharp wails and charged at Wang Lin. "Restriction!" Wang Lin shouted as he grabbed Li Yuan and charged toward the transfer array. Li Yuan's astuteness was not weaker than Wang Lin's, so he immediately understood Wang Lin. If both of them attacked, it would slow them down. At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin focusing on speed while Li Yuan focused on attack was the best choice. While allowing Wang Lin to pull him, Li Yuan's hand moved rapidly and countless restrictions began to appear. The moment the restrictions appeared, they trembled and divided into 18. A large amount of restrictions appeared in almost an instant. A large amount of restrictions appeared and stopped the ghosts coming from the red smoke. Wang Lin didn't look back as he pulled Li Yuan to the edge of the transfer array. He was one step from entering the transfer array. Just at this moment, a cold snort came from the divine sense. Then a cold voice echoed in the area. Blood space condense. The moment these 3 words appeared, a force immediately began to squeeze this 1,000 feet area. The space rapidly solidified as if was trying to freeze everything within this area. Wang Lin was only one step from the transfer array. However, after he raised his foot to take the step, it was as if an entire mountain was tied to his back and his steps slowed down. Even his body felt countless powerful treasures squeezing him as if they wanted to keep him in place. Not only Wang Lin but Li Yuan also felt this. This power was simply too powerful. It was comparable to the heaven's might. It was as if an invisible hand has fallen from the sky and grabbed hold of this 1,000 feet area. Its 5 fingers slowly closed in as if it wanted to crush this area. Wang Lin's face was pale and cold sweat filled his forehead. He couldn't even lift his hand to take out a magical treasure. He could vaguely see a flash of red light charging toward this location from the distant void. A red figure was quickly condensing within the red light. A sense of hatred was coming from inside the red light. This was a hatred that carried over across 2 star systems. The killing intent within was unimaginable. During the moment of life and death crisis, Wang Lin opened his third eye without any hesitation. At this moment, a fan-shaped red light opened and he barely managed to turn his head. This red light didn't shine toward the void but toward Li Yuan. The force holding Li Yuan down immediately loosened when the red light shined on him. His face was pale, but he quickly raised his right hand and pressed it down between his eyebrows without any hesitation. A black line as thick as a baby's arm immediately flew out from between his eyebrows. It quickly turned into a rune before him and Li Yuan shouted, "Annihilation Restriction Heart." In an instant, the restriction began to flash rapidly and expanded like crazy. At the moment the red shadow closed in, it collapsed. Boom! A loud sound suddenly echoed and set off a huge shockwave, causing the force holding down the area to become unstable. The restriction wasn't destroyed. It shattered into thousands of smaller black lines that formed various strange patterns that rapidly spread. These restrictions had a strange connection between them, and the wider they spread, the more pale Li Yuan became. It was obvious that using the real annihilation restriction was a big burden on his body. Seal. With one word, these restrictions immediately surrounded the area. They appeared near the red shadow and gathered toward it. The red shadow gave off a bright, red glow, creating a blood sea in the sky, and immediately charged out as the restrictions closed in on it. However, just at this moment, the restrictions all exploded, creating a thunderous echo. The entire fragment showed signs of instability as if it was about to collapse. The moment the force holding them down loosened, Wang Lin grabbed Li Yuan and stepped into the transfer array that was about to collapse. The transfer array flashed and Wang Lin and Li Yuan instantly disappeared. At the moment they vanished, Wang Lin's left hand mercilessly smashed down on the array, causing it to immediately dissipate. The surrounding area was completely silent. The blood-red figure slowly walked over. He stood before where the transfer array was and silently pondered. After a long time, he raised his right foot and mercilessly stomped the ground. A large crack appeared under his feet and spread out like a crazy dragon across the fragment. The crack split again and again until the entire fragment was covered in terrifying cracks. The power from a cultivator beyond the Nirvana Scryer stage is above the limit of the Thunder Celestial Realm. A storm spread across the fragment and countless cracks appeared all over it. At this moment, even countless spatial rifts appeared in the sky. The earth collapsed. This fragment of the Thunder Celestial Realm collapsed under the stomp of this red shadow. Large amounts of earth collapsed and dissipated, causing a huge series of chain reactions. More and more spatial cracks that continued to devour everything appeared in the sky. The ground continued to break off into the void. Some were devoured by the spatial rifts and disappeared without a trace. Half an hour later, the sky was no longer sky and the earth became nothing. One of the remaining fragments in the Thunder Celestial Realm had disappeared forever. This dramatic change terrified the few all-heaven star system cultivators on the fragment. They all tried like crazy to leave this fragment. The fear of death made them lose their wit. However, not many could escape the collapse of a fragment. The collapse of the fragment caused a vortex that looked like it was going to devour everything. Far away, one could see the thunder chains being sucked toward the center of the vortex. These chains were pulled until they were straight. Their movement immediately affected the connected fragments. A loud rumble echoed across the Thunder Celestial Realm, and then the entire Thunder Celestial Realm began to slowly move. However, the person who caused all of this didn't care about any of this. Even if the entire Thunder Celestial Realm collapsed, he wouldn't care. All he wanted was his daughter. Little brat Wang Lin, you won't be able to escape next time. The red figure turned and disappeared with a single step. This person was the Blood Ancestor. Ever since arriving at the Thunder Celestial Realm, he didn't seek any treasures and moved as fast as possible across various fragments. Every time he arrived at a fragment, he would scan it with his divine sense and then leave. The sky was dim and there were sometimes flashes of restriction light coming from the sky. Looking up from the ground, the sky wasn't tall at all, and combined with the darkness, it gave off a powerful sense of oppression. On the ground, there were many small hills that craved a rugged valley. The surroundings were very quiet. Spatial cracks would occasionally appear in the sky and release cold, howling wind. This was the only sound here. An altar about 100 feet tall stood there with numerous steps leading to the top. The altar was damaged and had many cracks, including several that even extend to the top. At this moment, a flash of light appeared on the platform at the top of the altar and two figures appeared. Wang Lin stepped out with an extremely gloomy expression. His mood was still affected by what had happened before. What happened before made him realize just how close death was. If it wasn't for him having the spell with the third eye, the situation would have been bad. Similarly, if Li Yuan's annihilation restriction wasn't there, even with the transfer array before him, he still wouldn't have been able to escape. Blood Ancestor, Wang Lin frowned. At this moment, Li Yuan also walked out from the transfer array. Blood was coming out of his mouth when he appeared. He immediately sat down and began to cultivate. While Wang Lin pondered, he sat down and protected Li Yuan. At the same time, his divine sense spread out and observed the area. Shortly after, he withdrew his divine sense and his express became even more gloomy. The spatial rifts in the sky could devour divine sense. Once his divine sense spread out, it could also attract those spatial rifts. Although it is like this, at least this place is safe. Wang Lin silently looked at the distant valley and began to ponder. The Blood Ancestor actually came to the all-heaven star system. When he appeared, he didn't even give me a chance to speak and tried to capture me. He was obviously ready to search my soul to find where Xianxia is. Wang Lin touched his bag of holding. If I hand over Xianxia, will the Blood Ancestor still come after me? Wang Lin pondered for a moment and the Celestial Guard walked out to guard Li Yuan. Then he waved his hand and cut off his surroundings. After that, he slapped his bag of holding and a restriction ball flew out. It grew to the size of a person and opened up like a lotus. When the restriction ball opened, Xianxia's long hair covered her shoulders as she sat in the lotus position. The 100 years of imprisonment had made her rather fragile. At this moment, her eyelashes moved and she opened her eyes. When she saw Wang Lin, her eyes showed confusion for a moment, but it was immediately replaced with clarity. There was no joy or anger in her expression as she calmly looked at Wang Lin. After a long time, her mouth revealed a hint of mockery and she said, "I can feel the remnant of Father's blood spell. I can also feel your fear." Wang Lin silently stared at Xianxia. "Do you want to let me go? Or do you want to beg me to ask my father to not kill you? Wang Lin, am I correct?" The mockery from Xianxia's mouth became even stronger. "I can let my father spare your life because I won't let you die so easily." The calmness disappeared from Yao Shishua's eyes and was replaced with a deep sense of hatred. Wang Lin frowned and said, "So you're saying that whether I let you go or not, my fate is the same?" Yao Shishua looked at Wang Lin and coldly said, "You won't dare to kill me because killing me is the same as freeing me. If you seal me somewhere, you will have to face my father's eternal pursuit. One day, my father will find you and I'll escape." As Wang Lin stared at Yao Shishua, his eyes became cold. He quickly formed a few more restrictions that landed on Yao Shishua's body. The restriction ball shrank once more into a ball of light and Wang Lin put it away inside his bag. He then stood up, looked up into the distance and began to ponder. Let you go, or not let you go? That does not depend on me, but on the blood ancestor. Wang Lin's eyes were fierce. Then, with a thought, he removed the surrounding restriction and looked at Li Yuan. A moment later, Li Yuan slowly opened his eyes and let out a mouth of foul air. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing fear, and asked, "Brother Su, who is that person?" Wang Lin let out a sigh. After retreating a few steps, he clasped his hands at Li Yuan and said, "I have burdened Brother Li on this matter. That person is called the blood ancestor. His cultivation is unfathomable and I have some grievance with him. When you and I leave, you should go first before you get any more implicated." Li Yuan wryly smiled and said, "Brother Su, that person's cultivation is no ordinary second-step cultivation. My annihilation restriction is only at the 4th level, but even though I used it with the restriction heart, he was still able to escape. I fear this person's cultivation level is higher than the Nirvana Shatterer stage. He is at least at the Nirvana Cleanser stage. With this cultivation, it is a top-tier existence in the All-Heaven star system. How did you provoke such a person? Alas, if my annihilation restriction had reached the 7th level, then I might have been able to seal him." Wang Lin was calm as he slowly said, "Brother Li, let us find the exit first. We can talk once we leave." Li Yuan let out a sign. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Although that person's cultivation level is high, if we don't provoke him, it's not as if there aren't any ways to avoid him. Forget it, let's do what you said and look for an exit first." After he spoke, he stood up and looked around. Wang Lin slowly said as he looked at the valley in the distance, "You can't spread out your divine sense, as there are spatial cracks that devour it." Li Yuan's eyes revealed a strange light. He jumped off the altar and grabbed a handful of dirt. After taking a closer look, he moved forward and jumped onto a tree. After breaking off a branch, he put it in his mouth and the strange light in his eyes became even stronger. "Brother Su, let me borrow your puppet." Li Yuan slowly flew into the air and spatial cracks immediately appeared in the air, as if they wanted to devour him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. When he saw Li Yuan's actions, he felt that Li Yuan had just discovered something new. With a thought, the Celestial Guard immediately jumped up next to Li Yuan. If a crack was to appear, the Celestial Guard would immediately punch the void to create a vortex to diffuse the crack. Although the effect wasn't good, it still had some effect. As Li Yuan flew higher and higher, more spatial cracks appeared. The Celestial Guard was like a golden whirlwind that surrounded Li Yuan and gave off a constant streams of rumbles. As Li Yuan rose into the air, he looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with shock and a hint of disbelief. Just at this moment, a crack several times larger than normal appeared below him. The crack that suddenly appeared gave off a powerful suction force that tried to devour Li Yuan. Li Yuan's expression changed and even more cracks appeared beside him. With so many cracks, not even the Celestial Guard was fast enough. They suddenly fell into a crisis. Wang Lin stepped forward and slapped his bag of holding, causing the mountain and river screen to appear. The mountain and river painting covered the sky and immediately absorbed most of the spatial cracks. Wang Lin took this opportunity to charge forth and drag Li Yuan back. At the moment the crack below Li Yuan attempted to devour them, the two and the Celestial Guard instantly returned back to the ground. The painting in the sky looked as if it was torn with many small openings and looked as if it was damaged. Wang Lin's expression was serious as he waved his right hand and the painting in the sky disappeared. The screen returned to his hand and he put it away inside his bag. Brother Su, do you know what this place is? Li Yuan's face revealed excitement, and his eyes were still filled with disbelief. He took a deep breath and excitedly said, Brother Su, Celestials rarely used bags of holding. In general, they often opened up their own spaces. Once the Celestials die, these spaces do not collapse, but it is very difficult to open them once more. Wang Lin was startled and his expression immediately changed. He asked, Does Brother Li mean to say that our current location is within a celestial storage space? Li Yuan laughed. His eyes were filled even more excitement and he nodded. Yes, it must be that this place is quite old and that the space became unstable, so cracks appeared. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for us to enter here. The dirt here was moved here from outside. Not even the mountain and tree belong here. They were all brought in from outside. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light and he slowly said, Brother Li, if this place were to collapse, would everything inside shatter with it? Li Yuan was startled and he nodded. Yes, this place is not a fragment like the outside. Once this place collapses, a powerful force will immediately cause everything inside to collapse as well, leaving nothing behind. However, Brother Bu can be at ease, because if there are no external interferences, then this place shouldn't collapse. Unless could you? As Li Yuan spoke, he suddenly thought of something and sucked in a breath of cold air. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he softly said, If that is so, then perhaps I can set up a trap to deal with the blood ancestor. Li Yuan's eyes revealed admiration, and he was shocked by Wang Lin's bold idea. After all, the difference in cultivation levels was simply too big. If it was someone else, even Li Yuan himself, the first thing they would think of was to escape. Even if it meant escaping to the edge of the world or hiding in remote places for hundreds or even thousands of years. As long as they could escape that powerful cultivator, it would be worth it. He wouldn't even think about how to resist, because the difference was as big as heaven and earth. In Li Yuan's view, Wang Lin's view was close to madness but at the same time ingenious. If planned correctly, it might really succeed. Thinking about this, Li Yuan's heart pounded. The stimulation caused by the temptation of killing a cultivator, at least at the Nirvana cleanser stage, made his blood flow increase and his heart pound. Brother Su, we're all but trying to kill a god. As Li Yuan said, this was almost equal to trying to kill a god. Although the blood ancestor might not match a celestial general, he would have still been considered a powerhouse in the celestial realm before it was destroyed. None of the lower-level cultivators would dare to fight against him. Wang Lin licked his lip and said, I still require Brother Li's help on this matter. After the event is over, I'll definitely reward Brother Li. Li Yuan pondered a bit. The excitement from before had made his throat dry. Now he looked at Wang Lin and said, Brother Li doesn't need to thank me. What you saved was not just me but generations of the Li family. Isn't it just killing a god? How could I not help with such an exciting thing? Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he slowly said, That blood ancestor is not that easy to kill, so this will require careful planning. Before we act, Brother Li can leave first. Li Yuan pondered and said, This matter is easy, but Brother Su, before this, we should search the storage space so we don't leave any treasures behind. I'll also set up several restrictions at key point to cause the collapse. The two of them smiled at each other. They no longer wasted time talking and moved forward. The sky wasn't the only place where spatial cracks would appear. Some would even appear on the ground. However, with how cautious the two of them were, they safely moved forward toward the valley ahead. The valley had mountains with many trees growing on them. As they walked by, Wang Lin stopped, looked at the mountain, and pondered. He placed his right hand against the mountain and quickly spread out and retrieved his divine sense. When Li Yuan flew up into the sky earlier, he saw 2 mountains and 3 valleys. Right now Wang Lin was looking at the mountain, and he felt an aura similar to the celestial mountain inside his bag. With an idea in mind, Wang Lin withdrew his right hand. Not long after, the first valley appeared before the two of them. The entrance of the valley was very large, about several dozen feet wide. At a glance there was nothing inside, but there was a thin layer or mist that gave off an illusory feeling. At the entrance of the valley, Wang Lin and Li Yuan stopped to carefully observe the valley. There is a simple restriction here. It won't be hard to crack it. Li Yuan's hand formed a seal and several restrictions appeared. These restrictions emitted light as they went into the mist within the valley. A rustling sound echoed and the mist quickly dissipated without a trace. Li Yuan smiled and was about to step forward. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he grabbed Li Yuan and said, "Brother Li, wait." Li Yuan was startled and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression didn't change as the celestial guard behind him charged out without any hesitation. However, the moment the celestial guard entered, the mist suddenly reappeared. The mist formed arrows and shot them toward the celestial guard. There was a series of loud explosions. Even with the celestial guard's powerful body, it was pushed back by the arrow. It wasn't until the celestial guard was pushed outside the valley that the mist settled down again. Li Yuan felt ashamed. He was not a reckless person, but he was just too self-confident in his restriction. He let out a wry smile and said, "The owner of this storage space was too insidious. This restriction was obviously set up to kill someone who is confident in their restrictions like me." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and with a thought the celestial guard charged out once more. This time its body was glowing gold, and the moment it stepped into the valley, it threw a punch. The powerful punch created a huge vortex that immediately stirred up all the mist arrows flying at it. Wang Lin immediately stepped into the valley without hesitation and Li Yuan immediately followed. After entering the valley, Li Yuan immediately created several restrictions that landed within the valley. Then Li Yuan began to deduce as he looked around the valley. Often he would deduce a location and lay down a restriction there. Wang Lin didn't look at Li Yuan. After he entered the valley, he waved his right hand. The thunder inside his origin soul rushed out and formed a ball of thunder in his hand. The ball of thunder charged out toward the vortex created by the celestial guard. With a bang, the ball of thunder entered the vortex and thunder immediately filled the vortex. The vortex seemed to have frozen in place and began absorbing all the mist around it. "Brother Su, I have marked the restriction eyes in the south and east corner. Once those collapse, the restriction in the valley will break." Li Yuan's arms spread out and restrictions appeared in each hand as he charged toward the cliff to the southeast. With a thought, Wang Lin commanded the celestial guard to charge south toward where Li Yuan said the restriction eye was. Just before Li Yuan's restriction landed, the celestial guard's punch landed on the cliff. At the same time, thunder condensed in Wang Lin's right hand and shot out toward the restriction marked by Li Yuan to the east. The thunder accurately landed on the restriction eye before Li Yuan's restriction. Two loud explosions echoed and the restrictions placed by Li Yuan suddenly erupted at once. A huge whirlwind appeared within the valley and swept away all the mist. A moment later, the whirlwind disappeared and the valley returned to normal, revealing a scene that couldn't be seen before. A black short sword was stabbed into the ground, and around it were 8 ferocious beast skulls. A faint mist was coming from the 8 skulls and formed a circle around the short sword. Li Yuan looked at the short sword and slowly said, "Presumably this is the treasure stored in the first valley. Brother Su, do you want the short sword or the surrounding 8 beast skulls?" Wang Lin took a glance and could tell that this short sword was not normal. However, Li Yuan was of great help to him and he didn't want to take something he liked. He laughed and said, "This short sword is probably not normal, and breaking this restriction was largely thanks to Brother Li. I merely helped a bit, so I'll take these 8 skulls." With that, Wang Lin waved his sleeves and the 8 skulls immediately flew into his hands. He scanned them with his divine sense and was immediately startled. But on the surface, Wang Lin was calm as he put them away. Li Yuan smiled as he grabbed the short sword. He looked at Wang Lin and laughed. "Many thanks, Brother Su." Not far after traveling through the first valley, they saw the entrance to the second valley. The entrance was much smaller than the first valley's entrance. The closer they got to the second valley, the more frequent the cracks appeared, making them have to be extra careful while traveling. However, when they were 5 kilometers from the second valley, there was no road left. There were simply too many cracks in these last 5 kilometers. They quickly appeared all over the road, blocking off all paths and making it impossible to get through. Li Yuan frowned. If they were restrictions, he would have been able to break them, but these weren't restrictions at all. After pondering a bit, Li Yuan said, "Brother Su, this might be a bit troublesome. We can't teleport at all inside the storage space." Wang Lin looked at the valley entrance in the distance and slowly said, "Brother Li, wait here for a moment. I have a way to enter this place." Wang Lin took a deep breath and sat down in the lotus position. His 2 fingers quickly pointed at several locations on his body. Every time he pointed at a spot, his face would turn slightly redder. At the end, when Wang Lin pointed the 9th time, his face was fiery red. Wang Lin slowly stood up and inhaled. The fiery red on his face immediately disappeared. Just at this instant, he slapped his bag of holding and the mountain and river screen appeared. The painting immediately stretched more than 10,000 feet and all the cracks disappeared as if they were patched. At the moment the mountain and river painting appeared, the celestial guard grabbed Wang Lin and mercilessly threw him forward. This throw used almost all of the celestial guard's strength, so Wang Lin's speed reached a terrifying level. In an instant, he charged out more than 2.5 kilometers. However, there were simply too many cracks. The moment the mountain and river painting appeared, countless tears appeared on the painting. These openings were like large mouths that wanted to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin was able to get this far due to borrowing the power of the Celestial Guard. Before that force was gone, Wang Lin released a blood glow and the spell he had saved in his body burst forth, causing him to shoot out at an unimaginable speed once more. His body flashed blood red and his speed increased. It then flashed again and he became even faster. In the blink of an eye, his body flashed blood red 9 times and his speed was as fast as teleportation. This escape spell that used the bloodlight was the fastest escape spell he had learned from the old man from the demon spirit land. However, this spell couldn't be used unless his cultivation was at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, or else his body would explode. In an instant, Wang Lin's figure appeared at the entrance of the second valley. His face was pale and he almost fell over. He waved his right hand and the mountain and river screen returned to his hand. Looking back, he could see Li Yuan's figure 5 kilometers away. Wang Lin looked at the entrance of the second valley, and from where he was standing it looked empty. He took a few steps forward and carefully looked around. Then his right hand formed a seal and a restriction flew out. This restriction split into 14 parts in the air and shot into the valley. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he watched the restrictions enter and silently disappear as if they were eaten. There wasn't any ripple at all. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. After hesitating for a bit, his eyes were filled with resolve. His right hand began forming restrictions once more. However, this time he spent more time and formed dozens of restriction. When they shot out, each of them split into 14. Those restrictions formed the shape of plum blossoms and flew toward the entrance. Wang Lin immediately followed them, and at the moment the restrictions entered the valley, his third eye opened. With the flash of red light, Wang Lin was able to see an invisible light screen at the entrance. The moment the plum blossoms touched the light screen, a devil shadow appeared and immediately swallowed them. With the help of the third eye, Wang Lin could clearly see the light screen and the devil shadow, which was formed by almost transparent specks of light. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he immediately backed up. With a thought, the plum blossoms also retreated with him. The devil shadow seemed to hesitate before chasing after the restrictions. At this moment, the light screen at the entrance became thin and the devil shadow extended. Wang Lin felt a sting from between his eyebrows. This was the sign that the third eye had reached its limit. He charged forward without any hesitation. He moved very fast and passed by the devil shadow in an instant, arriving directly before the thinning light screen. At the moment he touched the light screen, Wang Lin raised his finger and moved Ling Tianho's sword energy to his finger. He didn't release it but kept it inside his finger and pressed down on the light screen. The light screen trembled and then spread out, forming a gap. Wang Lin directly charged in without any hesitation. All of this happened in a short period of time. The invisible devil shadow jerked back and let out a silent roar. Then all of the specks of light gathered on its body and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's scalp felt numb as a cold wind that seemed to come from the depths of hell blew towards him. His third eye couldn't be maintained for long and had already automatically closed. Now that he entered the valley, the scene was completely different from what he saw from the outside. The earth of the valley was brown and countless skeletons covered the earth. They were everywhere, at least tens of thousands. There were some strange bugs drilling inside some of the skeletons. It was as if they were gnawing on the bones, giving off waves of crunching sounds as they did so. There were 8 short swords stabbed into the ground at the center of the valley. The looks and auras of these short swords were exactly the same as the one before. It was clear that they belonged to the same set. At the center of the 8 short swords there was a huge skull of a beast. It had 4 ferocious bone spurs pointing out and gave off a grim aura. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to charge into the valley and reach for the beast's skull. At this moment, the 8 short swords immediately released sword energy and shot toward Wang Lin. Before Wang Lin were the rays of sword energy and behind him was the devil shadow. At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin didn't panic and his eyes were calm. As the sword energy closed in, his finger pointed forward. Stop spell. This spell didn't only stop people. Those short swords weren't ordinary objects, but the stop spell wasn't ordinary either. Although Wang Lin's he can't stop them for long due to his cultivation level, he could still stop them for a moment. The moment he stopped the short swords, Wang Lin charged directly at the beast bone. The invisible devil shadow immediately chased after Wang Lin. Although he couldn't see the devil shadow, he felt a cold aura surrounding him. He was waiting for this moment, because he couldn't keep the third eye up and his divine sense couldn't find it. If he wanted to deal with it, the moment it tired to devour him was the perfect moment. Wang Lin didn't turn around, but the shadow of a whip flashed between his eyebrows. The karma whip appeared before him and lashed out, causing a muffled groan to come from the void. At the same time, Wang Lin immediately felt the cold aura around him scatter. He didn't stop and everything moved as smooth as flowing water. His hand formed a seal and placed it on the beast bone before he picked it up and threw it into his bag. All of this was done in an instant. At this moment, the 8 short swords regained their freedom and whistled after Wang Lin. The valley wasn't large and he couldn't fly too high. In such a narrow place, Wang Lin was in somewhat of a sorry state when dodging the short swords. The invisible devil shadow seemed to have intelligence and had concealed its cold aura. It often only revealed itself the moment it was about to devour Wang Lin, and Wang Lin was nearly swallowed. In addition, it had blocked the exit, preventing Wang Lin from leaving. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. The short swords behind him scattered and came at him from 8 different directions. The sword energy coming from them all contained celestial spiritual energy. They were intertwined together to form a sword formation filled with killing intent. If this was it, it wouldn't be such a problem. After spending some time, Wang Lin would be able to leave. However, at the moment he picked up the beast bone, green mist started coming out from the countless skeletons that covered the ground. The green mist formed various shadows that charged toward Wang Lin. In addition to the mist, those bugs that were guaning on the bones seemed to be stimulated by something and rushed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's scalp went numb. Right now it seemed like there was no escape. As the entire valley was sealed, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and became fierce. Nothing here was naturally formed. It was all brought in from the outside. That means the mountain has no foundation. Wang Lin moved to the side and avoided the short swords, green mist, and bugs as he closed in on the cliff of the mountain. He let out a roar, and his right hand contained all the celestial spiritual energy and thunder in his body as he smashed his hand down. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly echoed across the valley. Large pieces of the mountain fell and kicked out endless amounts of dust while celestial spiritual energy spread out in all directions. Li Yuan, who was still 5 kilometers away, was completely stunned. He didn't know what was going on inside, but he could clearly feel the ground shake and saw countless pieces of the mountain falling off. The celestial guard next to Li Yuan was connected to Wang Lin. He stepped to the side and punched the mountain without any hesitation. There was another loud rumble. Li Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. He vaguely guessed Wang Lin's idea and his heart started beating like crazy. He revealed a wry smile and thought that fellow cultivator Su's ideas were sometimes too shocking. If it was with only Wang Lin's strength, he could shake the mountain but not break it. However, the celestial guard was different. Its body was extremely strong, and after that punch, the mountain's trembling became more intense. In the valley, Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed the mountain and pulled it up. At the same time, on the other side, the celestial guard was under more pressure. It buried its hands into the mountain and lifted the mountain up 10 feet. The loud rumble echoed across the valley, and even the entire storage space began to tremble. The celestial guard lifted the mountain and went under it. Its body released a golden glow and it completely carried the mountain on its back. The violent vibrations affected the valley, causing the 8 short swords to pause. The green mist completely ignored Wang Lin and charged out under the mountain that was lifted up. Even the insects did the same. Popping sounds came from the celestial guard's body. It seemed to have gone crazy as it let out a growl and pushed the mountain up several dozen feet more. No matter how many spatial cracks appeared, they were crushed by the impact of the mountain. After lifting it up to a certain height, the celestial guard threw the mountain down. The earth shook. The storage space looked like it was about to collapse, and even more cracks appeared. The mountain fell from the sky and landed on the ground where all the cracks were, completely smashing them. Wang Lin used this opportunity to rush out from the valley. Even the invisible devil shadow disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where it had gone. Wang Lin grasped for air after rushing out of the valley and looked ahead. He could see that the third valley was also affected. At this moment, countless flashes of restriction light came from the third valley. It was apparent that many restrictions had collapsed due to the mountain. I fear the celestial that owned the storage space would have never thought that someone would shake the mountain to break the restrictions here. Wang Lin adjusted his body for a bit before he rushed toward the third valley. His goal was the ancient god leather armor. Since the first 2 valleys didn't have it, then it was very likely in the third valley. Li Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air and the shock in his eyes gradually calmed down. He chased after Wang Lin with a wry smile. As for the celestial guard, it had used too much energy. It turned into a phantom and fused with Wang Lin's shadow to recover. Wang Lin and Li Yuan charged toward the third valley one after the other. They got closer and closer, and shortly after, they arrived before the third valley. This place was seriously damaged. The originally narrow entrance were pulled open. Countless restriction lights flashed non-stop. At a glance, Wang Lin was able to see a temple inside the valley. This temple wasn't large, but it was seriously damaged. The door was even gone. There were 2 skeletons inside, and one of them was wearing the ancient god leather armor. As for the other skeleton, it had nothing. But there was a flash of gold coming from its right hand that had pierced through the skull of the skeleton wearing the ancient god leather armor. The skull was filled with cracks. It was apparent it had been crushed by that grab. Although he didn't see the battle, he could imagine the fierce fight the 2 skeletons had just from looking at them. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and the ancient god leather armor flew off the skeleton and into his hand. The moment he touched the leather armor, he immediately felt a bloody and sorrowful feeling. Upon closer inspection, the leather armor was very rough and gave off an ancient aura. Even now there was the residue of a powerful aura in it, as if it was telling everyone how powerful the owner was. Li Yuan walked forward and arrived next to the other skeleton. He stared at the golden fingers of the other skeleton. Then he took a deep breath, squatted down, and broke off the fingers one by one. When he raised his head, he glanced into the temple without a door and his pupils immediately shrank. He shouted, "Brother Su, look!" Wang Lin raised his head, took a few steps forward, and looked into temple. Even with his mental fortitude, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He scanned the temple to determine if it was safe before he entered. Li Yuan was beside Wang Lin and he also stepped into the temple. The temple was divided into 2 floors. The first floor had no place for worship and was completely empty. There were several murals hanging on the walls. There were a total of 9 murals. Looking at them one by one, Li Yuan's eyes were filled with a strange light. He muttered, "This? What kind of spell is this? How can there be such a large person? It is possible these stories in the pictures were made up." Those paintings clearly painted a huge giant with 8 stars on its forehead. He was surrounded by countless celestials armed with various treasures that attacked him like crazy. The celestials' bodies were really insignificant compared to the giant. The giant's eyes were filled with cold indifference. But the paint was so attentive that even the exhaustion within that cold gaze could be clearly felt. All 9 murals were like this. 8-star, ancient god. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked up at the second floor. He let out a sigh and walked up, leaving Li Yuan muttering to himself on the first floor. After all, not many people knew of the ancient gods. The second floor was rather simple. There was only a table with yellow parchment paper spread out and a few brushes next to it. It was easy to imagine that the master of this place liked painting. Not far away from the table was a censer, but there was only dust remaining inside it. Wang Lin arrived next to the table and saw a paper was being held down by a paperweight. This paperweight gave off waves of celestial spiritual energy, so it was obvious it wasn't ordinary. However, Wang Lin didn't look at the paperweight but at the paper. The 16th year of the 27th era of the Celestial Realm. The first war between the Ancient Order and the Celestial Realm ended in victory. My magic treasure was broken and needs to be refined here. However, due to my exploits, I was rewarded a piece of its skin and made a suit of leather armor from it. The 19th year of the 27th year of the Celestial Realm. A shocking change occurred. The Celestial Emperor went crazy and died pointing at the sky. I personally saw everything. That scene that shouldn't have existed when the Celestial Emperor died. Ever since I became a Celestial, I never feared even when battling against the ancient god. However, at that moment I became timid and scared. I saw what should have never been seen. As most of the Celestials battled, I escaped, and there was a pair of eyes following me. I had to paint what I saw. The handwriting became very sloppy at the end. It was easy to see how anxious the person writing this was. I drew it, but what is this? What did I paint? The note ended here. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. After pondering for a moment, he sat down before the table and picked up the brush. He wanted to feel exactly what happened when the Celestial drew this. Wang Lin held the brush and slowly closed his eyes. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes and his hand began writing according to the text. He gradually found a trace of what the Celestial was feeling. His mind gradually became anxious as he wrote. This was a feeling of hesitation and confusion mixed together. This aura remained in this room even to this day. Finally, Wang Lin's right hand suddenly stopped in the air. He looked up outside through the window on the second floor. This Celestial had just finished the painting, but he became even more confused. After leaving these words, there was a change. Someone must have arrived. Wang Lin put down the brush and looked outside. He more or less figured out some clues. After looking at the paper, he waved his right hand and the paper burst into flames. After burning it clean, Wang Lin put away the paperweight. When he walked down from the second floor, he saw Li Yuan taking down the paintings from the first floor and putting them inside his bag. Wang Lin hesitated a bit before saying, "Brother Li, you must be careful about where you store the paintings. You mustn't let outsiders see them. Otherwise, it will cause a great catastrophe." Li Yuan seemed to realize something and nodded. Li Yuan asked, "There should be more magical treasures or jades inside this storage space. Is Brother Su not going to look a bit longer?" Wang Lin shook his head. "Brother Li can look for them." After seeing the contents of the paper, his heart was filled with the mysteries of why the Celestial Realm had collapsed. In particular, after seeing the second valley, Wang Lin felt that even if there were treasures remaining, there would be very few. This was because the most important treasure, the beast bone, was already taken by him. This beast bone was obviously the broken treasure mentioned in the note that was being refined. Okay, while I place down the collapse restrictions, I can also look around. I also need to find an exit out of here, and if there isn't one, it will take some time to connect one. Li Yuan clasped his hands at Wang Lin and looked up at the second floor. He didn't go up but walked out the temple. Wang Lin sat down outside the temple. He took out the 9 beast bones and began to slowly study them. Time flew by and 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. Li Yuan didn't have much harvest in this month, so after a while he stopped looking. However, what was worth mentioning was the 8 short swords that attacked Wang Lin. Li Yuan used some unknown method and managed to control them. Wang Lin was very shocked about this. But when he considered Li Yuan's restrictions, he seemed to understand. In this 1 month of time, Li Yuan placed restrictions at all the collapse points he calculated inside the storage space. Li Yuan seemed to show even more interest in plotting against the blood ancestor than Wang Lin. Every time he thought about how his restrictions could possibly help kill a god, Li Yuan would become short of breath. Although he was very alert, he had one glaring weakness, and that was his blind self-confidence in his family's restrictions. In addition, he also considered what would happen if the blood ancestor didn't die, so he made his decision. He would only secretly help in this matter but not participate. After the arrangement was finished, he decided he would separate from Wang Lin. After all, this matter was too big, even if he was indebted to Wang Lin. In truth, to help in secret was also his limit. It was already very difficult for him to even help at this point. On this day, Li Yuan returned to the temple with a serious expression. He looked at Wang Lin with a complex gaze and let out a heavy sigh. Then he waved his right hand and a crystal restriction ball flew out and floated before Wang Lin. Brother Su, I have placed 1,465 collapse points using the annihilation restriction. All you need to do is activate this restriction ball with your celestial spiritual energy, and this storage space will completely collapse. Wang Lin held the restriction ball and scanned it with his divine sense. After making sure there were no problems, he clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks." Li Yuan's expression darkened and he said with hesitation, "Brother Su, in fact, I have a method if you don't wish to be found by the blood ancestor. All you have to do is hide inside a cave and not leave until that blood ancestor has forgotten his hate." Wang Lin calmly smiled and said, "I'll remember Brother Li's kindness. If there is no way to fight against the blood ancestor, then I might really have to trouble Brother Li." Li Yuan silently pondered, and after a long time he took out a jade. He handed the jade to Wang Lin and said, "Brother Su, this is a record of my Li family's annihilation restriction. Although I can't give you a piece of the restriction heart without being at the ancestral temple, studying it should help you. There are even several methods for hiding your aura." Wang Lin silently accepted it and nodded. Li Yuan let out a sigh as both his hands formed a seal and a transfer array appeared before him. This array was not stable. It seemed as if it could collapse at any moment. "Brother Su, this transfer array can only be opened 3 times. You have to be careful." Li Yuan looked at Wang Lin again as he stepped into the transfer array. He didn't look back but softly said, "If I didn't have any responsibilities tying me down, I would definitely stay and witness how my Li family's restriction plotted against a Nirvana cleanser cultivator." "Brother Su, take care," Li Yuan's sigh echoed. His figure disappeared within the flashing transfer array. Wang Lin raised his head and his eyes became cold. He muttered to himself, "Blood ancestor, Yao Shishue, even though both of you have blood soul pills, I'm gonna gamble this one time to see if you guys can completely revive under the power that can destroy everything from the collapsing space." Wang Lin had a bag of holding on him. This bag belonged to Yao Shishue, but he couldn't open it. He could only place restrictions on it to make the aura not spread out too far. In addition to this bag of holding, Wang Lin originally had a real blood soul pill, but it was used in his battle against the scattered devil. He knew that there was at least one other blood soul pill, but he couldn't open the bag. It's impossible for anyone to have many of these heaven-defying pills, even the blood ancestor. After many years of consumption, I fear that having even 1 or 2 is the limit for the blood ancestor. While he sneered, Wang Lin took out the restriction ball holding Yao Shishue. He no longer had any interest in asking questions, so he threw the restriction ball. It immediately flew out and was buried deep inside the distant mountain. After doing all of this, Wang Lin took a step and entered the transfer array. There was a flash of light and Wang Lin disappeared. Blood Ancestor, since you aren't willing to let me go, then I will do as Li Yuan said. Try to kill a god. When he walked out of the transfer array, what appeared before him after the light faded was a foreign land. The sky was still gloomy and was filled with thunder. At a glance, he wasn't able to see the edge of the land. Although it was unfamiliar, it still had a familiar aura. This place was still the Thunder Celestial Realm. Li Yuan is very talented. Wang Lin looked into the distance. He rarely admires people, but he admired Li Yuan's ability to use various restrictions. It required a lot of knowledge about restrictions to be able to build a transfer array to leave the storage space of a celestial. Wang Lin knew that it would be very difficult for him to do this. After withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin raised his hand and waved at the transfer array behind him. The transfer array shrank into a fist-sized crystal and was put inside his bag. He looked around before turning into a ray of light and flying into the distance. After flying for several days, Wang Lin secretly noted the area. He carefully landed on a mountain, and after determining there were no abnormalities nearby, he went underground. After diving deep into the mountain, he hid the bag he couldn't open that he got from Yao Shishu. After setting a few more restrictions, Wang Lin carefully left. It would be too conspicuous for him to keep holding onto the bag, and it wouldn't help his plan. After hiding the bag, Wang Lin quickly moved underground until he was very far away and resurfaced on a plain. He looked back at the mountain in the distance before turning into a ray of light and flying off into the distance. He moved very fast and didn't stop anywhere on this fragment. Soon, he arrived at the chains on the edge of the fragment and quickly crossed it. After flying cautiously on the chain over the void, Wang Lin saw another fragment. He took a deep breath and went directly underground after reaching the new fragment. After finding a location, he began placing down restrictions. During this 1 month of flight, Wang Lin researched the restrictions on how to hide his aura that Li Yuan gave him. Wang Lin's research progressed extremely fast due to the threat of the Blood Ancestor closing in. He couldn't completely conceal himself from the Blood Ancestor. He could only make himself harder to detect. If it was under ordinary circumstances, he would eventually be found, but combined with Wang Lin's current plan, it might be possible for him to really stay hidden. Strands of restrictions appeared around him, forming a ball of restrictions, and he sat down inside. Just as the restriction ball was about to close, the Celestial Guard stepped out. Looking at the Celestial Guard, Wang Lin revealed a grim smile. He threw the transfer array crystal at the Celestial Guard and slowly closed his eyes. A portion of his divine sense split from his body and directly entered the Celestial Guard. This was one of the Celestial Guard's spells. It allowed the divine sense of the person who refined it to enter and control it. After the portion of Origin Soul flew out, Wang Lin's eyes began to close. Right before his eyes closed, one last restriction flew out from his hand and completed the restriction ball. The ball rapidly shrank until it disappeared in a flash of light. The Celestial Guard opened its eyes and its eyes became cold. It grabbed the transfer array crystal and swallowed it before quickly charging out from underground. After moving his body and getting over the discomfort of a few body, Wang Lin checked underground with his divine sense. He was unable to detect where his body was. If I didn't have the Celestial Guard, I wouldn't be able to deceive the Blood Ancestor. However, I'm taking the initiative, and once he becomes aware of the Origin Soul inside this body, he won't be able to avoid this attraction. Wang Lin lowered his head and looked at his body. He charged into the distance like a meteor with his divine sense spread out. He was like a bright light in the dark. If someone was looking for him, they would immediately be able to lock onto him. Wang Lin flew unbridled along the way. He had been suppressing his feelings since he came to the All-Heaven star system. After all, he had escaped here, and those old monsters from the Alliance star system could have chased him over at any time. The reality of it all made him cautious. However, since the Blood Ancestor had already arrived and how strong this body was, Wang Lin decided to let go of his caution. Although the Celestial Guard couldn't compare to his original body, It was far stronger than any cultivator and even some body-refining cultivators. As a result, Wang Lin naturally had an arrogant aura while he flew. Blood ancestor. Now I'm waiting for your arrival. Wang Lin's eyes were extremely cold. He was going to kill. His killing intent had reached the level of illusory Yin because of his current body. Even if he encountered other cultivators, they would hesitate and avoid him. Wang Lin didn't even look for treasures as he quickly flew from fragment to fragment. Every time he arrived on a fragment, his divine sense would spread out like crazy. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 months passed. Wang Lin charged through everything. Naturally, because he had important things to do, he didn't look for trouble. However, if those without eyes came looking for trouble, he would not hold back. The powerful body and the spell from Wang Lin's divine sense caused his strength to reach its peak. In these 5 months, he had gained a little prestige among the cultivators here. In particular, the power of the body that could match magical treasures caused many ascendant cultivators to avoid him on sight. Even illusory Yin cultivators would frown and avoid him as well. However, Wang Lin wasn't moving blindly. He moved around the fragments near the one where his body was. This limited his movement and had 2 advantages. The first was that he wasn't moving around randomly and therefore wouldn't end up accidentally missing the blood ancestor. Second, he was indirectly protecting his body. After all, if he went too far and his body was found by the blood ancestor, then he would be on the defensive side. He was searching for the blood ancestor, and at the same time the blood ancestor was searching for him. The 2 became closer and closer. The blood ancestor was wearing a red robe as he moved through the void. 1 step from him was like teleportation, and he moved across the chains extremely fast. His expression was calm, as if he wasn't angry at all. However, his eyes became redder every day. With his cultivation, even if the heavens collapsed, his mood wouldn't change, but his only daughter, Xianxia, was his only weakness. He was willing to fight against the heavens and kill everything in his path for his daughter. Even if he had to choose between his daughter and reaching the 3rd step, he might struggle and hesitate, but in the end he would choose his daughter. This was where he was completely different from the All-Seer and Ling Tianho. If it was the All-Seer, he would give up everything and choose the 3rd step. For his own daughter, he was even willing to give up his own dignity. Give up on the oath his dying father made him take, to never take half a step into the all-heaven star system. Father, when you made me make the oath, why did you leave behind an all-heaven stone? This question had existed in the blood ancestor's heart for a very long time. The blood ancestor calmly took a step and landed on the fragment. His divine sense spread out like a storm and covered the entire continent. However, at this moment, his originally calm face became cold. He slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. His eyes revealed killing intent strong enough to almost become corporeal. Wang Lin. His killing intent was so powerful that a mountain in front of him was affected by this killing intent and immediately collapsed. As the rocks and dust flew everywhere, the blood ancestor took a step and disappeared without a trace. At the moment before the blood ancestor stepped foot on the fragment, Wang Lin moved like a meteor on the chain on the other side of the fragment. Just as he was about to arrive and spread out his divine sense, the sky suddenly darkened and dark clouds began gathering in the sky. Even the fragment began trembling. All of the cultivators on this fragment immediately felt this tremble in their souls, no matter what cultivation level they were at. Even illusory Yin and corporeal Yang cultivators were no different. The difference in cultivation levels made it impossible for them to resist. It was as if the heavens' might was descending. Wang Lin immediately moved and his eyes shined brightly as he stared into the distance. He revealed a cold smile. You've finally arrived. There was a thunderous roar and the clouds split apart as if there was a giant pair of hands ripping them apart. Blood-red light appeared and covered the land. The powerful divine sense was like a storm that swept across the entire fragment. This divine sense was too powerful. The 2nd step spell contained within the fragment actually almost caused the fragment to collapse. The red light coming from the clouds before Wang Lin was even more bright. It was as if at this moment the fragment was surrounded by red light, It was as if it had been thrown into a blood pool. The red light condensed 1,000 feet before Wang Lin. In almost an instant, the figure condensed, revealing a red-haired and red-eyebrowed middle-aged man in red robes. This man was so handsome that even Chen Feng felt somewhat lacking compared to him. This man had a unique aura around him. When he appeared, he calmly looked at Wang Lin and didn't say a word. However, Wang Lin could clearly see a red fire that could burn the world hidden inside those calm eyes. The blood ancestor didn't waste any time with Wang Lin. He raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. After he pointed, cracking sounds came from the sky as if it was being ripped open by that finger. That force charged straight for Wang Lin's forehead. Wang Lin stared at the blood ancestor. As the finger closed in, he slowly said, "If you kill me, even though Yao Shishue has the blood soul pill, she will surely die."